Hey, thank you for coming, everybody. Welcome to Aaron Swartz Day. Yay! We have a lot of great speakers today. We're getting started a little late, but I actually over-padded everything with Q&A time today in case this kind of thing happens. So we're actually going to be back on schedule pretty quickly after the next couple speakers. And I just wanted to say hi to everybody in the webcast. Really appreciate you tuning in. And we're going to start off now with Brewster Kahle and Tracy Jaquith are going to let you know what's new at the Internet Archive.
And thank you for coming. Apologize for the smoke. It's not all my fault, but it is causing some people some irritation. But welcome to the Internet Archive. How many people is your first time here? Yay! Welcome to the archive. So just to give a little orientation, if you crane your necks, the servers in the back, the ones with the blue blinking lights, those are 10 petabytes of the Internet Archive's 45 petabytes of digital materials. That's the primary copy on the servers that are actually serving the world. And you can know they're serving the world because the lights blink. So anytime a light blinks, is somebody uploading something or downloading something from the Internet Archive. There are about 3 or 4 million different people that use the resources of the Internet Archive in any particular day. So it's kind of great. What we thought we'd do for this opening session is just give an update on some of how the Internet Archive has been positioning itself towards building a web we want. And we're out of all of this, we're looking to basically engage folks that are here, the people that are going to be here tonight, to be able to see if there's mechanisms for us to all work together. So if I were to think of sort of what is the web we want, start with the vision as opposed to sort of complaining about what exists, let's take a bunch of features of what it is that it could have. So who are we? I'm Brewster Kahle, founder and digital librarian here at the Internet Archive. We're here. This is our beautiful building. Our motto is universal access to all knowledge. That was what it is we're dedicated to trying to make happen on the open internet, is to make it so that anybody curious enough to want to have access to it can get access to everything ever published by people. All the books, music, video, web pages, software, and the like. Let's go down quickly down some of the features we'd kind of want out of a web. We'd want a web that's reliable, something that doesn't break. A web that sets the record straight, so you can actually depend on it to know what's actually happened. A web that allows you and helps you go deeper, so you can dive deeper into subjects as opposed to just getting surface level stuff. That includes many voices, that allows people to go and have their righteous, even if they're not empowered, they can have information available. Preserve the human record so that it's not forgotten and can be accessed even though it may not be the most popular. It goes where I go, so it's available when I'm anywhere in the world on any kind of device. That has no centralized points of control, so I don't have to feel like there's somebody filtering what it is I'm seeing or watching how it's being done. By and large, not creepy. Why don't we make a web that's not creepy? So I think my son, Logan, said, all cool apps are somewhat creepy, right? And I've been having a hard time disproving him on that one. And so I think there's a mechanism for us to go beyond this. Lock the web open for good. Can we make it so that this can happen? And I'd suggest to try to build a lot of this, we need to be a decentralized web. A web that doesn't have central points of control, whether it's platforms like a Facebook or even individual websites that control everything about what has been said on that website. Can we go and build this? So I'm going to go through a little bit of progress towards that agenda and describe how we can build this and sort of what this current status is of what the Internet Archive's pieces are towards doing this. all of this is to try to engage people to sort of say, I can help with these other pieces if you agree that these are somewhat the goals of what we're trying to build. The only way to do this is by working together. So let's start with reliable. Sets the record straight. We try to take the World Wide Web and make it permanent. We've been crawling the World Wide Web. We crawl about 100 million pages every day. We have 300 billion web pages. They're on servers in the back and other servers, other places, and these are being used to try to not only preserve the World Wide Web, but then to help people know what it is had been said on the World Wide Web. It's becoming much more popular these days as a mechanism of journalists going and finding deleted tweets or websites that have been changed or whole news websites that have been taken down. So at least it starts by doing that, and then it requires getting it much better integrated with what's going on out there. For instance, Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is just a fantastic resource. They're the number 5 website according to Alexa Internet. We're about the number 300th website. Okay, I'm a little envious. But they get a lot of traffic, and they did a study of the pages that people went to from there to go and find out how many people click off of Wikipedia in the footnotes. And 6% of people that go to a web page try to get deeper information. A lot of those links were dead. So the Internet Archive went and aggressively crawled everything that once a web page appeared on Wikipedia, we found whether there was new links in it, and we crawled it at the time that the author wanted it. And then I've thrown several people at it, and Mark Graham, who's here, succeeded in getting through the Wikipedia communities to be able to make it so that a bot could run to fix the links. And that run has been running now on 26 Wikipedia language sites, and it's fixed 9 million links. So that's what I think pretty good. So it's where I think the Internet Archive and community efforts are trying to basically shore up other projects such as Wikipedia. This is the study that came out, I don't know, about a month ago that I think is really cool. It's got really small type at the bottom, so you can't really see it. But it's basically, where do people click to from Wikipedia? And the bottom one is the Wayback Machine. So Wayback Machine is by far and away the most popular place, and it's because we've fixed all of these links. The next one up is books.google.com. People are looking for more information inside books, and they're turning to Google. And Google sometimes has many pages from the books, sometimes just snippets, and all in all, it's not good enough. The next one up is journal literature, DOI.org, and a lot of that stuff is caught behind paywalls. So if there's an agenda for the Internet Archive to try to shore up the reliability and to try to set the record straight, is to try to take on those 3 sections. One is to continue getting better at the web and reinforcing them, and then we're using the list of all of the books cited in Wikipedia and digitizing those to go and then populate and try to get the links to come to the archive to open right to the page you're looking at. So we'd like to basically make it so that readers can go deeper, but also the editors, we would like to give them privileged access to all of these materials so that they can write better articles. And again, sort of working through with the Wikipedia process takes a village. We could use help. If there's any Wikipedians here or anybody would be up for trying to help, try to get some of these improvements through would be tremendous. So this, we think, is a mechanism of trying to go deeper, try to give more context about what it is you're looking at. So the fake news problem, or sort of what is it am I looking at, can we go and bring context to what's going on? This is an article on a Russian spy that tipped off the British spy agency about the missiles going into Cuba, the Cuban Missile Crisis. If you go to the bottom, We've stuck a little icon. It's wishful thinking here. It's not actually on the website, but little icon on all of the books that are referenced here that actually are in the Internet Archive collection already. And you can click through and be able to read the books. And we think this is a mechanism of getting people into the deeper literature in a way that they're looking for it. How are we doing this? We're digitizing a lot of books. So we're digitizing about 1,000 books every day. We're looking for better books, like the wish list, built out of the Wikipedia and other sources of sort of high priority books. So we're looking for people to help get us these books. We're getting better at scanning the books, uploading them, and trying to find additional funding for doing all of this. It's about a $100 million project to do 4 million more books. That would get us a Yale, a Princeton, or Boston Public Library that would be available to everybody that wanted to have access to it. And that is such a fantastic opportunity. We'll take it a step at a time, and we are getting more donations these days, which is really terrific, but we could use more help towards getting there if this seems like an area technologically or project-wise that you'd want to participate in. Okay. How about including many voices? Because actually the published literature often doesn't have everyone's voice in it, and the libraries are actually famously biased. So can we go and make a web that has includes many voices? We've been working with different communities that have been doing things like collecting photographs and media from Afghanistan. This was a collection that was built during the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, and they had it all on hard drives and the like, but they didn't have a place to store it. So we gave them a Internet Archive space to go and try to get these sorts of materials out. And it's almost 100,000 photos and videos from the Afghan region. So these sorts of collections of bringing minority voices online. This is a monk that is in studying Tibetan literature. Tibet is has issues within the China sphere and trying to make these materials available. And we've been working with the Buddhist Digital Resource Center where they've gone and photographed all of the writings of Tibet, which is pretty great. And also materials that are not just from Tibet, but other parts of the world in the Buddhist tradition. And when this is the head of the Buddhist Resource Center, giving it to the Kampala, the next fellow down underneath the Dalai Lama. And this is what the Karmapa had to say about this digital works. These digital offerings are sky treasures for the world. And I think sky treasure in the sense of being in the cloud is kind of interesting. And what I'm jazzed to say is as of this year, they're actually on those servers being served to the world for anybody for free to be able to have access to these Buddhist materials. The next steps to go beyond just having these available is to make it so that they're transcribed or OCR'd into computer readable form, and then we could translate them into multiple languages. So if you're looking for projects to go and take a whole literature of a people that frankly is being squashed in terms of getting their message out, we can help not only get their message out to other people that can read Tibetan script, but also to the rest of the world by using the computer technology, given how open they are towards having their materials repurposed and put out with no restrictions on the open internet. We want a web that goes where we go. So that's not only mobile, which is important. About a third to a half of the users of the Internet Archive come in now already from mobile. And it's probably only that low because our site has to work better for mobile. But there are a lot of places that the Internet Archive can't be seen. If you are in China, we're blocked completely. I believe we're blocked completely in Turkey. Occasionally we're blocked in Russia and occasionally in India. And they just turn the whole site off of 45 petabytes, millions of books to everybody in their country. Is there mechanisms that we can go and make things more durably available so that they're and also, there are not very well connected areas. So can we have these videos basically move closer to people? And this is an technologies that we think will really help with this is more the decentralized web technologies, which I'll demo in a moment, and hopefully it will work. But if we just stay serious, I don't think we're going to live up to the promise of the web. The web, I think, is just kind of wacky and kind of fun. So we should just have some fun with it. And actually, Tracy's got something that I think is kind of fun to be able to show, sort of using software and technologies from the past and sort of injecting them and bringing them up on the Internet Archive. So we've got lots of software archives. You can see some of it downstairs or look them on your phone. But actually, I'd like to shift to a cool thing demo that Tracy has.
So I'm Tracy. Brewster obviously has been here the longest. I'm the second longest. I work on audio, video, TV, a little bit of experience with 3D, VR, and AR. And I integrate people's stuff. So if you have something great like this, talk to me or Brewster or someone in the collection. We'll try to integrate it. So this is, let me just put this full screen. This is something called WebAmp. So if you're of a certain age, you probably played with something that was both beautiful, wonderful, awesome, and horrible, called Winamp. They've now brought it back. Nice, nice. Okay, so they've brought it back, and instead of emulating it through like JavaScript or through some base layer or whatever, this is just a full port in JavaScript and CSS. It's pretty neat. You can find it on webamp.org. And it's mostly done by a guy named Jordan, and he's this great, he comes from Facebook, but he's this great programmer, and he likes to have fun, so this is his fun little pet project. You can find it through this link, through the slides. And what we did, we didn't really announce it exactly. We made a blog post, but we were kind of quiet. We just silently, because we're the archive, put a little llama up on every single audio page at the archive, and when you click it, it will reload page with WebAmp, which is basically Winamp. And you can do this, you can do the normal stuff, remember all this? Yeah, and then you can go ahead and play the tracks. So if you want to hear, see if the audio works.
And now, Mystery Theater.
If you want to listen to CBS Mystery Theater, Gunsmoke, The Grateful Dead on the archive, and of course you do, you can now experience it in Winamp. But wait, there's more. You can now look at their different skins. They even made it a custom Internet Archive skin where our iconic pillars are graphic equalizers, because why not? And there are even more fun ones. This one, Classic Mario. Right, why not? So there's thousands of skins more coming. Let me just scroll ahead. So they're going to have a media library pretty soon. Also, the Visualizer Milk Drop, which I don't have a whole lot of history with, but people go nuts over it. So if you want to see a little demo of Milk Drop, I'll just put that for a few seconds. It's a visualizer on crack. That's pretty exciting. That's it.
So, dog wants the cat. Okay. How do I get back? So trying to keep it fun by going and bringing things back up. Now, we really want a web that's not creepy. Can we go and make it so that, we're just not being bugged all of the time? And I think that will require basically making it so that even any particular website has no centralized point of control, much less lots of websites, which would be something like platform companies are pulling together. And can we lock the web open for good? Our approach towards this is to try to do a decentralized web. So we've been promoting this idea that you can do a peer-to-peer backend of the web. So you can make it so that your website lives everywhere and nowhere. So that it's responsive and fast, but it's served from many different places. This has some nice characteristics towards making it more reliable. You're not as dependent on one location, or you don't need to be able to contact that or be blocked by particular organizations, country firewalls, or the like. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to demonstrate this. And if this works, I'm going to first click and just go to archive.org. And if it works to go to dweb.archive.org, you're going to have to applaud. Okay, so here's archive.org's website, normal website, and I'm going to turn on. Then I'm going to invite you guys to go with your computers and phones and things to try going here. I'm going to turn on the JavaScript console. So in general, the archive.org website pretty much is your browser talking to one of these servers and getting information back and forth. A decentralized web means that you're basically calling the world to try to find web resources from peer-to-peer structures like IPFS, GUN, WebTorrent, and the like, to go and pull together the pieces of your website from everywhere and nowhere. And it is an amazing, stunning amount of JavaScript that runs in your browser, because when I click go and put in dweb.archive.org, it's going to fire up not only a client, but a server to these decentralized web environments, so that this browser will not only be requesting it, but after they've requested this information, will serve it to other people that are making. Okay, so here it goes. You'll hopefully see a lot of traffic in the. Yep. Okay, starting up. Okay, all these different systems starting. Oh, yay! That's up. There's the website. Okay, so it looks a lot like the website. That's on purpose to try to act like it. And let's go to. See if we can see a movie from the Prelinger archives. Okay, now we just got a whole pile of images from all over the place. And I'm going to go to Health Your Posture. This is an educational film. You're going to have to be able to see behind a firewall. And here it's starting up. Hopefully it works. And woohoo! So this is.
Here it is at last, the night of the party that everyone's been looking forward to for weeks. That's Betty Brant at the piano. She's the kind of girl who puts life in a party.
All right.
And here are Jimmy and Sue and Gene and the rest of the gang.
Boy, I want to go to that party. Okay, so this is an important movie to be getting out there to the world, and it has 5 peers, and including this one that is now making it available to the world. So decentralized web technology is another thing that the Internet Archive is doing to try to make the web more reliable. Where does the blockchain fit in, right? You can't have a talk without blockchain. And where are the contracts and Ethereum contracts? Well, there's aspects of the DWeb that could use blockchain, the domain name registries with payments. Wouldn't it be great if you could actually sell things on the internet and not have to go and post everything onto iTunes or to Amazon? And there are some people think you can do storage and bandwidth markets. But also there's other things that we can do, and there's a lot of momentum in the blockchain. So what we want is a decentralized web. So if I were to have a wish for next year, would be, let's have blank but decentralized. Let's have the cool things we use on the web but decentralized, like Google Docs but decentralized, Slack but decentralized, Twitter but decentralized, Google Maps but decentralized. Can we go and make it so that we're using a web that doesn't creep us out? And it is possible. I would prefer it if those companies just upgraded their technologies. But if not, maybe we should just try to replace them. Let's build the web we want. The Internet Archive is taking the old analog materials, try to put it online so that people can go deeper and understand what's going on, making what's born digital permanent and weaving it back into the existing web. And then we're also trying to re-architect the web going forward to be a decentralized structure in such a way that we have a better, more reliable, less creepy technology that we own, control, and move forward ourselves. Thank you very much. I think do I have any time for questions? I think I've run over. Any questions? Yes. Can you please repeat that? Decentralized economy model? You mean like decentralized currencies, Bitcoin-y type things? Like Bitcoin type things? There's payments, there's Brave, there's people trying to do micropayments. There's a lot of invention now that we have. Money has an API, which is, I think, really the wonder of Bitcoin. And there's more interesting things even than that with contracts going on in the Ethereum community. But I'd say the decentralized web technologies doesn't require as much of a new economy as just a new way of thinking about how to make resources, leveraging our computers and our phones to being active participants on our behalf, as opposed to just logging in to somebody else and taking whatever it is they say to us. Other questions? Nope. We're good. Thank you very much. We'll be around for the rest of the day and tonight. Thank you for coming. There were no slides. Okay, what would you like? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the slides that were all loaded up before you came on. There were some slides for their talk that were ready to go in a window.
I just closed everything.
Okay. Mark, can you help me for a sec, please? So he closed all the windows that have the slides in it. Can you do what you did again?
I'm not sure what I did.
No problem.
I'm not sure what I did.
Okay, we'll work on that. Doesn't matter. They're going to be over here.
Okay.
So now, everybody, I'd like to introduce Daniel Robinson and Carissa McKelvey. And sit down. You guys are having. Okay. I thought. Okay. Okay, we'll be ready in a second. We're going to wait and get the slides going. Just a moment.
Hello. So we're going to talk a little bit today about the decentralized web, but a little bit more in depth, and also talk, how can this actually happen and who's doing it right now. We've been working on this for about 4 years now, and I feel like I'm going crazy. So it's one of those things where you dream, hearing Brewster talk, we're all going to get data off our phones, and we're all going to participate in the internet and share all of our data together and have an alternative to all of these applications that billions of people use every day. An amazing idea, right? But how is that going to actually happen? And are we just talking about vaporware? Are we just talking about nothing that exists? And today we're going to show you some actual applications that are in use today that are using this technology. And it's been a long road the past 4 years, but we're going to show you what we've built, and we're going to show you a little bit of the reasoning why and what brought us to these conclusions to build this stuff before even people were talking about it in the way that they're talking about it now.
I can talk a little bit too while we're waiting to get the slides up. I'm Danielle Robinson. So Carissa and I both work on a project called the DAP Project. I also run a small nonprofit called Code for Science and Society. And I came to this world through open access advocacy, which is probably something familiar to most people in this room. So I have a PhD in neuroscience, and I spent a lot of time alone in a dark room with a microscope looking at dead things. And that's my laugh line. Everyone needs to laugh. And so through that process, it became really clear to me that scientific information wasn't being shared beyond the ivory tower, really. And so I became really disillusioned and interested in exploring decentralized computing as a way to bake in open access principles to the research process. So rather than just sort of saying, yes, this is available in a journal and you can read it if you can pay $30 to read it, it looks like this is happening now. So sorry, we're excited. And we can use this to advance the slides. Sweet. All right. So we're going to be Carissa and Danielle between two ferns, I guess.
Between two ferns.
Here we go. Okay. Are we good? Okay. All right. We'll just keep going. So that's me. That's why I got interested in DAT. In 2016, the Trump election happened, as most of you are aware. And I was working in science, and I was really interested in how we could save the data that were potentially going offline. Many of those data were going offline not because necessarily of nefarious actors, but because websites were being redone, and the only links that we had to federally funded research data were, list of links on a website somewhere. So it became really hard to figure out who had taken copies of what. And this is when I started working with the DAT project to see if we could think about how to make it automatic for institutions to share metadata to understand who has copies of which federal data.
And I was working at the DAT project at the time in 2016. We had developed some technology that was primarily for scientists to share the data that they had either scraped from the internet or generated themselves or somehow collected from different sources. I had come to this problem from my research assistant job in Indiana University when I was studying for computer science and informatics, and managing 32 gigabytes a day of JSON files from Twitter that we were downloading, and trying to starting to realize, after 2 years of 32 gigabytes a day, how are we going to actually share this data? And we were talking to sociologists and economists and people who are really interested in getting access to the data. And it was like, well, how do we even share this data? This was in 2011. And then fast forward 5 years to 2016, and I'm helping us kind of get data from federally funded data sources to be easily shareable across the decentralized web. And it was kind of a mind-blowing, kind of 180-year fast forward through time.
But now you're doing even crazier stuff, which we will talk about. But we should probably define what DAT is as we talk about this a little bit, which is in the slide deck. But whatever, we're just rolling without the slide deck. You just got us.
So DAT is a decentralized tool that we built primarily for scientists to share data, and then we realized that data is just a file, and websites are just files also. So why can't we share everything that's on the internet using some sort of decentralized protocol or web tool? And it's all written in JavaScript, so it works in the browser and on mobile phones now. That's part of the work in the past 2 years that we've been working on. It works on mobile phones in like an app and on the desktop. And people can share and sync their data. There's also a web browser called Beaker built on DAT. So you can go and create websites and share them, which is fun. But this DAT is essentially like, think of DAT, you would go and get, as you would go get data from http:// instead you go to DAT:// and you can go get the updated version of the data that you're looking for, and also see the history of that data.
Right. So, oh, it's okay. Don't worry. We can hang. And I think the internet audience is probably enjoying this too, because there's nothing more fun than like what happens, when you're trying to do things on the fly. So, So DAT is a peer-to-peer data sharing protocol. I became interested in it as a way to get scientific data online, but other folks are using it for peer-to-peer chat applications and offline friendly mapping stuff, which is what you've been working on for the past 2 years. So should we talk about some of the use cases, or we can also take questions from the audience while we're in this period?
Let's talk about some use cases.
Sounds good.
And then maybe there'll be more questions that come out of that. So what we've been talking about a little bit is this offline mapping tool that I've been building for only about 6 months. I've been working with them, but they're an organization called Digital Democracy that is a nonprofit that builds technology to defend people's rights. And one of the main tools that they're currently supporting is called Mapeo, and you can look at it at mapeo.world. We're working with people in the Amazon rainforest who want to defend their territory from oil spills and from illegal mining and other kinds of pressures and invasions on their land. Unfortunately, they do not have internet or readily available internet access, but they want to be able to take photos of these infractions, have GPS points, put them on a map, and also have a cultural heritage of what is threatened, animals, and other trees and other kinds of things that might be threatened by these infractions. So they want to create maps offline and then share those maps with legal defenders and do direct action on their land to defend it from these invaders. And so we've been building a map editing tool that uses OpenStreetMap, but we take out all of the online parts and replace them with peer-to-peer parts. And this works right now on a mobile and desktop app that everything syncs offline or through a USB key.
Can you tell us a little bit about when you're going to, install the software and train people how to use it? What is that process like?
So imagine getting on a canoe for 8 hours with a USB stick.
Okay, so we can start there. So you get on a canoe for 8 hours with a USB stick. You go to a village or a community in the indigenous territory, and then they set up a local mesh network?
Well, I don't do any of that work.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a software developer, project manager,
Someone else
type.
does it.
But no, so we have people who work directly with indigenous communities, and they've been working with them for 10 years. And the main goal is to provide a technology that is open source and decentralized and doesn't require any outside involvement for them to continue using the tool forever. And so people that we work with are trained. There's some certain people who are trained to use the technology. They're either really excited about it or they step up and they're from these places. They're from the rainforest. They've been living there their whole lives. And they're interested and really excited about using technology because the people that are invading their land are very technological, often have very fancy phones and have access to the internet and all these things, and they want to be on an even playing field. So they're very excited about using this technology and learning about it. And I'm sitting in my, little home office in Oakland, writing JavaScript and pushing it to GitHub, and generating Windows executable that someone in Ecuador can download, put on a USB stick, and then drive out or canoe out to where they're going to be mapping their territory. So for me, it's like very disconnected, but I do go and I have visited, but I think one of the main key points here is how important it is to keep this stuff open source and decentralized, so they never have to, if they want to, they never have to talk to us again once they get the training on how to collect data and use it and create their own maps. Because as we know, foundation money doesn't last forever, and neither will software engineers like myself. Maybe I'll go work on a different project in a couple years. So you can't really guarantee that necessarily a software tool will be around, or the people that originally built that software tool will continue to maintain it forever. So we want to make sure that these people can use it without a server or without maintaining anything.
What does your browser do to
Okay, so Brewster asked, what happens if you type dat:// in your browser? What does your browser try to do? Well, right now your browser is kind of hard-coded to look for HTTP at first, so it kind of gets confused and doesn't do anything. But there have been some really amazing work done at Firefox and I think also Chrome recently to support dat://URLs, as well as IPFS and Scuttlebutt and a few other different decentralized protocols. So if you have an app on your computer or some sort of way, some sort of thing that you've downloaded that can read that URL, that dat://URL, the browser will call to that application and send that URL over to the application or to that web extension. And then that extension will go to the network and fetch the data that you're looking for and download it and display it in the way that it wants to. Yeah, it's a good question. So essentially right now, when you type it in, unless you've downloaded something previously, your web browser won't know how to render it. And we've been trying to work with these browsers to try and change and upgrade their protocols, and a lot of them are interested in doing that. But a lot of it, is going to require a download by the user. There is a web browser called Beaker Browser that has dat:// embedded in to the browser. So if you do it on Beaker, you can also access HTTP URLs, and it works like a regular browser. But if you type dat://, it'll also work natively in the browser. So we're kind of recommending people download Beaker Browser to access dat:// URLs. Does that answer your question?
Hold on a sec.
If your browser talks to a separate application and asks for a dat URL, then what does that separate application do in such a way that it comes from multiple places? Is there a decentralized hash table? Is there a broadcast mechanism? How does it work decentralized?
Okay, so we're going to get technical. You guys ready? Okay, so in the decentralized web, here we go. So in the peer-to-peer web, we want to get access to content. In the regular web, we would just ask a server, give me this content, and the server would send you a big bunch of data, and you'd have to render it, download and render it, wait for it to download and render it. In the peer-to-peer web, we can split up this data into chunks. So little pieces of data, and we give each of those pieces of data a sort of ID or identifier that we can reference in the future. You can also just reference it by the range, so 0 through 10, 11 through 20, that sort of thing. And then I can go and ask the network, and the network can be a variety of places. You can first ask, the fastest is asking all the computers that are currently connected to the same router as you, and you ask all of them, hey, do you have 0 through 10, or 11 through 20, or 21 through 30 on this key, or this URL? And they can tell you yes or no, that I don't have this piece or that piece. And we can do this first. It's much faster to do it on the local network. If nobody has those keys on the local network, then it can go ask the outside network. You can also restrict it. You can say, I only want you to ask people on my local network, or I only want you to ask people on the internet. And the other computers will verify that this data is the correct data that you're looking for. It uses some cryptographic algorithms to do that. Something called a Merkle tree. You can also use a trie and other kinds of things. I can talk about that a little bit more in the hackathon if you want. I can sit down and have a little bit of a Q&A session that's much more technical and looking at the code if you'd like. But the computers verify that each other have the right ranges of data, and then they exchange that data over the same kind of protocol. And it's great because I'm asking for these little tiny chunks from different computers. So if my internet's really bad or or only people have pieces of it, I can go and get pieces from different people and at different times. So I don't have to, in the case of HTTP, sometimes if it's really slow, I kind of just have to wait for it to finish the full thing. And if my internet crashes or something, sometimes it's hard to restart or use left off. So this is some good properties about it. Does that answer your question?
Cool. We also got the talk working. So we're ready to go. Carissa, do you want to just jump right in? We wanted to talk about, think about framing things not in terms of the decentralized web, but more in terms of the web of the commons. And this is going to be the Danielle and Carissa show a little more. So we're both going to talk. Do you want to say anything here? Yeah, do it.
So I've been thinking about the decentralized web in a way of non-commercial interaction. One of the things that motivates me to do this is the way that protocols have been released in the past on the internet. For example, HTTP was not monetized. It didn't have any coins or money attached to it or corporation attached to it. And so I'm really excited about the idea of doing a similar thing. And I'm thinking about this in terms of common pool resource approaches. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about the reasoning for this approach and why Danielle and I are so excited about these non-commercial approaches. So as we said before, I was working at, I was a PhD student and collecting tons of data about activism and Twitter, and then I started working at DAT.
And I was a PhD student collecting terabytes and terabytes of microscopy data with no way to move it around, no way to share it, and then the data rescue issue happened. I also put my whole bio there just to say that I worked in food service a lot and went to community college. So, woo!
So let's talk a little bit about the prisoner's dilemma. Who has heard of the prisoner's dilemma?
All right,
real quick. So the prisoner's dilemma is essentially I have two people who are basically caught for doing something that they, of course, didn't do. They never did anything terrible, of course. But there's a cop that separates them. And if one of them squeals and says, hey, the other person did the thing and kind of confesses, then they get out for 0 years in jail and the other person's in for 20. If they both stay quiet, they both stay in, or if they both confess, sorry, if they both confess, they go both in for 5 years. But if they both remain silent, they both go in for 1 year. This is sort of the optimal solution, right? We both just stay quiet and we accept our pact that we said that we wouldn't squeal on the other person. We're not narcs here, come on. But the optimal solution is that someone is going to, everyone wants to get out of jail free. Everyone wants the 0 years. The rational decision would be to confess and say, they did it, break your pact, right? So this kind of puts us in a dilemma. Is that freedom in the commons brings ruin to all, or if I'm gonna be a rational actor, screw everybody else, because I'm the best person and whatever, screw all you. So this was like kind of the prevailing view of how common pool resources worked. And Garrett Hardin was made famous for this in Tragedy of the Commons. And this has been applied to regulating fisheries, to farms in England, which was a famous place where it was first sort of tried out. And Elinor Ostrom won a Nobel Prize for sort of proving this wrong. So she showed that this is not always the case, that people do in a commons cooperate, and they can cooperate without intervention from the market or the state. They do this completely without outside intervention. It's about mutual cooperation. She said that sometimes, instead of thinking about the world as a group of rational actors, we can also think about people as irrational managers, which is a little bit more accurate. So this was her landmark work governing the commons in 1990. She saw this in Nepal and other places, and her work was really influential. So what does this have to do with the internet and what I'm talking about with the decentralized web? So she also published, right before she died in 2012, she published in 2011, Understanding Knowledge as a Commons. And this was talking about, I was at Indiana University at the time where she was at, and you know, a lot of my grad student friends were her students when she died in 2012, and it was a really big impact to the community, but she left a really big imprint on me in that time. And what people were talking about in that time, 2011, 2012, were how to talk about these kinds of things: libraries, wikis, online classes, open source as a commons.
When you think of it that way, it makes a lot of sense to consider the problems that we have with enabling global access to knowledge is something that should not be monetized, or is hard to monetize, probably should not be monetized. And but it doesn't cost, it's not free to maintain a commons. And so what we're experiencing today in open access and the scholarly world, but as additionally with personal data that happens on social media, is an interesting enclosure. So if we think about knowledge as a commons, we have to think about the possibilities of how to make that knowledge free, but also we have to think about what threatens it. And that begins, you know, that brings us to this question: what threatens digital knowledge today? I'm sure that we all have a lot of ideas here, but you can think about the way that a commons, which is free to everyone, or a public park, for everyone to participate in, can become walled off. And I think in California, in Oregon, anyone can go to the beach. The beach is public property. Is that true in California? No. Yes? No. I'm hearing yeses and nos. In some places in the world, in New York State where I grew up, you gotta pay to get on the beach. And so this is what we start to see happening. We see the knowledge commons being monetized by scholarly publishers, by, oh yeah, I forgot about this guy. We can move quickly past him. And when you wall off a commons, you create opportunities for censorship, opportunities to gatekeep who has access to that information. And so these are some of the reasons that we're interested in pursuing decentralized alternatives. Has anyone spent any time in academia and scholarship here? Some people? Yeah, so you may have heard of Elsevier. They're one of the most profitable companies in the world. They're a scholarly publisher. And if I were a scientist writing a manuscript and wanting to submit to an Elsevier journal, I would do all the work for free. Elsevier would publish it, and only people who have subscriptions, which are very costly, would be able to access that information. And so essentially the public pays twice. They pay for the scientists to create the work through taxes, et cetera, and then they pay to access it, which is a pretty messed up system, but it's a really great business model for them. So we're interested in exploring decentralized alternatives that take this away as an option, so that there's no so maybe the researcher still creates the work on public funds, but the public should not have to pay twice. What were we going to say on this big pile of money slide?
So the reason why they say that they should charge so much money, and the rationale for this, is that it's very expensive to maintain all of this data and to, you know, give bandwidth to people to download it, basically. So they need to charge people $30 just to download a 20 kilobyte PDF.
Right. And so, as you might imagine, there's a global movement that I want to talk about for a minute. So we're all here for Aaron Swartz Day. We know about his work in the open access community, but this movement has grown exponentially over the last 5 or 6 years. This is the picture from a conference called OpenCon. This was actually 2017 picture. This is a global community of people who are fighting for free access to research and education. And I also want to point out here that similar issues, such as like the ones that Aaron faced, are being faced by students today all over the world. This is Diego Gomez, And just at the end of 2017, he was cleared for out of a 3-year lawsuit for sharing a scholarly work on the internet. It's 3 years of his life and a lot of money from for his legal defense. He won at the last OpenCon the Next Generation Leaders Award, and I put these notes here just to point out that open access is still a fucking problem. While the community has grown, it's inclusive. It's not just Ivory Tower people fighting for access for other Ivory Tower people. It's really fighting for access, for a global access to knowledge. But there's a lot of work still to be done. And I also wanted to acknowledge the EFF and Creative Commons and other folks who assisted in Diego's defense. So everything that we gained over the last 5 years by fighting for the open access to scholarly content, public data, is under threat if we allow the enclosure of the infrastructure where this stuff is. And that's the battle that we're fighting now as scholarly publishers who have historically made a bunch of money want to keep that money flowing to them, because that's how this goes. And we think that decentralized technology offers the chance to build community-run infrastructure that is governed by the community, funded by the community, and completely stops the money flowing where it's always flowed and keeps it locally. So we really believe that decentralization is not a technological problem, really. I mean, protocols are, they need to work and everything. But the real issue is the human one. You have to get people on board if you want to build community-run infrastructure. The harder part is getting the community on board with how it's going to be governed and how to run it. So, and then we'll talk a little bit about how we're doing that and trying that in the second part of the talk.
So yeah, I mean, what Brewster said before is correct. Like, this is not, well, we're not talking about Bitcoin or coin chain or Vapor chain or whatever. We're talking about, sometimes we're talking about some sort of blockchain or some sort of decentralized Merkle tree. We can get technical about this, but we're really not talking about coins on a chain. What we're talking about is the web of commons, which is when users are in control, they would be trusted to self-govern that commons. And using the principles from Elinor Ostrom, which is a scientifically proven methodology to try and orient ourselves around how knowledge can be seen as a commons. So we can talk about a few different use cases.
We've got 3 examples here. Y'all ready? Ready for the example part of this talk? I'm going to start out with decentralized data preservation, which I already talked about a little bit, but we're going to talk about it more. This is a project that I'm involved in along with folks at the Internet Archive. Thank you, Internet Archive. California Digital Library, which is the digital library arm of the whole UC system. And my nonprofit, Code for Science and Society, the DAP project. Yay, libraries. So in the UC system, you have this really interesting thing. There's a ton of campuses. Each campus has their own locally held bits of infrastructure. And something that happened that was really interesting to us at the DAP project, during data rescue, we had 40 terabytes of data.gov metadata, so like 40 terabytes phone book, and we needed somewhere to put it. So we called our friend John Shockey at California Digital Library, and he was like, well, I can find you a space for that. And so he found some space at Riverside. And so then we started talking to John, like, how did you find that space, and how much unused space is there in this network? Is there a way that we can have the network of campuses act more like a decentralized network and share the capacity across campuses? So currently, the way that California Digital Library and other institutional infrastructure works is one university will have their own institutional repository. You can go there, you can look for only the things that they happen to have there. And so that creates a system of silos where it can be really hard to find the data sets or scholarly information that you're looking for, because you have to know like which campus is preserving it. And it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And so during data rescue, that started to seem even more ridiculous, because suddenly we had multiple groups trying to archive backup critical government information, but we didn't have a good way of sharing information about who had already taken copies of what, and the different actors in the space had different levels of like officialness or trustworthiness, and it would have been a lot easier if we even just had a way to swap metadata. So we started playing around with this idea and what we've created with this group of partners, and we've recently added San Diego Supercomputer Center, so shout out to them. They're down there, bottom of California. They have a lot of computers, as the name says. So we have now a network of 3 nodes where California Digital Library has their repository is called Dash. Their corpus of Dash is now copied at the Internet Archive and copied at San Diego Supercomputer Center. And the next steps in this process, besides funding, like if anyone wants to give us funding for this, that would be really cool. The next steps in this process are developing a system, or testing the system. So what happens if we add an unstable 4th node? What happens if someone, which actually this person based at one of the other at UC Davis wants to join with his server in his lab? How stable is that going to be? He told us it would be very unstable and it would go down all the time. So can the system cooperate for that? Can we, or compensate for that? Can we see that activity? If he adds some things to his node, will it be copied in the other places? So we're working on that. And what's interesting about this is, it's sort of a decentralized, we're making a decentralized network. And the researchers that we're working with, they're mostly environmental genomicists, environmental scientists. We had to break it down for them how this is going to work. And then they're all like, yeah, I want that. Because I want to know if my colleagues are able to use my data. And if there's some stuff I should correct for. And if they take part of my pipeline and make something new with it, I just want to see that that's happening. So we're adding a little bit of value for them, and that's why I think this is going to work, because it's going to be better than anything that exists today for the scientists, and it's going to distribute the data across the system of University of California rather than keeping it in individual and possibly vulnerable silos. So to do this, we're using a DAT network, which we talked a little bit about before. It's inspired by BitTorrent. When I'm trying to make it do the simplest thing, I just say, imagine Git plus BitTorrent. Or I just say, it's just a protocol, don't freak out, depending on who I'm talking to. Do you want to say more about that?
Yeah, I mean, most of the problems that we're talking about nowadays are human ones rather than technical ones. But there are always new features to implement. And actually, I would love to, if anyone wants to talk with me today about that, we'll be in there talking about the technical stuff. But essentially, we're trying to make it as easy to develop on as possible. And users own the data that they collect, and there's no machine facilitated consensus. So you can really think of it as a sort of BitTorrent with a lot of cool features.
And if you want to read a little more about Danielle and Carissa's big ideas for the future of knowledge, you can read this paper that we wrote, which is really about aligning scholarly not-for-profit web architecture with the priorities and values of those communities, rather than just buying what Elsevier or Google tries to sell us. Because we should think about that stuff. Although there are plenty of good reasons why folks go and buy something that's easy to use. But our goal is to make something that's easy to use and is in line with our values. So now we're going to talk a little bit about open source.
Just open source is a really important part of everything that we're doing. I mean, clearly, are we here? Also. But I mean, open source is a part of the commons as well, because people who are users should also be able to verify and participate if they want to in the actual way that their things are working.
Right. And DAT is an open source project, and all of the work that we've done with the libraries is up on GitHub. So now you're going to talk about Map.io, which
we talked about Map.io already, but I'll just show you some
But you got some good pictures in here.
Nice pictures. This is the team with some folks in Peru. This is our folks using Android phones.
Can I ask a question about this? So is this people mapping the boundaries of their land or mapping features in their land?
They do everything. I mean, they take videos of trees. They do amazing stuff.
So you walk around with your phone and it's taking your coordinates as you go, even though you're offline.
Yeah, you can. Well, you basically create observation points as you're walking. So similar to OpenStreetMap, we literally use the same user interface as OpenStreetMap on the desktop. You can create a point, a line, a polygon, and sort of tag it, and then save it to your database. And so instead of saving it to OpenStreetMap, you're saving it to your local peer-to-peer database, which you can share with anyone else on your network. So this is the kind of infractions that they face. Like, there's real oil spills that have been going on since the 70s. that have been contaminating their land and killing people. Really awful. And there's been lawsuits going on against Chevron about this for decades and still not properly resolved. So a lot of what the work is preventing this from ever happening in the first place and defending the rights of their land to not be sold off to these companies. So this is a little preview of it. This is literally OpenStreetMap interface. This is, they've been mapping rivers in this, so, and everything is also in Spanish and translated into Spanish and also their local languages. This is awesome because this is them with their printed maps, and they're super excited about this because a lot of the time in the past 20 years or so, there's a lot of these, we're gonna map the Amazon projects that are very amazing and leftist, but it's been really difficult technically to print maps for people to actually give them back the data that they spent so long collecting for these organizations and these NGOs. So what's really amazing about the tools that we're trying to build and propagate are that they can do all of this work and print maps without outside help. And they own their data. So the data never leaves their computer unless they want it to. And this is really, really important part of, I think, the decentralized web that isn't talked about enough. So people like to talk about getting data from anyone on the web. What about people that are just next to me? What if I don't want to give my data out? What if I want to use a tool without connecting to the internet at all?
And just to be super clear, could digital democracy take that data and do something with it?
We have digital democracy doesn't have access to any of the data
that's right.
unless the people who are using it want to give it to us to help them. And I think this is something that, you know, is kind of basic consent, GDPR and all this stuff, but I think in centralized services, this is, even in Slack, even though the data is all on your computer in something like Slack, you still have to be online to see it, which is kind of ridiculous. So what we want to try and do is think about the decentralized web as something you can use offline as well. This is a map that I built for, that's like kind of a web map that you can go to right now. It's AmazonFrontlines.org. And this is, you can see the data that they've collected that they chose to share with the outside world about their territory and all of the animals and cultural heritage that are there. So just to be clear, Web of Commons is not machine-facilitated consensus. They're figuring out what they want to map and who they're going to give the data to, all talking to each other in person, and doing that, all that collaboration and coordination work without a machine that decides the rules for doing that, and there's no money involved. So we can do decentralized web stuff offline without a machine-facilitated consensus algorithm. And this is them defending their land, using direct action to defend their land. Their land is not for sale.
Yeah, so we wanted to end on some social media and chat just to show you what's going on in the decentralized web community where we work today. This is a really fun one, and I think you made some improvements to the README just last night, so y'all can go check out Cabal-Club on GitHub. And do you want to talk a little bit about it? You've been working on building it.
So the idea around Cabal is IRC that is decentralized, or Slack that's decentralized. So you can join a channel, or you can join different channels and have different servers, but the servers there are no servers, it's just a DAT link. So you can create new links and share them with people, and you can chat with people on your local network or out in the world. It's really cool because it just works. You can see who's online right now, and also you can type messages while you're offline, and when you come back online, you get an update of those. So everything works whether or not you're online or not.
Yeah, you can also create private chats, although I think there's some interesting work to be done around security.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about security more a little bit. I'll just say all the DAT links that you create are kind of secret by not sharing. So it's sort of like CryptPad or Google Docs. Once you have that link that's created, as long as you don't share it with anyone, they're not going to be able to get access to it, but it's about secrecy of that link that keeps it private.
Right, which is good enough for many use cases, but not, I don't want to say it's good enough for all, because it's not. Another example, somebody made a Twitter clone called Fritter, where you don't tweet, you fret, and it's on the Beaker browser, and you check it out. when we just keep going.
It's kind of like Secure Scuttlebutt, if you've ever heard of it, or Patchwork, which is a decentralized Twitter. And the great thing about these is that you can kind of see a view of all of the people that you're following. So instead of getting bombarded by ads from a centralized service or having a filtering mechanism, you can choose what you want to see from who you want to see it.
And data are held locally and all that. Oh yeah, here's Fritter. It looks like Twitter.
Quite literally.
They haven't gotten a cease and desist yet. So
this is on Beaker browser.
Yeah. So, and you can check it out by going on Beaker browser. You can go to fritter.hashbase.io. So I hope we've shown you some interesting things that work today, things that our communities are building today that use decentralized principles, not to automate trust or things like that, but to get people to build community-owned, community-run infrastructure that meets the needs of those communities. And I think that's, we got this picture, it's a big internet.
Oh yeah, we wanted to just say, like, what we're talking about with the Web of Commons is something that's derived from a Nobel Prize winning work. This is scientifically proven to work with humans if we can get it together, and I think that it's possible. You can do things that include markets and states, but we're trying to do the hard thing here.
We're trying to work in communities where the market won't meet those needs. So yeah, let's not try to just replicate the things we're trying to get away from. DAT project is hosting a fellow right now. This person, Darius Kazemi, that you should all go look up on the internet, and he likes to say, let's, not just make the decentralized Twitter. That's the stage that the community is at right now. But what's the next thing that looks nothing like Twitter, looks completely different, functions differently? I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, what are the things that we can build that don't look like this market-driven infrastructure that we've been given?
Yeah. So I hope you all feel fired up. That's the end of our talk, and we'll take any questions, or we can take them out and back if you all want to keep the schedule moving, because I know we're behind.
But maybe if there's a question.
Sorry, my question is, how do you maintain source of truth when you deal with multiple people contributing to the same location? And this idea of history that you mentioned briefly earlier, if you could talk more about that.
Yeah, so there are multiple ways to handle this idea of truth, but you can think of a centralized server as the server always has the truth. And this, whenever you connect to the website, the server tells you the truth, right? So this is like kind of historical. You hope it's the truth, yeah. Unless it's fake news. But in this decentralized web kind of way of approaching it, you can think of truth as something that is defined by the rules that you set up in your application. So in this way, you can think of like sort of like Git, right? I don't know if you're familiar with Git, but like version control systems, where I have a version of the data and you have a version of the data. I might modify my version and you might modify your version. I can get your updates, what you've changed, and I can kind of verify and see, oh, do I want to incorporate those changes, or am I going to have a different kind of view of truth than you? Or maybe I want to not listen to you anymore. Maybe I'm going to ban you on my social network or something like that. But it would just be something I do for me. So that's one way of looking at it. And if you're talking about more like technical cryptographical verification, we're using Merkle trees under the hood, which is something, people like to call it a blockchain, but there's no machine-facilitated consensus or proof of work on top of it, but it's a similar sort of mechanism.
There's an append-only log. Right. Yeah.
Is it only mapping South America, or is it also, or Africa? No. Is it mapping North American things too?
Not yet. That would be great.
How do you start one?
Mostly just had funding for those areas and connections with those areas, but it'd be great to do North America as well.
Yeah, I think Map.io has a lot of potential to work in rural communities all over the world where the access to internet is spotty or inconsistent. And I know that, but the way that these types of projects usually get off the ground is with an investment from philanthropy, some kind of grant. And so this is, the roots in this community were deep, and so that's where they've been focusing their efforts.
I think it's really useful to concentrate on the community that you've got involved in making. And so I think it's great. I'd like to know more about the way in which you figure out that people in a community will all support each other. In your community, they are very similar people. They're all in the same village. They have very much the same. And so, and in a way, when sometimes when you get banks getting together to make something like a big network, then they're all very similar. But whereas blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain was designed to be used by banks, and the idea was they would buy acai berries, and the banks would buy houses for them with the same system. And that seems to me very, there's an issue there, because the same community is going, whatever happens to the Bitcoin blockchain down the road, some community of people are going to have to put similar amounts of effort into maintaining it, and so they will have to be similar people. So it seems to me it's very rational for you to get people. Presumably, if all of your technology is built out of stuff like this, then I have to be aware of the different. I have to be aware of different communities. I will be in lots of communities. I might be in my village community. I might be in an academic community. We might be, for example, maintaining all the academic output of conferences. So, how do you imagine down the road that you'd have a user interface where people can, at any one point, sort of understand which community they're being part of, which community they're relying on for the particular chat or the data storage or what it is they're doing at the moment?
That's a really good question. So the kind of crux is, how do you know which community you're part of to see where your data is and where it's stored and the kind of interactions between that? I think it's a really important question. I was actually just scribbling in my notebook like literally an hour ago thinking about this. So I think one of the biggest proposals people have had is sort of having a Google Drive sort of interface, which it's basically like you can see like the list of files and folders that you might be looking at, and it's just remote information that you're kind of listening to and seeing like metrics about who's also hosting this data, where this data is hosted, and that sort of thing. So once you share the link with someone, you can, once someone has the link, you can see where that data is being hosted and who has which parts of that data. It's just a matter of like building those interfaces, and librarians are also really interested in this. Actually, you can talk more about that.
Sure. I also want to comment. I think part of what I took from your question is the idea that right now we're testing these programs in communities where the folks have common interests and are very well aligned. And yes, that is what we're doing. Even in those communities, I would argue that, so if you think about my decentralized data sharing project, the people who are able to like advance in academia today, it's a lot more diverse and open than it used to be. It's still pretty bad, pretty overwhelmingly white, overwhelmingly male. But we're working hard to make sure the communities themselves have changed a lot in the last 5 years. So I think if we look at how our communities are evolving in open source, in open access, we will learn to work with people who are very different and learn to bring in different values and sort of adjust as the community grows. From the open access perspective, when I first started becoming interested in open access advocacy, I felt really excluded because it was a lot of like fire and brimstone, people who could, put their whole lives on hold to do this work, and I felt like I could only do a tiny little thing. The community has evolved a lot, and in that process, it's become a lot more welcoming and diverse. And so I think we're learning things in small communities that will apply to larger communities, but yeah. We're not all the way there yet. And yeah, we are testing these things in communities where we can still get people in a room and get human consensus rather than building something larger.
Yeah, I think it's really, it's going to be a really interesting time for the next year because a lot of the protocols are stabilizing and the technology is stabilizing. So user interfaces are becoming easier and more readily available and easier to build. So we're going to see a lot of movement on this front in the next year.
Yes, stay tuned. Any other questions? I want to be mindful of time. Lisa, are we doing okay? Okay. Yeah. Mic in the back. Sorry. Like, I would run with this mic, but it's attached.
And everybody,
run to you.
Please do stand up. Please do stand up when you're asking your question. Thank you.
Hi. So you mentioned earlier about how you're preserving data using assistance from CDL. So I'm wondering, is that resources going to be made available through Melville? I'm not sure if you heard of Melville. It's the UCY catalog that's CDL is heavily based on.
So I think it's experimental, but if you're very interested, we can talk about getting you access to it. It's based on, I'm not sure if I'm familiar, are you talking about Merit or
No.
Dash or just another UCY?
There's Melville. It's a UC-wide online catalog.
Yes.
It taps onto the catalogs of each and every single UC. It also taps on some of the online resources too. As we know, it doesn't tap onto all the resources because of vendors. They limit what we can access.
Yeah. Yeah, so the prototype is definitely an experimental thing right now. Our goal would be that it would link in to something like this resource that you're describing so that people would be able to easily find and then quickly download over a peer-to-peer connection the protocols. Just as a side note, in this project, this was a project funded by Gordon and Betty Moore where we worked for a year with researchers. And we were working across 5 campuses, and there was a hilarious amount of things that shouldn't have been problems, like moving files from one campus to another, that were hugely problematic and took a ton of time. So I think as we've learned about working in these public institutions, we want to build technologies that can support them. We're hoping that we can help them make all of those problems a little bit easier too. With peer-to-peer, but first, they have to let us use peer-to-peer connections on their campuses. Problem number 1, UC Wi-Fi hates peer-to-peer.
Cool, thanks.
But yeah,
we'll be hanging around and happy to answer more questions. And I really appreciate everyone coming out and listening and asking your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, come hack with us in the lobby.
Come hack with us.
Thanks.
We're very fun. And we get stuff done.
Thanks a lot, you guys. Thank you, and thanks a lot, y'all, I should say. And I really appreciate bearing with us as we work out the technical difficulties. So, still not as smooth sailing as we would prefer at the beginning of these Aaron Swartz Day presentation days, but it always works out. And I did conveniently pad all the talks this time, so we could be back on schedule in a little bit, since it does seem to be the case. So come on up. I'd like to introduce Tracy Rosenberg from Oakland Privacy and Dave Maas from the EFF. Yeah. You're sitting there. I'm walking around. Okay. You guys are there. And you each have a mic. Thank you. Okay. And I'm out here. And thank you very much. And we'll have video in a sec, I guess. Right? Trace, is it going to kick in? And this is all about something called Aaron Swartz Day Police Surveillance Project. And the idea was to utilize the expertise of Tracy here and Dave, both of it. Basically, I wanted to do something in the surveillance space. It bothered me that there was no way to find out what surveillance equipment the police were using on us. You couldn't just find out. You couldn't just ask them and find out, or there didn't seem to be anything about it online. And I talked to Tracy, and she explained to me that if you file public records requests and you ask the question in just the right way, and the moon is full on Tuesday, that they have to answer you and even give you the contracts they might have when they bought it and receipts and all sorts of stuff. Then it's kind of, I was surprised at the things that they have to give you if they're there, if you ask the question right. And you have to do it separately for the police and sheriff in any given area. And I said, oh my God, well, what if we had, templates? What if we could do sort of a reverse mail merge and you could just cut and paste the requests into Muckrock Thank God for Muckrock. And you could, you know, file 15 or 20 of these things in a couple hours. And then do the same thing for the sheriff. You know, was I crazy? And my friend Daniel Rigmaiden, who was one of the people that helped bring the Stingray to light, to the world, was thinking about automating it maybe. We had this vision of trying to automate the process. Well, it turned out Muckrock is already pretty automated. It will allow you to look up your town and then look up the police and sheriff just by typing it into a search field. And then again, if you cut and paste the magic language into the request, then they're supposed to answer you back. And so we did this. It's on Aaron's website, on the Aaron Swartz Day website, and it's Aaron Swartz Day /PSP. I think we might even be able to look at it soon. But I wanted you to know about that because you might want to look at that while we're talking about stuff. I have all the templates in a zip file there for you to download, and that's how everything. And so what we did was we found out, we did Sacramento, and we found out they had some interesting things, and that's how this ties into a lot of the work we've been doing at Aaron Swartz Day all year. So Tracy and I and Daniel met in the basement at last year's event, and we talked to Dave, and Dave was I was so excited that Dave was like, yeah, count me in, I'll be a part of this. It was very exciting for me because Dave is just this guy I have worshiped from afar for many years in terms of the work that he's doing. He was very helpful in just getting reality checks on the way that things work. He was very helpful when Chelsea and I needed answers sometimes. Everybody at the EFF was very supportive, but especially Dave was there and answering things quickly and really helpful, so I'm really helpful to have him in. And again, Tracy is the author of The Magic Language. I am a cut and pasting person, and so I put all this together and basically just found a way to capitalize on their expertise. But we got something done, and it was very exciting. So that's how this ties back into what we're already doing. Yes, we have a display. So it's just aaronswartzday.org.psp, and now I'm going to let them talk for a minute, and we're going to have their slides up soon. And I'm going to be running around because I think you're going to have questions as we discuss things. This stuff is really complicated. Yeah, this stuff is really, this stuff is really complicated, and sometimes there's some little question you have to be able to keep going. See, we already have one. See, I can see. Dun, dun, dun. No? Oh, I thought you already had a question. Okay, great. So if you have a question, raise your hand high so I can't make that mistake. Oh, clarification. Yes. aaronswartzday.org/PSP for Police Surveillance Project. Yes. So I tried to make, so I'm going to be over here running the slides, and Merlin here is going to have the mic if you have a question, okay?
Hi everyone, Tracy from Open Privacy. I think what I'm going to do, since we made some slides for you, is actually go over there and sort of go through them.
No, take it with you.
Okay. Okay. So, just sort of a little bit of sort of background. Of course, where we're going on this is we have a project and we want you guys to help. You know that. That's the theme that ties all these presentations together. But when we start talking about police surveillance, you know, it's a little bit important to kind of define our terms, and that was kind of part of my problem. Was there's like a million gadgets out there, and if I asked you guys to popcorn them, you'd probably come up with 20 or 30 or 40. So we sort of did a most wanted list. 10 most wanted? I don't know. And I think it should come up in a second. Okay, well, sort of in a second. Hold on. not how that's supposed to work, but okay. So you can sort of run through some of the fun ones. Stingrays, drones, they have little pictures, body cameras, biometrics, which includes your...
They're not on screen.
Oh, they're on the screen. Okay, well, I always thought when you put something over there, it would be on the big screen, but look, lo and behold, it's not. Okay. It doesn't do that automatically because there's a couple links. Okay. He sees what's going on.
Yeah, and actually, Aditya, one of our volunteers, actually did a computer switch where he ran all the way downstairs and got another computer and came back up. So let's give a big hand for Aditya. He's doing great.
Okay. All right, it's okay. I'm just going to keep on going. It's all right. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's not that big a deal.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Yay.
So anyway, there we were flipping through this 10 most wanted list. We got stingrays, we got drones, we got body cameras, we got biometrics, which includes your fingers, your eyes, your face, other parts of your anatomy. We recently learned about wrist vein recognizers, infrared cameras, license plate readers, sound gunshot detection microphones, robots, closed circuit cameras, RF trackers, social media scrapers. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. And mostly acquired in secret, mostly used in secret. Little to no public attention. So why does it matter? I mean, there's three reasons that are probably sort of rise to the top about why it matters. I mean, first we get to immigration, and when we're talking about immigration, we're talking about scapegoated groups. They're getting targeted, profiled, tracked, detained, and in the most advanced version, killed using tech tools, usually in a kind of nationalist us and them kind of fervor. And we've done that through history repeatedly. And there's a couple of examples up there. IBM providing punch cards during World War II, the Japanese being rounded up with a census, Hoover's BI, rounding up commies using library records, really, truly, that's how they track down the commies, and extraordinary rendition in the early years after 9/11 using basically battlefield interrogations. Second reason, social control of the poor. And there's a number of ways that we've been doing that with tech. I can let Dave talk about this for a second, but one of his recent public records finds was how license plate readers were being used to track welfare recipients in Sacramento, who were just jumping into the welfare office to pick up their checks and were having the plate readers pulled off their cars and then tracked. Pedestrian counters in public places, predictive algorithms for like an electronic registry of homeless, which is in process in Los Angeles. And the third reason is kind of the Orwellian one, which is sort of the chilling of freedom of expression for the we are watching you. In other words, that when they tell us that they are watching us, it has an impact on what we do and how we behave. And common targets there are journalists, academics, whistleblowers. And have you noticed all three of those groups have been complaining that they're being picked on right now. So we have an Orwellian dissent going on. And for an example, go to BART Civic Center. Look over on the right. They are watching you, and they want you to know. Okay. So we know this is going on everywhere, and we know that it's going on at a pace that we can't necessarily stop. What we can do is we can lift it up, we can sunshine it, and we can regulate it so that if it happens, it's not happening in secret. And so at some of the furthest edges of it, we can sort of pull back and say, you can use it for this, but not for that. But so we've done that here in the Bay Area. We've passed 6 surveillance transparency regulation ordinances, 5 cities and 1 transit district. And it started because, well, it started because of Occupy Oakland. Because the reality is that if you camp out in the middle of a city and refuse to leave and talk about income inequality, you will discover every kind of police surveillance that exists, up close and personal. And you may also discover, as Occupy Oakland did in the garbage can, a plan for a citywide surveillance dragnet. And you may ask some questions about it, and you may find out that what it's for is basically you. It's for protesters. So Occupy Oakland sort of organized to fight that thing back, to say not in our city. We're not going to have a citywide dragnet of cameras, kind microphones feeding into a fusion center that basically is running surveillance operations every 3 or 4 blocks throughout the entire city. And that project called the DAC, the Domain Awareness Center, was sort of beaten back. But then the question becomes, what about the next time? Because you know they're going to come with another idea. We know that Homeland Security is putting out billions of dollars every year in grants for basically the latest and greatest tools. So how does this sort of check and balance happen without these sort of massive one-time mobilizations that wears everybody out? And how can we sort of see this stuff coming in advance so we don't basically have to find it in the garbage can at City Hall? So basically, 5 years later, 6 ordinances. But if you sort of take a look at the math, and there's a long timeline here and a couple of other things along the line, but if you basically take a look at the math, there's 482 cities and 57 counties just in California. And if the average period of time between sort of starting to poke around and ask questions and actually getting a piece of regulation passed is 2 years, we're all going to be dead by the time we're finished. And that's just in the state of California. So, you know, that said, it looks like we will have an ordinance coming in San Francisco, which is kind of awesome. But again, city by city, place by place, and you know, we don't just need this here in the Bay. We need it in Bakersfield, and we need it in Eureka, and we need it in San Luis Obispo, and everywhere in between. We gotta be faster. So we tried. We went to Sacramento, kind of an ugly place, twice, and we asked them pretty please if they could, like, maybe let us do this statewide. And of course it died. And it died for sort of 2 reasons, not all of which we can solve. Well, one of which we can solve, and the second one we're working on. The first is what we would call the legacy of the sheriff in the Wild West. In other words, this is the Wild West, and the sheriff is the law, and they don't like us trying to tell the sheriffs what to do. And I wrote an essay about that, something about high-tech law and order in the Wild West, because you really sort of run into the cowboys. Second problem, which we can solve, was a lack of specific information about everywhere. Because there's 80 assembly districts in California. That's an awful lot. And every one of those people stares us between the eyes and says, well, what about my town? And even though you can show them examples from all over California, they want to know about their particular provincial city before they'll talk to you. So we had this problem. And there were basically 2 ways that we could solve it. One, like Lisa said, we had a long talk about weather because we're geeks and we don't actually want to talk to people. Whether we could automate it, like maybe we could find some way that we could file public records requests at an inhuman automatic level. And we discovered that the system doesn't really work that way. In other words, we tried and it didn't work. So then we fell back on what you have to fall back on, which is people power. And the Aaron Swartz Day Police Surveillance Project is really a partnership between Aaron Swartz Day, Open Privacy, Electronic Frontier Foundation, and Muckrock that, as Lisa said, will provide templates and credits and the ability to sort of take a chunk out of that timeline that we don't have that ends when we're all dead by a couple of hours, just really by doing some pretty simple cut and paste stuff that's all set up for you. So there's a tutorial, there's ready-to-go templates, there's endless credits at Muckrock, there's a sample of how to look at what you might get back, and there's a chart of basically the holes, the places where we have to find out about that we haven't found out about. And what we found is when we can go to them and say, did you know in your city X? Then we can move the needle. Then we can have the conversation. Then we can kind of get somewhere. Then we can regulate this crap and find out what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to pass it off to Dave. He's going to talk a little bit about maybe the best reason why we need to sort of cut these data pipes, and that's 3 letters, ICE, and a little bit about how we're sort of normalizing surveillance. We have a little bit of virtual reality for you that's not really virtual, but like most virtual reality maybe, it shows you what you're not seeing, but you could be seeing if you were really looking. So Dave, you want to?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dave Moss. I am a senior investigative researcher at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I work on EFF's Street Level Surveillance Project, and that is a team that looks at the surveillance technologies, the spying devices, the techniques and policies that local law enforcement uses around the country. Also a little bit of the federal level, but primarily what is showing up in our communities. And as Tracy talked about, this is a range of technologies. A lot of it is biometrics, face recognition, tattoo recognition, iris recognition. One of the things, what's that? Wrist veins. You know, we've seen a lot of things. So maybe we should dive in a little bit more about each of some of these individual ones for a second. So biometrics refers to the physical characteristics and behaviors about you that are unique to you, or at least semi-unique to you. So that is, you know, the features of your eyes, the features of your face. And they use technology to map out sort of little pieces of metadata on that and add it to a giant database. And then they use it in often 2 different ways. One is to identify you if they don't know who you are, either because, you know, they've got a photo of you and they want to identify you, or you are not telling them who you are because you are, you know, invoking your right not to speak to the police. The other way is to use it as a way to track you. So having cameras all over the city that are recognizing faces and tracing you as you move throughout a population. One of the ones that we also spoke about, I do a lot of work on, is license plate readers. This is similar to biometrics in the sense that it is, instead of grabbing your face, it is grabbing your license plate and recording that as you move around in the world. So there are often 2 types of license plate reader cameras, ones that are mounted to fixed locations and ones that are attached to vehicles. And they tend to, the ones that tend to, you know, drive around vehicles will drive around neighborhoods, canvass neighborhoods, and collect this data and also put it into a giant database. Sorry, did you want to add on that? Okay. Another one was cell site simulators that you talked about, and these are fake cell phone towers that are used to grab, say, metadata off your phone or to track your movements as you go about. Body-worn cameras are a big thing that we're looking at these days. You know, those are often marketed as a way to hold police accountable and prevent police brutality, but really what they are is a form of surveillance. Drones, I think everyone's pretty familiar with at this time. But, you know, this all sort of comes together to create a surveillance state that can be used to not just evade privacy in a philosophical sense, in the, you know, we feel like we have a right to privacy and we just don't like people snooping, but it actually has a very real impact on our lives. And as Tracy mentioned, one of the biggest ones is the way that ICE is using it. And to be honest, we don't necessarily know a lot of what ICE is doing. We know that ICE suddenly mysteriously shows up outside somebody's school right when a undocumented immigrant is showing up, and it's up to us to try to figure out how that's happening.
What we know basically, and what's important here is what we are finding out more and more is that like other kinds of data, law enforcement data wants to be free. And the things that are collected for one purpose, because once something is collected, it's there, right? Are becoming repurposed for the use of hunting and tracking undocumented immigrants, even though it's not collected for that purpose, not intended for that purpose, but because it happens to be there. Things are getting shared and repurposed in ways that they start to be used for what is becoming one of the biggest human rights crises we have seen in centuries, and will be something years later that people will be asking why didn't stop.
Right. So sometimes as a thought exercise, I think about what I would do if I was evil. What would I do if I had access to the technology that ICE has, and how would I use it to achieve some of these terrible goals that this administration has seemed to put forward? So with license plate readers, the exercise in my head goes like this. I know that there's a giant database at my fingertips that has the travel patterns of people all over the United States. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the address of a place that I know either gives legal services or health services to immigrant population. And I will put that address into the system. And that will generate a list of license plates of people seen there on a regular basis or parked there on a regular basis. And I'll grab that and I'll create a list of those vehicles. And then I will use the algorithm that I've paid taxpayer money for to have it generate, based on that list of plates, what other vehicles have been seen in the vicinity of those vehicles to map out a community that I want to surveil. So say there's this vehicle that I know belongs to, or I have reason to believe is a doctor who works at an immigrant rights clinic, or an immigrant health clinic, or it's a lawyer who works at an immigrant rights clinic. I know that person is doing house visits around. I would be able to not only see where they went, but I would be able to know what cars are near them, maybe who their family members are, maybe who their coworkers are. And then I would take all of those plates and I would add it to what is called a hot list. This is very similar to, watch lists that we've seen the government use in the past. This just, tells the computer network that I am actively looking for these vehicles. And as these vehicles are driving around, as long as they're on a hot list, as soon as they're seen by a camera, I would get a real-time alert about where this car is, and that is when I would swoop in and start, taking people into custody. And that's the sort of evil way that I think that I mean, in order to sort of investigate a lot of this, I have to imagine what the other side would be doing, and this is what I would imagine the other side would be doing.
Yeah, and you don't entirely have to imagine it, because of course NYPD did that in the parking lot of mosques back about 5 or 7 years ago.
Right. Yeah, NYPD has done it. There was a famous case in Canada where police had put a journalist on a watch list because he was being critical, and they were tracking him everywhere.
And in Sacramento, you found out?
In Sacramento, we had found out that Sacramento police were using license plate reader data to, in their words, they were looking to investigate fraud. But what they were doing was actually, just because somebody had received assistance from the state, they felt like that gave them the permission to start tracking the movements and looking up searches on just various people to just see, oh, does this person live where they say they are? Where is this person going every day? And we still haven't gotten a full accounting of what they're using it for. There are now some welfare rights groups in Sacramento and statewide who are now pushing on Sacramento County to come forward with that information, and then are starting to look at other jurisdictions around the state to find out who else is using the technology in the same way.
And the point here is that when we can get these little snippets of information about things like Sacramento Welfare Office using license plate readers, is it gives us the ability to sort of crack the rationales or the cover story. Because, I mean, I've gone to a million public forum discussions of license plate readers, and every single time I'm told they are all about stolen cars. Exactly. That is exactly what they are for. That is the only reason, and that is the purpose of the collection and the activity. And when we can bring out how things are used that wasn't really the public reason, that's where we have openings just to start talking about restricting use, deciding that certain uses are inappropriate, reducing surveillance, and essentially changing the nature of the conversation. So what we have to do is basically pick apart those lies, like license plate readers are only for the purpose of capturing stolen cars. No, they're not, and they never were, and we need to prove it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I would also, we've seen all sorts of problems with license plate readers. Now, on top of even, so I want to make a note as well that this isn't necessarily like only like a left issue, because one of the other things that I found interesting, particularly around immigration, enforcement use of license plate readers, is one of the reasons that EFF we've heard from so many libertarian-leaning, like Republican legislators, is because CBP, Customs and Border Protection, put a license plate reader outside of a gun show in Carlsbad, California. And it was interesting to me that sort of created this uprising against license plate readers on the right, because to them, they think that the privacy rights of gun owners trumps immigration enforcement, which, that's good for trying to build consensus to rein stuff in.
Absolutely. The argument was, we are doing something perfectly legal, we're not committing any crime, so why are you tracking us? Which is an argument that is bipartisan.
Yeah. And we've also seen issues with particularly license plate readers, but also lots of other technologies with cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So we'd done some research a couple of years ago where we had discovered that there were over 100 license plate reader cameras around the country that had not been secured. You could actually go to a URL, type it in, and you were given access to the controls for the license plate reader, and you could click a button and open up and in real time watch the plates coming in and watch the video footage. And police will just buy this. This is one of the other problems in general, beyond all of the privacy implications, the sort of security, cybersecurity issues with this stuff having the potential of being leaked into the world or obtained by malicious attackers. Oh, Tracy's vanished. Where the more data you collect, the more you kind of have to protect, but law enforcement agencies aren't necessarily putting in that level of cybersecurity investment. You have a vendor who comes in and says, oh, this technology is going to solve your problems. It's amazing. It is just the greatest thing that computers have ever provided to the world, and cops will spend money on it and they'll put it in there, but they won't do things like make sure there's password protection or there's encryption involved or any of that sort of things. With relation to body-worn cameras, there was a great presentation at DEF CON this year where a security researcher had found that there were all sorts of vulnerabilities with body-worn cameras. In one case, he was able to literally pull video off the camera, alter it, and then put it back on the camera. There were other times he was able to use the camera to log into the entire network because there just wasn't that kind of protection involved. So this isn't, there's policy concerns, there's First Amendment concerns, there's Fourth Amendment concerns, but there's also just sort of general cybersecurity concerns. You bring something up, Tracy? Awesome. I think one of the other things we've also seen, and Tracy touched on this, is that a lot of these technologies are deployed on targeted communities, vulnerable communities, more than they are in others. So when we looked at Oakland, for example, we were able to get a week's worth of license plate reader data from Oakland. And this was essentially 2 vehicles that were outfitted with license plate readers driving around the city. And when we mapped it over census data, it really was a very, very stark match between which communities were having more surveillance versus others. And it was, certainly matched very closely to the African American population and the Hispanic population in Oakland.
So I just wanted to stop a little bit because there's a lot of friction around ICE right now. And there's an important new report that came out by an immigration group called Comigente. You can find it at comigente.net. But what it basically kind of focuses on is the sort of repurposing of what has been sort of local police work into essentially collecting a data information factory that can be used by the Department of Homeland Security and most dramatically by the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, or Division of Immigration Enforcement. But in a less dramatic way, that also applies to the FBI, the IRS, the DEA, and all the other alphabet soup agencies. There's a lot of energy right now in the tech worker community about the fact of we didn't build these tools to be used for these purposes. So there's a sort of a no tech for ICE movement that in a more broad sense is sort of saying, look, we need to, the problem of building tech for corporations becomes the problem of not being able to control what happens to your technology. And do we as workers have any ability to kind of step back and say, we don't want to be the IBM of the 21st century?
I would say that IBM is definitely becoming the IBM of the 21st century as well. So
they are good at it, but we have Palantir and Amazon and a couple of new competitors that were not back there the first time around. So I want to kind of highlight the Comiente report, because if you're sort of thinking, well, how much harm can they really do with a couple of drones and stingrays and license plate readers, it will make it very clear from the perspective of immigrant populations exactly how much harm they can do and exactly how all of these networks sort of wing together and speak to each other. It's about a 57-page report, and it's worth reading.
And one of the things that was really disheartening for me over the last few years is shortly after the 2016 election, there was legislation introduced that was set out to create a firewall between data collected in California and it being shared for immigration and customs, immigration enforcement purposes. And over the course of the legislative cycle, as this legislation moved, it got weakened and weakened and weakened until a lot of the measures that would have protected the data that is collected for all these normal purposes, these regular ways to give people services, would be it was supposed to protect them, but in the end it really didn't. And so that was really disheartening, and it's very similar. It's very disheartening to me to see San Francisco passed a ballot measure that would have allowed non-citizens to vote in school board races if they had a kid in the public school the public school district. And I think I read a report fairly recently that because of the worry that this data would be shared with immigration, only like one person registered to vote who was not a U.S. citizen. So this what had been a very interesting experiment in democracy kind of just fell apart because of the fear of data sharing. I think while Tracy's bringing up something, I'm going to give a plug for our VR experience, which is in the hall up there. It's called Spot the Surveillance. EFF just launched it on Monday. It is a brief, immersive experience that's meant to help people connect the things that we're talking about now that often appear in contracts and documents to what they're actually seeing in the real world. So you put on a headset and it places you in a scene in the Western Addition neighborhood of San Francisco where there is a police stop occurring. And you just sort of look around, and as you find a piece of surveillance technology, it gives you a little bit of information about it, what it is, how it works, how police are using it, with the idea that when you're going about your daily life, you can keep an eye out for this. But also, if there, this is kind of practice so that if you do witness a police stop or you are involved in a police stop, that you have had some practice looking around and identifying the technologies that might be there, whether that's a body camera or a mobile biometric device or a license plate reader, because that can be helpful in the future.
Yes, and like the best virtual reality, it shows you what's actually there that you're not seeing. So it's fun, and you should do it, absolutely. Okay, so here's the part where we get to the pitch, basically. We kind of need your help. There's more assembly districts than I can file public records requests myself, even with the help of amazing people like Dave. We have been to Sacramento twice, as Dave said. We have beaten our head against that wall. What we're talking about is a law that basically means that law enforcement has to ask. Now, we have sort of a mobilization challenge in terms of when they come to elected officials and they ask. The answer is often, too often, yes. But if they have to ask, the answer can also be no. If they don't have to ask, there's no possibility of that no. So we're trying to basically build in that possibility of no as this thing kind of snowballs. And, you know, and we talked about we can do it city by city, and we've been really good at doing it city by city. We've been effective. We haven't failed once, but it takes time, and there's too many cities. So it does need to be bigger, and in order for it to be bigger, we have to get granular with the information every single place. And the only way that happens is by sort of a mass collective effort. And again, what we're doing is trying to get to that opportunity where communities can say no if that's what they want to do. So we made it easy. We have templates, we have credits, we have, you can really cut and paste your way through it. But we need people to volunteer and to step up and say, okay, I'll take these 3 cities, those 4 cities, and I will get you that granular information that you need so that community down the line will have the opportunity to say no, not so much, or forget about it. So that's what our ask is, and that's sort of the intent of the project. So I think we can kind of stop there with the proviso that you absolutely have to play this game. And if there's any questions.
Yeah, I think we was 20 minutes left or so. Is that right?
Is there really?
Oh, that's a.
Because I thought we had filled up most of the
then
time.
we filled up our time?
Hey,
I don't know.
Okay, Lisa, how much time do we have? Should we keep talking or take questions?
So what I think unless there was something specific that you guys wanted to cover, it's time for questions. Yeah.
See, I was right.
No, I know. I 20 minutes for questions works for me. I just want to say that I think Tracy is like one of the hardest working people in the country on these issues. I'm always admiring the work she does. So.
Yes.
Me too.
So
me
help
too.
me so I can take a vacation.
So
See,
yeah.
That's the pitch.
So basically, so we have this great list, as she mentioned. Anybody want to ask a question, and I can walk to you while I'm saying this. But we have this great list that has in not in order of importance, but the key areas in the state of California where it would help us to know exactly what equipment is being used on the citizens there. And so you basically get together and you download the templates, and you do it by yourself. You download the templates and you fire up Muckrock, and you've got the templates on the left and the Muckrock window on the right, and you put in a search, you put in the name of your city and police or sheriff, and then you I might as well get on camera. I'm being kind of silly. You get in your city, you put in police or sheriff, and then you just cut and paste your letter. And you do it separately. It's better to file separate letters instead of one big letter asking for all this stuff, because they'll never be able to fill that. You want to make things one piece of equipment at a time per letter, and you paste it and you send it off. And then you do the next one and the next one, and then you do it for the sheriff of that city or county that you're in. And Muckrock is so great. Sometimes, like I was doing San Diego, and there turns out there's a police and sheriff, or there's a police at least just for the port of San Diego, and I knew that because it came up in the search when I put the city in. I didn't have to know that ahead of time, which is very cool. So in that case, you're just making very few changes. Sometimes you do actually make changes to the templates before you paste them in, or you just paste them in, right? It's been a couple months now.
Paste them in, you have to change a couple of things, but only about 4 or 5.
Right, and that's what the tutorials here tell you. It tells you exactly what to do in the tutorials. So Tracy and I met, and she let me meet with her and record what she said so I could actually play it back and write these tutorials, getting all the stuff that saves time, all the stuff that we had to figure out when we filed a bunch of them together that we didn't realize, all the things about Muckrock that help you save time. And we've got it down to, I would say it's maybe about an hour and a half at the most, really, to just file a bunch of these. And this stuff is getting really scary. Now we're finding out that different types of software are being sneaked to police departments. The city councils aren't aware of what's going on. And if you get this evidence, then you go to the city council. And, oh, what's that like? Oh, we have an article about it from another interview I wrote with Tracy. explaining exactly what you do when you go to your city council meetings and you tell them about the evidence that you now have. So we really all worked it out from beginning to end, so you wouldn't get to these places where it's like, oh shit, what do I do now, you know? And we would love you guys to take this information and for us to find out what's going on all across our great state, okay?
Okay, so yeah, so a couple of things. It literally is like a 2-hour investment to do one. Because I made Lisa do one, and she had never done it before, and she told me that it took 2 hours. I can do it in about an hour and a half, so there you go. If you can do it faster than 2 hours, you can have an award. But it's a fairly minor investment of time, and I would say for that 2-hour investment of time, you are probably taking 6 months off of the chunk of time that it would take to do another city, to sort of, you know, progress on this effort. In other words, there's a lot more coming out of it than 2 hours.
Yeah.
The other thing, yeah. I had another thing, but I forgot it because you said something, so it'll come back.
Oh, I just want to say real quick, for people who aren't familiar with Muckrock, Muckrock is a Cambridge, Massachusetts-based nonprofit that runs a service that helps people file public records requests wherever they want to in the country. And so, you know, on whatever issue, and so you would go in and you would pick your place and put the text in, so this would be the example text, but Muckrock also is set up to automatically check on your records whenever the deadline comes up. And it does, when the records come in, they come in through Muckrock, and there's like a nice embedded system for analyzing the PDS.
Yes.
And so it's a really great group.
You don't have to give the Bakersfield sheriff your personal mailing information or anything like that, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to say is, you know, I go to legislatures all the time, this kind of information in hand, city councils, whoever, some politician or the other. And I would say about 85% of the time I tell them, did you know X about some kind of surveillance equipment that's in use or some kind of use that's totally inappropriate that was going on? And the answer is almost always no. The answer is usually I had no idea. Did I vote to buy that? Did I know that they were doing that? And the answer is almost always, well, if I did vote to buy for it, sometimes you can like prove to them that they voted to purchase it. They don't remember. Did I say that it could be used in that fashion? The answer is almost always no. So what we have here is kind of a huge information deficit, and that's really what we're trying to crack, because as I said, you can't, you know, we're trying to give the community the opportunity to say no, but you can't say no to what you don't know about.
I can one up that. I've had police departments and sheriff's departments not know that they had somebody else within the department had acquired the technology.
Hi, thank you. So I just have a couple questions about your strategy and like non-technical questions, but around the regulation and also what this does. I also go to city council meetings, and I guess I come from the assumption that a lot of this technology is just reshaping the power of cops or police. Like tattoo recognition was happening, but via eyesight, right? That was always common. Or that there are always more cops on the street in black and brown areas in Oakland. That's common even before video cameras. So how, I guess one, there are a lot of people fighting these via like budget increases and increases in policing in San Francisco. And how is this connected and different? Do these things normally have to go through the budget, I guess is the first question. And then why regulation and not just say, no, like the police, for sure the technology is going to be used for more surveillance of targeted communities.
Yeah. I mean, Oakland, one of the humongous problems that you have is the huge amount of the municipal budget that goes to public safety and police. It is a monumental amount, and basically every other public service is totally squeezed as a result. And Oakland's not the only city, but it's kind of like a textbook example of taking that to an extreme. In terms of your question, I mean, part of it is sort of the particular procurement that goes on with this kind of equipment. Sometimes it's a part of a municipal police budget, but more often than not, it's a grant process from the feds, because they have all this massive sort of grant programs that pass on money, that pass on used equipment, so it sort of comes through a slightly different pipeline, and they buy it up front far less frequently than we think. It goes to these kind of windows that includes asset forfeiture, quasi grants, burn grants,
police foundations, giving gifts.
10333, yeah, the military surplus. There's like a whole kind of list of conduits, so it's a little bit separate from the make the budget for the police process. In terms of strategy, I mean, whenever you set up a situation where basically consent is involved and elected officials are more or less voted for by us, kind of, we think, and in theory, they're accountable. So the no, when you set up a sort of a city council consent process, consent doesn't just mean saying yes. Sometimes it means saying no. So you're setting up a possibility to just plain say no. You can also take the approach of, shall we say, outlawing or prohibiting, but that's been historically really, really hard to do because there is a huge public safety crime groupie constituency inside of most municipalities that generally sort of rises up at a moment like that. And of course, we were talking about the real uses of this technology vis-a-vis the sort of surface uses of this technology. Oh, it stops burglars, it stops car thieves, it stops human trafficking. It always stops human trafficking.
Oh, Amber Alerts, you know.
Yeah, and you come up against sort of all of that. So in a way, when you have a consent process, it's easier to sort of get the power in place, because the power to say yes is always the power to say no if you can mobilize it, but it's kind of behind the back door, because if you go in demanding prohibition and you don't get it, then you end up with with nothing, with zip. So regulation sort of gives you the opportunity to get to that no when you have the power. And when you haven't quite built that power yet, maybe to get some restrictions or some minimization or some kind of harm reduction stuff in place until you're able to build the power, hopefully to get all of the way to get that stuff out of here. We just don't want it.
Right, and getting regulations. Well, so first of all, I think Tracy's exactly right, and to put it another way, there's like a nice trajectory with social change where the first thing you do is you gather the information to be able to prove there's a problem. Then you pass a way to get a public process in there, and then once you get the public process, you have the opportunity to get things reined in or stopped, depending on what the technology, what the circumstances are. I do also feel, in addition to getting those limitations in there, if once you get policies written and approved and then people violate them, that also opens a whole nother opportunities, for getting, the independent oversight boards involved, getting police discipline involved, getting people fired, getting lawsuits in place, all these kinds of.
The truth is, if there's no policy, then nobody's breaking policy, no matter what the hell they're doing. So.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Please stand up.
I'm Dave Cox. Professor Steve Mann at the University of Toronto developed the concept of surveillance, which is surveillance from below, as opposed to surveillance, which is surveillance from above. And there is a thing called the Valence Society. If you do a search on the Valence Society, which looks into the whole idea of valence. But one concept here is the neutralization of surveillance through a kind of panvalence, which is the idea of everyone surveilling, or everyone carrying the means to do that which currently only the powerful can do. The kind of like if we basically recorded each other all the time, there would be no one actor in the culture able to claim the lion's share of authority and power from doing so. And also, the concept of power within surveillance comes from the proximity of the camera and recorder to those being recorded in terms of elevation and distance and so on, which is why Google Glass failed, because the camera was so close to the eye of the person doing the surveilling. It felt creepy to whoever was being surveilled. What about this idea of all the data you're talking about being collected simply becoming made public?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I have some answers for you. Do you want to jump in?
No, you can go first, and I'll.
All right. There's a Corey doctoral quote actually on that exact subject, which I'm going to dig up when Dave digs into this question. But that basically talks about, while there is both a use of surveillance by the state to control you and your own use of surveillance to protect and defend yourself from that, that there are certain aspects to the state that make their version of it more powerful than yours. So sort of in the open source surveillance versus government surveillance contest, we don't usually win. The other part of it is, and you can sort of see an example with sort of the smartphones versus body cameras kind of thing, where people started taping encounters with law enforcement. And there was some power in that for a while, and then it was essentially co-opted into an official program of police body cameras, and the videos are now controlled, and it's difficult to see them. We had to pass a law so we could see them after a year, and we sort of have a situation where what was a kind of open source thing has now been sort of co-opted and taken in by the establishment itself. And if you went to DEF CON last year, they will explain that, and these videos can be hacked and often are before they even are seen. So there's sort of a life cycle in some ways, but I'm not sure that sort of the arms race between our surveillance and their surveillance is one that we can actually win.
Yeah, I think that I don't see the sort of digital informant society being a solution that works in a lot of balance, where we're all collecting evidence on each other all the time, and that somehow makes everything, perfect in the world. I think that a lot of it comes down to the analytics of all the stuff that's collected. I don't have access to some of the really powerful analytical technologies that are out there, while law enforcement does, while the government does. I was recently at the International Association of Chiefs of Police conference and watched a very frightening presentation from IBM when IBM was providing its video analytics technology, and it had these scenarios, and these scenarios would have, like, it would start off with train robbery, and then there would be drones involved, and license plate readers involved, and satellite cameras, and facial recognition, and tattoo recognition, all these things coming together to find this criminal in real time and to bust him. But the very first piece of surveillance technology on their 8-panel thing was people on a train posting videos of the robbery on social media. And that is, the world. I mean, I am a huge photographer. I love 360 photography. I love collecting stuff, but it's important to be mindful that we need to have each other's backs when we're doing things like, shooting, using smartphones in the world and things like that. And I see a sign that my time's up, and so happy to talk to you more about this in the hallway or later. But thank you everybody for joining us, and I think that Tracy will find the quote at some point in the future. I don't have any predictive software to tell you when that might be, but thank you everybody for coming.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I'll find that quote, and I'll put a blog post up about it on Aaron Swartz Day. I too remember that Corey had some very eloquent words that just nailed it, and so we'll highlight that for everybody because it's a good question. Okie doke. So now we're going to have Andrew McWilliams from ThoughtWorks. He runs the ThoughtWorks Artist in Residency program. And it's actually the Artist Residency program, sorry. And they do a lot of amazing stuff. And one of their projects was with Heather Dewey Hagborg, who I worked with when Chelsea Manning was in prison Heather took DNA samples from Chelsea and created 3D portraits of her face based on the information that she had from the DNA. And that has toured the world. It was at the World Economic Forum one year, and it's been in New York and Berlin and all over the place. And when I talked to Heather, she told me that some of her projects were being fueled by this ThoughtWorks program, and that's how I got connected to ThoughtWorks. And they help us pay for the lovely food that we have, and some travel and hotels for speakers and things like that. So I'm not required to put anybody from ThoughtWorks in the program or anything. They've been sponsors. They were sponsors last year too. But when I learned about it, it was so cool. I had to ask Andy to speak. So he's speaking tomorrow about that. But he did this other cool thing that I couldn't help myself but ask him if he would come Saturday too, which is about technologists using their power to help fight climate change. Sorry, I always forget to go up on the camera. So this is a really important thing. You guys have more power, just like we were talking last year about having more power about the companies, with the companies that you work in, and not letting them do bad stuff that you don't want to be a part of, that you don't want to spend your time on. This is another really interesting project that I was just starting to wrap my head around. Luckily, Andrew was nice enough to have some long conversations with me so I could understand what we're talking about. And we can be talking about something as simple as a sustainability statement, which is where your company has to explain, how sustainable their practices are and things like that. And the idea is we're trying to start a trend, guys. Okay, we're trying to get the companies to be sort of out good-guying each other with actually paying attention to what they're doing. That's just the tip of the iceberg, but I just wanted to plant that in your mind because I was having trouble thinking of tangible things that that workers could do, and so I will let you talk to Andrew McWilliams.
Thanks, Lisa. And yeah, I've tried to work some of that into this deck, so hopefully it will make sense and we can pick up any loose ends in the questions afterwards. As Lisa said, my name is Andrew McWilliams, and what I really want to talk to you about today is the ways that people who work in tech or work in technology can really use our positions to support the fight for a survivable future. Because we all see headlines like these. We see them a lot. There have been many recently. UN reports that say that we need to make rapid changes in order to avoid disaster. And we see these, and for a moment we might feel activated, and we might think, well, what can I do? Maybe I can make some lifestyle changes. Maybe I can resolve to vote. And these are good things. These are good things to do, but it doesn't feel like enough given the scale of the problem, which is huge. So then we think, well, what else can I do? And for a moment, sometimes we might consider something huge, like changing careers, going into politics or activism. Those are also good things, but that's a huge commitment, and there's no guarantee of any particular outcome for particular individuals, especially if you already work in tech. And so that can lead you to feel frustrated, and you think, what can I do? I guess you can kind of tell I've been through that thought process, and that's where this is coming from. But I know that there are lots of other people who go through that process. Actually, as technology professionals, I've been learning that there's really a lot you can do from tech. And I've been working recently on ways to fill in the gaps between those small options and those very large options. You see, the biggest problem facing the climate movement today is building enough public pressure, strong enough to drive politicians, world leaders, business leaders, and so on to action. So more than anything else, what they really need is support from across society. Lots of different people, lots of different sectors, lots of different communities, all playing their part and helping to build that momentum and that push for that change. So I work in tech, and in 2017 I was thinking about this network, and I was thinking about the position of tech in the support network. And I decided to send hundreds of emails to people that I didn't know, that I found online. As you can see, many of them bounced, and so I searched the web, I looked for contacts, I mined LinkedIn, I asked friends and colleagues if they knew techies who might be interested, and managed to get together a core group of people, employees from tech companies across the sector who would meet and attend the People's Climate March in 2017, April 2017, and to do so under banner of representing the tech sector. I think that's really important. So we had contingents in the Washington, D.C. and the Oakland, California marches, and made these signs and we printed them, and many of us met for the first time. We hatched new plans, and we discussed our efforts publicly, and we caught the attention from some press, and you can see some examples here. Looking at that interest building up, we realized that we had something really important to offer, and so this sparked the formation of a group that we now call climateaction.tech. And it's an employee-led open network of volunteers offering bits and pieces of time to advocate for the tech sector to strengthen corporate sustainability and to support the climate movement. We have over 100 members at this point from across North America and Europe, and they're employees of really well-known tech companies. Here are some examples, and also lots of less well-known tech companies in the startup world, in the public sector, and including technology professionals in sustainability or clean tech. So it's a broad mix of people. We're an open network, and that means that anyone can join, and there are several possible steps of entry points of engagement in what we do. And it just depends how much time you have and what it is that you hope you might like to achieve as to which one is probably right for you. At the lowest step on the bottom right, this is the easiest way to get involved. We're a community. So you can join our Slack. There are lots of different channels where you can meet new supporters and new collaborators, and you can learn new ideas. At the second step in the middle, we run an accelerator, and that supports people in tech getting involved in climate movement stuff. So, and who want to make a change. And I'll explain more about that in a moment. And then at the highest step on the left, we're a nucleus, and that just means a central organizing node. That's where we try to learn about and strengthen and grow the network and initiate programs like Accelerator to leverage and share expertise and to write up and publish what we learn. We meet once a week on an organizing call, and like the rest of the network, it's open, so that means anyone can join. So if we come back to that question of what we can do that isn't too large and isn't too small, this framework is designed to generate answers. The answers are different for different people, and to help us to figure out for ourselves how we can do that, what is right for us. So I'm going to walk through each of these steps now and give you a little bit more detail and clarify a few things, and I'll start with the nucleus. The nucleus's job is to facilitate community and to generate insights. So I want to tell you about how we came to discover one particular insight to give you a sense of what that looks like. One of our members is an engineer at one of the world's largest social media companies, and he decided he wanted to help that company improve its carbon footprint. So he started his own makeshift internal analysis of the company, and he looked at every carbon-emitting entity within the company. He looked at travel emissions, he looked at data center emissions, he looked at teams of offices for electricity and heat emissions, and he created a simple but comprehensive report on carbon impact with recommendations, and he submitted that to his leadership. Now, I just want to acknowledge that's huge. You know, that's more than I would personally feel comfortable or confident to do on my own, but that's something that he did. So he submitted it, and he waited, and nothing happened. And he's surprised, right? He's thinking, why did nothing happen? He thought, if I just collate the data, make the logical case, put it forward, it will spur the change. But he learned that that's not how things happen, and so he starts investigating. It turns out leadership teams in the company did want to do it. Everyone was actually behind it in principle, but the teams weren't oriented in such a way that allowed this to rise to the top of their priorities. And that's kind of a norm, you know, in business. So he took a different tack, and he decided to seek out and interview multiple people at other tech companies, I think 7 or 8, and he sought out companies that had had successful sustainability programs implemented, what he considered to be successful. And he asked the people behind those initiatives how they made it happen. And from the research, a pattern emerged. He found that the most common route to success was much simpler than what he had done. The winning tactic turns out to be to make the general case as a verbal argument directly to senior leadership. And that could be on a half-hour phone call or ad hoc as part of an internal or public company event. But the request in those conversations was usually the same. It was that the company should publish a sustainability statement, kind of a positioning statement, not too much detail just yet, but a statement saying this is what we're working towards and this is why. And what this does is it creates a central orienting point that leadership teams can get around. And it establishes sustainability as being alongside other company values. And it makes sustainability a part of the mission of the company that the other departments are focusing on, so it becomes part of their mission. And that's very powerful. We wrote up this insight as part of our introductory tech sustainability guide, and we published it on Medium. This article's had around 1,500 views, and Mapbox, the open source mapping company, credited this guide in their write-up about how they went carbon neutral recently. I just want to point out that the themes behind this insight, they include things like carbon accounting, energy consumption, technology choices, and you'd expect that. But equally, it's about organizational and cultural change. It's about strategic introduction of ideas and growth of ideas, and it's about team and relationship building. And so you find all these things mentioned in this guide. I want to talk now about the accelerator program that we run. We ran our first accelerator earlier this year, from January through April. And we have an open call out now for participation in our second run. Again, it's open, anyone can join. And second run of the accelerator will be Jan to April 2019. It's location independent, it's run online, so anyone can join globally, so long as you can fit the time zone requirements for the calls. And the accelerator cohort will meet every 2 weeks and try to achieve progress towards goals that each person as an attendee defines for themselves. The people who attended our last accelerator earlier this year, they're from medium-sized and from companies and from tech giants. They're from non-profits and they're from the startup world. And these companies are all at different stages in their journeys. As we've seen, some companies are struggling with where to start, or if, how, and when to start. But there are others who have focused for many years on emissions reductions, things like that, but they know they need to do more. For example, how can they improve the quality of the reductions they're making? How can they support external sustainability initiatives, or improve the ecosystem around the business, and so on. On the first call of each run of the accelerator, the cohort members explain where they're at, and we help them think about their goals and strategies. And over the course of the accelerator, we arrange for coaches from our network to attend certain calls. And that could be the director of sustainability at a big tech company, or it could be a cultural or organizational change consultant, or it could be an emissions analysis expert. You know, it's whatever we think makes sense for each of the people in the group. And we wrap up in April with a review session, and the cohort explain what they've achieved and what they've learned. This year, one of our cohort members was an employee of Wikimedia, the nonprofit behind Wikipedia, and we support their efforts to create the organization's first ever sustainability program. And you can see the online announcement published here, which was this summer. Here's a quote from Lucas. He's the employee that was driving the change. I think it's really important to acknowledge, actually, these types of changes usually come from one or a small group of really dedicated employees pushing things inside the company. So it's one of those cases where a small number of people really can make a big change. But yeah, there's a quote here from Lucas. I think it's a great quote. He says, "Having a peer group to discuss and share experiences and ideas was very valuable to our process. Through climateaction.tech, we learned from sustainability experts how to work from within on organizational change." And I think that summarizes this really well and gives a sense of what we do. And that's the type of success that we want to build on in the next run in 2019 and going forward. So if you're interested in signing up to our incubator for 2019, there's an open call out now. You can find it on the website. It's climateaction.tech. Or maybe if you just want to be connected to the community at this stage, you can also find that on the website. There's a link to our Slack, It's climateaction.tech. And I want to point out our aim as a group is to be inclusive and open. So that means whether you're a designer or a developer or an analyst, a manager, if you're a junior employee or a senior employee, or even if you're a senior executive, everyone's welcome. And we welcome women, LGBTQ+, people of color, because we're aware these people, many people are often minorities in the tech industry. And it's important to us to be inclusive and open because it's right and because we think it's best for the community. So what unites us all is a belief in the crucial role the tech sector must play in global warming and the power that people in tech have at their fingertips. So back to the big picture and the original question. If you want to have a greater impact, what can you do? Our number one answer to this is don't be alone. Things can really start to happen when you find one another and even just one other advocate to work with. So I'm suggesting that you find that person next week, whenever you're ready, find that person, find those people, and we'll look forward to meeting you at climateaction.tech. Thank you.
Is it okay to ask any questions?
Take some questions, sure.
To the folks assembled and to our esteemed guests, I'm hoping to inculcate the idea. One of the under-addressed ideas in this whole effort is to find methodologies that, in the face of increasing climate changes, can still keep some of the very key features of infrastructure, notably the food production methodologies, going despite the fact the climate is changing. Thank you.
Any other questions or points?
Is there, I mean, how do you see this being a benefit for the company itself in terms of its external presence?
Yeah, well, see, in the world of tech, there's a big fight on essentially for talent. There's an ongoing search for talent, and there's only so much out there, and so there's an acknowledgement that these companies have to make. And we've seen this a lot in the press recently with various issues like immigration and so on, and also tech developments within companies. But employees, I guess, in tech sector are beginning to realize that they have a voice because they can, the culture of the employees can determine the culture of the companies. It's not always that simple. Sometimes it's antagonistic, sometimes it works better, but there's changes to be made. And from a company perspective, I think it's a smart point of view to say, this is a credit. I think when the case is being made by an employee to a senior leadership executive, part of what they're thinking is, oh, this is popular. And honestly, I think that's probably a bigger reason for them to do it, or to bring it to the top of the priority list, than just on moral grounds. So I think that companies, especially in tech, it's a smart move for them to make, and having employees just make the push helps them to realize that, I guess. Does that answer your question?
If there's no other questions, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, you talked a lot about how the community of climateaction.tech supports companies in becoming more sustainable, and I think that's very valuable. Does this climateaction.tech also try, because there's a lot of knowledge available there, do you also try to support, I don't know, NGOs or you started with, I think, demonstration pictures, I don't know, concerning like the climate summits or anything like that. Is there a way where you try to go and help more the other and the advocacy?
That's a great question, because we're a volunteer-run network, which means that people contribute fairly small chunks of time, and what we're trying to do is make value out of that. And so we had conversations directly after that march about, well, what direction should we take this? Because there's lots of different directions. We could support the climate movement, for example, with tech skills. That was one that we very seriously considered, or trying to, you know, turn our focus back onto the employers. That was another. That's the one that we've ended up with. NGOs. I mean, there's lots of different ways that we think that we could use our time, but we had to make a decision given these kind of scarce resources. What's happening though is that as the network expands and we get more and more people, I think we're going to be able to pick up more and more challenges. At the moment, I think running the accelerator and monitoring the network is taking up most of our time, but we're getting new signups every day. And that's part of the reason that I'm actually out here talking now is I want to try and encourage anybody who's interested in this intersection of sustainability, climate change, technology, to come and work under this banner. We actually had just a group of people in Europe who had been focusing on sustainable tech practices for software developers. Just, you know, like 8 or 9 of them just joined our group and said, okay, well now we can do this under the banner. So I guess we're trying to make a general banner, expand the network, and then expand the activities. At the moment, I think we're not there yet. Another, by the way, thing that we want to try and do is once employers are focusing on their own carbon footprint, they can start to speak more, you know, we can try and push them to speak more publicly, to advocate more vociferously on behalf of the climate movement. But I just think we've got to get to that step where we have enough of a push to get them to make internal change and then to start looking more broadly at external change. Yeah. Any other questions? One behind you.
I have just a little comment. Before to do any action, you need to determine the roots, right? And the roots is a okay. I guess antenna. So I guess we need to say like action, yeah, right? For what? The well-known fact, 80% of pollution on our planets, it's because of electric cars. So, sorry, combustion engines, ICE cars, internal combustion engines. So, and if you would like to fight or do some action, buy electric car and show the finger on gas station instead of show them $5,000, $8,000 per year. That will be the best action what you can do.
Yeah, I do have a quick response to that, which is to say that an issue like climate change is already just in itself vast. There are so many different entry points to how you can deal with it, and there are so many related issues, and environmental pollution is very clearly a related issue. So again, given the scale of where we're at and the resources, we're trying to figure out how can we have the most impact given what we have, and how can we scale that up over time. So I think the issues like food production and issues like you know, emissions, because what we're really focusing on is carbon in the atmosphere. I think that that's our core concern, but there are people in our network that are very interested in these topics, and so I'm hoping that we'll reach a certain point where that's something that we can focus on more. But at the moment, I think getting the tech sector more activated and raising it up in the chorus of noise, of discussion, of what's important within that sector, I think that's the most valuable thing we can do at this moment in time.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, one more question.
I was wondering, okay. I was wondering, what can we do when we have a changing nature of work, where the gig economy makes it harder for the labor force to mobilize to change the actions or incentive of the company?
Yeah, I think that what we're trying to do is focus on the people who have excess privilege, I guess you would say, right? And that includes me, because I work in a tech company, and I guess this is kind of something that I actually learned from Aaron. I never met Aaron, but I work in a company where he worked in the last 6 months of his life, And that's, all the employees around me were talking about using your privilege to help those that were less privileged. And I learned that from ThoughtWorks. I learned from Erin indirectly through ThoughtWorks. And it had a big impact on me, and I guess that's the lens that I look through this with. I don't have a good answer because I think that it's, you know, in many ways a shitty situation. The best answer I can give is that those of us who have more privilege should do our best to advocate on behalf of those who have less. So I hope that's something. Also though, if you wanted to get more detailed about that specific subject, we do have people in our network who work in those companies that you're referencing. So that's one of the reasons to join the community, is that you ask a question like that, and I can only give a very general answer like the one I just gave. But you'll find people who are looking at specific like data sets and producing software for those companies, and often have something of a similar viewpoint to you, and they're conflicted about it and trying to figure it out. So it's a good place to meet people like that.
Okay, and we have one more question, and he looks very enthusiastic about it, so and he's a volunteer, so I'm going to let him do it.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, so I imagine some companies may like to join this just as part of PR campaign to have a positive, you know, make themselves look good in front of everyone, right? So, but sometimes words don't really match their actions, right? So in order to actually have change, you need to be able to measure it. So you need to actually measure their carbon footprint. So how do we measure their carbon footprints, and who's doing the measuring, and, you know, how do we rate them for their what they're actually doing and not just what they're saying?
Yeah, you know, there's a phrase called greenwashing. I don't know if anybody's heard that before. Greenwashing is the practice of talking a big game or like changing your logo. I think that the most well-known example was it BP that changed their logo to a green logo, and they said now we're the post oil, or they came up with some phrase, and that's like sorry? Beyond petroleum, that's okay.
Beyond
they said we're now beyond petroleum. Yeah, and that's like the canonical example of greenwashing, because they're absolutely not. There's a fascinating history behind that, actually, of like how that came to be and where that ended up, but I won't go into it. But yeah, the question of how to measure, well, it's very hard for us externally to measure. I think what we need to do is to get the companies to actually own it, because if the company, especially in tech, if the companies are blatantly greenwashing, that kind of thing, especially in the larger companies, tends to out at some point. So I think the argument that I would make, it's very difficult for us to like verify unless there's legal processes in place, and I don't think we're going to see that from this administration anytime in the near future. Like regulations to say, look, you must monitor and publish these results, etc. But what we can try and do is appeal to the companies to do an honest effort and make an honest effort of it. Because I think that there's better, in my view on PR, is there's better PR value in promoting what you're actually doing, you know, and I think that companies that don't follow that advice may get a short-term boost, but I think it will come back to bite them in the long run, because there's only so long that can go unreported. One other thing I want to point out is that to lesser extents, companies are already being rated. There's a Greenpeace Click Clean report which ranks companies, and it says these are, you know, and there's tech companies on there, but it ranks lots of companies and says these are the people who are doing well and, you know, in line with climate science, and these are the companies that are doing poorly. And I know because of reports through our network that if you're on the wrong end, if your company's on the wrong end of that list, and you're trying to like hire technologists, it burns a little, and they actually focus on it. So there are existing external initiatives, but that's like not as that's like an external assessment looking at public filings, etc. That's not the same thing as, you know, a detailed analysis and holding companies to account. I think that requires regulation. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Let's hear it for Andy McWilliams.
Thank you.
And so next we have Freddie Martinez. And he's going to tell us all about do-it-yourself police accountability projects. And you might be detecting a little theme this year of the speakers today, and it's because I really took it upon myself this year to, I didn't want to just have a scary day where we talked about, oh, I know my camera guy's always pointing at me, get on stage, get on the cast. Sorry. So I didn't want to just have a bunch of speakers talking scary about all the equipment that's being used on us on a daily basis. I wanted to have people telling us what we could do about it to see, you know, how we can try to create a different situation. And again, the stuff's not going away. It's just that we get to know about it too. And they might report on it every year and let us know in what context they've used it. So that's where we're at. And Freddie Martinez is with Lucy Parsons Labs and doing amazing work. And I'm really glad he found the time to be here today. So let's hear it for Freddie Martinez.
How's the audio level? Good? Back there? Good? Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks for hosting us, and thanks to the Internet Archive for doing the infrastructure work for Aaron Shorts today. So my name is Freddie Martinez. I am the director of Lucy Parsons Labs. It's a nonprofit based out of Chicago, started in Chicago, and we've sort of, some of us have migrated our way to the Bay Area. And we do a lot of police accountability work, but there's very few of us, we're very small, and so we've learned some lessons along the way that I think maybe through telling a few stories of how we did our work, maybe it'll inspire you or teach you, or maybe you'll go out and maybe try to replicate some of our work. So earlier in life, when I was much younger, I was, you know, interested in computers and code and things like that. I met Drew here at the Chicago Linux Users Group 10 years ago or something like that. But it had never occurred to me that there is a political aspect to tech, that there are implications for how we use technology, for how we work together, and it really has been through the last 5 or 6 years that sort of changed for me. And I'll tell you a few stories that sort of led to that path. In 2012, I was unemployed, paying back massive amounts of student loan debt, and, you know, sort of reading a lot about economic theory and, you know, sort of the nature of sort of like debt in developing countries and things like that. So reading a lot about what was happening in the world, reading a lot about U.S. empire and imperialism. And that same year, there was a massive protest in Chicago against the NATO summit that was coming to town. And I had read, you know, stories about protests, but I'd never really been involved in one. And so I was like, well, let's go check this thing out. And I was completely unaware of what I was doing. I went by myself, and I had never, you know, you hear stories about like militarization of police, but it had been sort of the first time I had seen it physically. And one thing in particular stood out to me that day. I was taking photos of a bunch of stuff, and I saw a group of riot cops coming outside of a Dunkin' Donuts, and I took a photo because I thought it was a funny image, and they chased me down the block. They like tried to crack my head open with a baton, and, you know, that really stuck with me, because, you know, just the impunity with which they were able to arbitrarily chase people, threaten to hit them in the head. And, you know, for me, it was for the lulz, right? But like, that could have had some very serious implications. I could have, you know, been in the hospital or any number of things. And it was kind of at that moment that I was like, you know what, fuck this. We're going to do something about it. So in some ways, their use of arbitrary police power really created sort of a backlash. So that's sort of the origin story for how I got started involved with police. Got interested in the idea of police accountability. you know, organizing communities against police violence and things like that. And this was in 2012. You know, another thing happened right around that time in that Aaron Swartz died, and his family had his funeral north of Chicago, so we traveled up there to show you know, solidarity. And I remember Anonymous said that they were going to go out there, and so we went to the funeral, and all of the TV people are like, "Are you anonymous? Are you anonymous? Are you anonymous?" That was the only thing they kept asking us. The answer was no. We are all anonymous. But you know, so I was sitting there and I was watching the funeral, and I noticed we went to the funeral and we left, and on the way out we noticed that there's a black sedan, and you look inside and there's like FBI agents, or what I suspected were FBI agents, like taking photos of Aaron's body being loaded into the hearse. And again, it was one of those like moments that really stuck deeply with me, because I just had never, you know that the FBI does really bad stuff, but actually seeing it in person really stuck with me too. And you know, there was a lot going on at this time. There was, I think the Snowden revelations were in 2013, the arrest of Chelsea Manning, Anonymous was in the news basically every week. And so there was a lot of political activism that was happening around tech. But it really was both going to the funeral of Aaron Swartz, seeing the FBI there, and like what was happening in the sort of the popular culture, really kind of inspired me to sort of take what I knew about technology and apply it in a political way. So it wasn't just about like, oh, I really like Linux and I'm going to argue about GNU for 14 hours and we're going to argue about software licenses. Like, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something else. So yeah, we got mad and we decided to experiment with a lot of different projects. We started organizing crypto parties. And we met a lot of people who were interested in, like, you know, how do I use OTR, for example. But really what we found is that they were interested in other things. They were interested in, you know, the politics of the day. They were interested in organizing their communities. They were interested in, you know, it's not just about the tech. It was about, there was some political need to do other stuff with the skills that we had. And so that's sort of how Lucy Parsons Labs was born. We took our name, or took the name from, named after a famous labor organizer, Lucy Parsons. She was once called more dangerous than 1,000 rioters by Chicago Police Department. So we thought that that was kind of appropriate to use that name, and she's deeply tied into the history of Chicago's labor activism. And so yeah, so that's where that name comes from. And so we're a small, horizontally organized nonprofit. I'm I guess the director, which just means I talk to people about our work publicly, but most of the work is carried out by our members. We're a very small team. I think we spent less than $10,000 last year. So a lot of the work that we've done has been essentially for free. Most of the work that we do is behind a laptop. And so, you know, I'll be in discussions with someone and they'll say, well, you're in the Bay Area, how are you doing this work out of Chicago? And it's like, well, the internet's everywhere. So LPL was born. It was really a conversation that we had, mostly frustrated that there was not people doing the types of work that we were interested in doing. So we were kind of like, well, okay, let's just do it ourselves. It's been extremely successful, because one of the things that has sort of happened is, like, not only are we interested in tech, but we're also interested in different kinds of politics. We're interested in understanding, analyzing power, and holding people to account. So one of the things I guess I want people to take away from this conversation is you have to talk to your communities, you have to talk to your friends and your family, because, you know, it was through conversations with people I met at crypto parties, but it was sort of after the crypto parties when everyone had gone home, that you begin to like know the kinds of people that want to work with you, and getting to know someone really well and like learning what they really are passionate about. That's not time lost in any way. In fact, it is a huge investment, because that way when you start working together, you know each other, you trust each other, and more importantly, you can hold each other accountable for work on X project in a way that doesn't involve like horrible power dynamics and things like that. So one day I'm sitting in, we're having some vegan food, and I'm telling a friend about the NATO summit, and in particular, I had been reading about MZ catchers, these sort of portable cell phone towers that are used without warrants to sort of surveil people. And I got interested for two reasons. One is that in 2007, Miami Police Department bought these devices because there was a anti-globalization summit very similar to the NATO summit in 2012, and I saw that, like, well, if they did that in Miami, Chicago's like the third largest metropolitan city, I wonder what we can do about this. And so I'm having a conversation with my colleague, and she says, well, you can always do a Freedom of Information Act request. And I was like, they're not just going to tell you that they're doing this illegal surveillance, right? So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. And then 3 months later, I'm talking to another friend, and he's like, yeah, why don't you do a Freedom of Information Act request? And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. They're just like not going to tell you what they're doing. So eventually I was convinced, and for months I was just ignored completely by the police department. And it was just one of those things where if they had just like not done that, it would have gone way better for them. But they didn't. So what we did was we filed lawsuits, and it was our first FOIA, and it was our first FOIA lawsuit. And it went, it was tremendously successful. We got national press, we had reports that were written on us, everyone in Chicago was writing about it, people were attending our court hearings, and we won. We were able to prove that they had bought the technology and were using it. But we weren't satisfied, right? So we know they have this equipment, we know that they use it in secret, and another thing is that prosecutors were dropping cases other than reveal that this technology was being used by police departments. So, like a good prison abolitionist, I was like, okay, maybe we can identify which cases these are and get them dropped. So that was the idea. We did another lawsuit where we tried to figure out how often it was deployed and on whom. And again, another big case, lots of press, and again, we were successful, and it cost us $0. We found a really good attorney who took the case. They were paid through this provision in the law that if you bring a case in Illinois and you win, the agency that denied you has to pay your legal fees. So it's a nice way of like getting free labor from lawyers while still like, researching what's happening in our community. So that worked. But it only worked because we just decided to keep digging. And, so get these documents, 300 pages, 400 pages, and I'm reading through them, and it says that the Stingrays are purchased by something called 1505. And so I don't know what that is. And did some more research, and we find that 1505 is a fund, the general name of a fund that corresponds to civil asset forfeiture in Illinois. So civil asset forfeiture, if you don't know what that is a process by where police or prosecutors can seize property from people without charging them with a crime. And since the enforcement is on property, there's no real rights there, like you have a Fourth Amendment right. on your person, but like when it's property, the rules of evidence and the standards that the prosecutors have to meet is much, much lower. So asset forfeiture is part of the war on drugs, and you know, we as someone who knows how the war on drugs operates, right? So the U.S. government will go to Afghanistan or some other country, develop technologies as part of the war on drugs, and then re-import them back into the communities, our communities. So when we found out that there was this connection to drug money, we thought that there's probably a very interesting thing to investigate here. And so we did two things. We wanted to figure out how much money was being seized and by whom and from whom, and where's the money ultimately going. So we did a long investigation. We were able to find that of the money that was seized as part of the war on drugs, 10% went to a secret surveillance budget that even the city of Chicago didn't know about, the people in charge of running the city didn't know about, and about 80% of that money that's seized as part of the war on drugs goes back into sort of the war on drugs. So there's this perpetual cycle of seizures that are done with, you know, very low evidence standards, and then it cycles back into itself, right? So there's this sort of cycle here that we were interested in analyzing a bit further. We also want to figure out who's getting their money seized. So the average seizure, in the 80s when these laws were being passed, was sort of about breaking up drug rings and, like, you know, El Chapo's drug money. And in Illinois, the average seizure was, I think, $300, right? So the people that are getting their stuff taken by the government, this isn't like you're not busting El Chapo, you're like making it hard for someone to pay their rent and things like that. So I was like, well, that's interesting, but who specifically is being targeted? And so we did a data we did another FOIA. We found that the majority of seizures are happening in sort of low-income neighborhoods, right? So if you were to draw a map of the economic, if you were to draw a map of, if you pull up a map of Chicago, on the west and south sides are predominantly people of color and poorer neighborhoods. And if you map out civil asset forfeiture, that's exactly what you see too. That's where the seizures are happening. We got this data from the Illinois State's Attorney, I believe that's what they're called. They're essentially like the DA. And her office, after fighting for about 2 years, gave us the records. Interestingly, she writes in an op-ed piece that linking back to our data that we got from her office about the racial impact of asset forfeiture and why, you know, people should support reform efforts, which is kind of a bizarre thing for a government agency to do, where they're like, they're quoting our story of their records. So kind of bizarre, right? And so we dug around on asset forfeiture for about 2 years. Similarly with stingrays, we dug around for about 2 years. Both of those eventually, you know, the Illinois, we had so much press about all of our stories that eventually sort of the Illinois House decided to do some reform efforts. So there have been like some legal battles that we've won, or sort of laws have changed because of our records, which is kind of a cool thing that happens that we didn't anticipate from, you know, starting off, you know, 2 years in. When you start the project, you don't actually anticipate that that's going to happen. Another project that we've been working on is one called Open Oversight. So Open Oversight is an ambitious project where we want to make a searchable database of police officers in uniform. So again, you know, the story is that someone was attacked at a protest, and they said to us, I don't know the officer that did it, because, like, how do you get their last name or badge number if they're assaulting you? But they did say to us, if I ever saw their face again, I would recognize them. So that was like the light bulb moment where we decided, okay, we're going to use public records request, crowdsource, and get photos that we can obtain of police officers, and make it so that, again, if someone wanted to, they could search either by badge number, name, some kind of identifying features like ethnicity or race. And we've been working on this sort of open source database for, I want to say, about 2 years now. And so if you're interested in those sorts of projects, we would happily have people work on our platform. Another thing that happened most recently is Berkeley police doxing anti-fascist protesters. So over the last 2 years, there have been sort of, fights between, there have been struggles against racism in our communities, and a lot of people have been getting arrested. So Berkeley police had this explicit policy of only putting mugshots on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram of people who had been arrested in connection to protests. So there are some massive First Amendment implications there, and they did this to me, so I took it personally. Again, kind of a theme here. And sitting there, I was thinking like, okay, sitting there and waiting to get processed out of the jail, I was sitting there thinking like, okay, what record requests can I do as soon as I get out? And that was actually really largely popular. A lot of people in the Bay Area used this to pressure Berkeley City Council to not allow the police department to do this. The backlash against Berkeley police has been so hard that I think they've abandoned this practice entirely, but we're not sure. And really, their documents say that they're doing this to create what they call a counter narrative that's friendly to the police department. And it's kind of like really dangerous stuff that we have police departments that are secretly creating narrative that are favorable to their interests, because I don't think we want police departments with their own political agendas doing, and much less doing these things in secret. So I mean, those are just a few examples of some of the work that we've done. I guess really my message here is that, you don't actually have to be very sophisticated. I knew nothing about FOIA when I first got started. I just did it. And sometimes you just have to go for it. So there's a quote that I want to end on that I really, really like. It's from Bonanno, and it goes like this. He says, "It's easy, you can do it yourself, alone or with a few trusted comrades. Complicated means are not necessary, not even great technical knowledge. Capital is vulnerable. All you need is to be decided." So my message here is, I don't think anything that I've done or we've done or LPL has done in the last years are particularly outside of anyone here can do it. And in fact, I hope that people can walk away and start thinking about how they can get started in their communities, because you just learn by doing, and so yeah, that's my message.
Are there any questions?
So are there any questions while Danny is coming to stage? Yes, Frank. And yeah, stay there, Freddie, for a second. Thank you.
Hi, I would like to propose an alternate repurposing of the stingrays for those of us among these communities to find the method to acquire them and put them instead of use for the police and covert surveillance, instead to be the relays for mesh networking, so that you don't necessarily have to rely upon the incumbent carriers.
Interesting concept. Any questions that are actual questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you for coming and speaking with us today. Have you run into, or has anybody on your team run into any of, I guess, privacy concerns or legal issues with regarding storing personal information in your database? I know California has some strict privacy laws.
Yes. So that's a great question. We have like so we have a manual process by where we have trusted volunteers actually curate the data. We don't publish any data that doesn't show like officers in uniform with either badge or number visible. So even if it's like someone, you know, there are sometimes cases where officers will dress in like plain clothes, but it's really like, you know it's an officer because they're like, I don't know, patrolling the football game or something like that. So we don't do that. So we have trusted volunteers who curate the images. And then we also have a process by which we could essentially kick someone and revert all of their images and things like that. We also have privacy laws like that don't let us do certain things. Like in Illinois, we would have liked to do facial recognition on faces and do automatic like tagging for review, but we can't do that either. So when we launched, we spent a significant amount of time thinking about these issues, but yeah, we had to balance that with the needs. Like, you know, we've heard stories where a person knows the name of the officer who killed their child, but has never even seen a photo of them. So, you know, we try to balance this It was a bit of a delicate process, but it's certainly one that we take very seriously, yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, one more question. Stand up, please.
Yeah, so about how this works. So essentially, it's a web server which somebody must be running, which is like a database of police officers in a particular area.
Mm-hmm.
So I take it you guys run it, but do you guys run it only for Chicago, or do you guys run it for pretty much like any area?
Yeah, that's a great question. So initially it was Chicago only because we were all living out there. Since then, like I live in Berkeley, which only has a police force of 100 people. Oakland has, I don't know, 600. So the reason that we have it deployed in multiple cities, but the reason it's not like everywhere is because you need community partners who are willing to keep the data up to date, submit data, things like that. So I think right now we have it Chicago, Berkeley, Oakland, and we've fiddled with the idea of federal databases like ICE agents, but when you're at like a scale of like there's 13,000 cops in Chicago, scaling up is really hard without a lot of partners. So in the Bay Area, what we've tried to do is like connect with people that are already doing police accountability work and figure out how our data can link to their data and how we can work together. So a lot of that is just, you know, meeting people, talking to them, sharing what they know, and so there's a lot of community engagement that goes along with it. So our code is open source and free, like you could spin up your own if you wanted to. But our process has been really about engaging with the community on projects like this.
Okay, so essentially when you want to add a new area, typically you find people in that area who are already doing this kind of work, and then you kind of integrate their organization to use your system.
So initially that's how we thought it would be, but we found that different groups had different needs. So like one group like just wanted searchable data of like police officer like abuse, for example, which isn't what we're doing. So yeah, there's a little bit of a balancing act there. So mostly what we found is when you're meeting like new groups, it's just trying to get a sense of what that community thinks is important. And so that's why there aren't more cities there, right? Because like anyone could go and create one for San Francisco, for example, but we weren't going to do that because we don't know anyone in San Francisco who could do that work.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, if there's, we have one more question? Okay, stand up.
Just a quick question. Really cool what you're doing. Sounds really cool. I'm just wondering, you said you had like something like 10,000 expenditures last year, and I'm just wondering. Okay. Sorry. Really cool what you're doing. I was just wondering how you're funding yourself, how you're going about that, and how that works out.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I wanted to say DIY accountability is because our funding is mostly donation-based. We're a 501c3, tax-deductible donations. We're happy to take them, and most of our research is paying for things like FOIA documents and things like that. So there's very low overhead. So most of us work jobs and volunteer. So it's mostly volunteer run and donation based. So I encourage you to make a donation. Yeah.
All right, and I'll put a link to the donation page when I put his talk and his video up next week. That was a really incredible talk. I learned so much. I got to go home and watch the video and figure out what I learned. So it was very cool, and thank you very much, Freddie. Let's hear it for Freddie Martinez. All right, so next is Danny O'Brien from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And go ahead, go up there, just go up there. I don't know what Tracy's, there's no slides, so I don't know what. Oh, to have the interwebs.
Yeah.
Yes.
We find the internet useful. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Do you want a little moment of standing up and shaking out, or is that kind of strangely embarrassing?
Stand up, shake out moment.
Okay, so everyone stand up. I'm going to humiliate myself on this stage by doing this, so you'll be fine. Take small, measured breaths through a filter. That would be my recommendation. Try and breathe towards the upper half of the environment. Shake. Yes. Okay. Good. All right. So we're running a little behind on schedule, but that's okay. That just means that there's been a huge amount of information, and we've distorted space-time to occupy it. But in order to compensate slightly, I am going to take an hour talk. And like compress it as hard as I can. What that means is I'll probably be speaking very quickly, but you can sort of, if I'm speaking too quickly or I'm covering things that blow your mind, you can just wave to me and tell me to slow down, and I will. And then we'll spend a lot of time on your questions, because my hope is that I'll have spoken so quickly and so incoherently that actually we'll have a lot of questions to answer at the end, okay? So one of the reasons why I feel like there might be some questions is that when Lisa asked me to talk, I said, let's talk about Article 11 and Article 13. And she said, that sounds great. That's exactly what we need. I'll put you on the schedule for it. And then about 5 minutes before I came up, Lisa came up to me and said, you're on pretty soon. It's all working out. What are Article 11 and 13? And I thought, okay, if Lisa doesn't know, then maybe I need to like spend a little time spinning back in it. So for the intents and purposes of finding out exactly how much I should expand on this particular topic, who here knows what article thinks they know? Because, you know, there are complexities. Article 11 and Article 13. Notice I'm putting my hand up. That's probably reassuring, right? So does anybody here else know? Brewster knows, so that's good. He's doing his job. No one else? Someone else? Like, it's not a bidding thing. You don't end up winning Article 11 and 13 if you put your hand up. But okay, so this means I'm actually going to junk most of my talk, which, believe me, is probably a good thing, because most of my talk was going to be sort of a historical context for 11 and 13, to sort of come up front and explain what this is. You may know Article 13 as the war on memes. You may know Article 11 as the link tax. And you probably would know these things in either a little more detail or in a different language if you are in Europe, because both of these are proposals from the European Union's new proposed directive on copyright in the single digital market. I think there's about 30 articles in the whole thing, and actually the majority of them are kind of good. We always face, when we're doing policy work in the intellectual property environment, this terrible tension from the fact that copyright really isn't fit for copyright law, isn't really fit for use in the 21st century. There's this terrible mismatch between the practical strategies that copyright law uses in order to achieve its ends and the practical environment that we face ourselves in. And I think the core one there is that copyright law traditionally works on the basis that making a copy, transforming one version of a copyrighted work into two versions is both costly, difficult, and centralized. And the reason why it makes that assumption is because that's the perfect moment for regulation to intervene, right? If what you want to do, and this is pretty much, and we'll talk about some differences between Europe and the United States perhaps in the questions, but if what you're trying to do is to economically encourage the production of intellectual and creative works, then the thing that makes sense to do is to try and inject some control at an obvious regulatory point. To give an example, shall I go back to the 17th century with our time-space machine? Yes, I have a minute, I can do that. I often compare it to the Windows tax, which, unlike Links tax and unlike what Bill Gates might have as a fear, or even Richard Stallman, the Windows tax was something that was introduced in the United Kingdom and also other parts of Europe in a time before an income tax, where you wanted to exact more money from the rich and less from the poor. Right? In the absence of any other kind of bureaucratic instrument for finding out who was the rich, who was the poor, the idea is you would look at a building like this and you would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this has 8 windows. The people who own this must be fairly rich. Oh, maybe a few up here too. So we'll charge them that much. And if you have a small home with 1 window, then you can charge someone a smaller amount. You can imagine the consequences of this, which is just for many years in my home country, you have these amazing mansions with absolutely no windows in them. But it's a useful state mechanism to try and insert a point whereby you can either exact taxes or you can exert control. And intellectual property law revolves around the idea that copies are expensive, therefore you can insert some kind of state control in that environment. So it's a strategy. But it's obviously a strategy that doesn't work very well on the internet, because every device connected to the internet itself, and the routers that drive the internet all make copies, and they make copies quickly for almost zero cost, and it's a fundamental function of the process as a whole. So, copyright law needs to be reformed. What we've seen in the last 20 years is that every time copyright law has moved towards being reformed, even if there are many good ideas in that particular reform, instantly that suggestion or that discussion happened, it gets sort of derailed into this odd space where the law doesn't actually catch up to the way that the internet is. The law actually attempts to sort of break the internet. And the reason why I'm doing this introduction is because one of the things that was most fascinating for me in our initial fights for Article 11 and Article 13, what are they? Don't heckle, we'll get to it, was that we had a massive response. Lots of people all around Europe, once they heard about these articles, were extremely concerned and felt that this was an insane attempt to control the internet by people who clearly didn't understand how it was working. But what I got, and what I got in the discussions across Reddit and across much of the internet, was a repeating question, which was, why does a law that's supposed to be about copyright and supposed to be about intellectual property, why is this written in such a way as it would obviously break the internet? And the reason why I think that's kind of fascinating, because I think probably everybody in this room kind of assumes that there is this tension between intellectual property and the internet as a whole. And so to have that question be asked again in many ways sort of teaches you something, which one is that you need to talk a little bit about the basic principles. You need to talk about the setting to which these articles and the atmosphere where these proposals get brewed and created and thought of as good ideas. Because there's a sizable number of people, when I explain these articles to you in about 2 minutes, you'll think they're crazy. But I guarantee that there's a majority, not a majority, but a sizable minority of European politicians who think that this is a perfectly reasonable way to go ahead and don't really comprehend the damaging effects, which I hope will be instinctive when you see it from you, of the damage that these can cause. Okay, so this is sort of the framing. We're in an interesting new period. It's been 5 years since Aaron passed away. And Aaron, in many ways, and at that time, was the peak moment where we really had explained in many ways the dangers of intellectual property laws, right? SOPA, the SOPA fight has just passed on, and there was a new generation coming up who comprehended this. And 5 years is a strange length of time because it's about the time a regulation takes to come into effect. The directive that I will describe in 30 seconds was just beginning to be brewed 5 years ago. But in that 5 years, a new generation of activists and a new generation of people coming to defend the internet have emerged. If you were 12 5 years ago, you may have been inspired or you may have been depressed by what you heard, but you probably didn't know the details of what was going on. Now you will be 17 and 18 and you will be able to vote and you will be able to think about these issues, but you don't necessarily know the history of what happened before. 10 minutes in, time to reveal Article 11 and Article 13. Well, as I said, most of the proposals in the digital copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive are perfectly reasonable. They create new powers that really most people would assume that we already have. For instance, they allow you, if you lived in the European Union, to data mine, to spider, to pick up information on the internet and store it for your own use and do analysis. Basically the same processes that the Internet Archive does here and now, and those machines do over there, to preserve the internet, the very processes that academics and scientists and enthusiasts do to analyze statistically and understand what they see on the internet, and what search engines like Google do. Spidering will now be better protected in the EU than heretofore. So there are good things like that. Then there are these two articles. Let me break them down for you. So starting with Article 11. Article 11 is an attempt to introduce Europe-wide an idea that has been terrible for about 5 years or so. So the proposal is this. Newspapers aren't doing very well. And one of the reasons why newspapers aren't doing very well is because news has become a commodity. We see the news spreads very quickly. News uses that ability to make copies at zero cost for good. And that means that if something happens on the other side of the world, it will propagate and land in your Twitter stream or what have you extremely quickly. A lot of that speed and a lot of the accuracy of that speed comes from the traditional role of the journalist. But the journalist and the news publisher are just one part in this giant distribution system. Other parts of it seem to be doing pretty well. The news companies somewhat survive now, many of them, by getting advertisement money from Google and other advertising networks. But they might not get enough, or they might not get as much as they used to, because other services like Craigslist, other classified ad services, and just generally that era of faster, more permissionless and more widespread education, information distribution has kicked in. So a few years ago, the newspaper publishers in the European Union, although I've seen this happen all around the world, came up with a proposal. And the proposal was this: if you talk about or link to a newspaper article, you should pay for that. You should pay for the ability to link to a newspaper article. And this is interesting, right? Because this means that other people suddenly have to pay effectively a sort of tax to link to you. And if you're the person that provides the news, then this provides a new source of income. I don't think I have to tell people here quite why this is a bad idea, but let's just roll through it, shall we? First of all, that's how you actually make money, is by having people visit your website. If you're charging people to link to your website, that disincentivizes them from pointing to the news item. Secondly, a description about something else online, or a description about anything else, is partly what communication of the news is, and it's partly what journalists do themselves, right? The reason why journalists are able to communicate and convey the news is because they walk that web of hyperlinks just like anyone else does. Finally, it sort of misunderstands where these revenue streams are coming from. It's the idea that somehow people who are really making money out of this whole thing are the people who are linking to these services. So this is an idea that aggregators are the great victors in the copy fight. And I'm not sure that's entirely true. There's definitely this truth to sort of like collating the world's information and then redistributing it, but that's a very broad benefit. It's certainly not the part of what makes a company like Google or Facebook rich. What happens with Google and Facebook and what makes them rich is this sort of private collection of information. It's not them sharing the connections between the world, it's actually the secret stuff, the stuff that like brings in the data and never lets it go. And by creating an incentive to tax links and limit this public distribution of knowledge, you're actually trying to play the same game as these big companies. You're actually trying to convey the idea that you own the knowledge that you have and that you can hoard it and keep it, and it's better that everybody else does this. It's a sort of idea of partitioning knowledge. It's sort of an idea of increasing the idea of knowledge as property, and knowledge is something that you hoard and share only when there's a financial transaction or interest in it. But we don't have to talk about these high sort of theoreticals. The nice thing about Article 11 of the Copyright Directive is that it's already been tried. So it was tried in Germany, and then it was tried in Spain. And these are the things that happened. When they tried it in Germany, they introduced a tax on linking to news items. And the newspapers were extremely excited because this meant that they could go to Google and ask for money, and Google would pay them money. Except what actually happened, of course, is they went to Google and said, great, we'd like you to pay us some money for these links. And Google went, no, why would we? You're getting all the traffic. That doesn't make any sense. And the companies paused for a little bit and said, well, how about we cut a deal in which you don't pay us anything and link to us? And Google said, yes, that seems like a great deal, and the status quo was restored with absolutely no new money going to the news companies, and with Google now having this almost monopolistic deal, right? Because the only way you'd be able to extract money from this link tax is hitting up everyone else who does aggregation and pulls in data. So you can't negotiate with Google because Google controls all your traffic, but you might be able to screw someone who's lower down on the chain. So suddenly there's this differentiation between the big sort of companies who can hold you to ransom effectively and these smaller companies that would have to cut a deal. So that didn't work. So they introduced it in Spain. And the clever thing about the law it proposed in Spain was that there was a particular rule that says that you actually have to pay people money. You can't just exchange it in return for traffic. Now, I thought, we can go to Google and these big companies, and they have to give us money to link to us. And so Google said, well, okay, we won't link to you. And they shut down Google News in Spain. Instantly, the traffic to Spanish newspapers plummeted, but it didn't plummet in a consistent way. The way that it plummeted was that the big newspapers did fine because they already have some sort of brand exposure. People tended to go to them. But all of the smaller newspaper and other news media organizations found their traffic collapsing because people didn't get that alternative to go there. So we know that Article 11 has this terrible model and these terrible results. And the answer to that was, we're not doing it big enough. If we introduce it Europe-wide, then it'll work perfectly well. Article 11. Article 13. Article 13 actually also is sort of a Google idea, although, I mean, I have to say that these companies have fought pretty hard against all of these things. And I think the pattern you see there is that companies will fight and lobby against any kind of regulation, but the moment that regulation succeeds, they will adapt. And I think that's just the pattern of regulation. And the question is what happens to everybody who's not a company? What happens to everybody who's not a particularly powerful organization, or one that is even really organized in a corporate or industrial model? What happens to a distributed community, like an open source community, or most of the other communities that we are members of if we participate on the internet? What happens not to Facebook, but what happens to the group of people who are organizing and talking and communicating, whether that's on Facebook or on some other part of the global web? And in Article 13, what we had is an interesting thing, which it was similarly an attempt to create a sort of enforced balance between the old economics and the new economics. This time it wasn't between the news publishers and the big tech companies. It was between the movie and music industry, which has a long pattern of somewhat antagonistic relationship with the nature of the internet, and understandably so, because as we talked about earlier on, the big thing about previous industries that relied on copyright law was this idea that they would take their cut when this copy was made. Like, in many ways, the music and the TV and the movie picture industries take their money, insert that business model at the point where content is distributed. That's why we talk about record labels rather than being sort of money source and the lobbyists rather than the individual artists. It's not because printing labels is particularly lucrative, it's because that's what you do when you make your distribution. So Article 13 worked like this. We have a bunch of services that allow people to share content online. And sometimes they share content which is infringing, right? Is a violation of copyright law. Therefore, what we should build is a requirement when any part of the internet which is involved in sharing content, there should be a magical, mystical system that scans all that content for copyright violations. And if it detects a copyright violation, it should prevent you from distributing. Okay, so now let's run through the reasons why this is a terrible idea. The first one is let's go back a bit, right? Everything is copyrighted. Anything that is fixed in a fixed form is copyrighted. If you were to record this, it would be copyrighted, and we could fight about who owned it. If you send an email, that's fixed, that's copyrighted. So if somebody forwards it, that's potentially a violation if they didn't come back and ask you. Any content that you upload is copyrighted content. The idea of scanning all content that's uploaded and then coming out with a flag telling you whether it's copyrighted or not is ridiculous, because you could basically write a program that says yes every time. What they're really talking about is, does this content match a database of the large players? Does it match the database of music that is distributed by the record labels? Does it match the database of clips and scenes from popular money-making movies? Does it match people talking on the television? And while it is true that there is a lot of content that was infringing that would be matched to that, the truth is there's a lot of stuff that is not infringing, that is actually a legitimate expression of an individual or a group's collective, creative nature that would also trigger that. And this spills not only into the creative area, but to every part of communication. So to give you an example, let's go back to news, the people who that we're trying to protect in Article 11's ideas. So who knows Amy Goodman and Democracy Now! Here? Yes, okay, so that's good. I'll be able to tell Amy that more people know about her than Article 11 and 13. That's great. Me and Cory Doctorow were at a panel with Amy Goodman, and we were sort of, you know, I have to admit that Amy has slightly better topics to talk about for her stories, right, to a general audience, right? I'm talking about articles that the best way I can make them more exciting is by giving them sort of Roman numerals, right? Because it looks more sinister if it's X, I, right? Whereas Amy's talking about like war crimes and the future of democracy. But one of the things she mentioned to us was that she hits this problem a lot, right? Because what happens is that Amy Goodman and her team go and film new novel news content around the world, revealing scenes that expose injustices. They go and put it on Democracy Now! Or they show it at some event. And then that material gets reused, right? That material, other people sort of quote and use that material. And she runs into a situation where, because Democracy Now! Is a smaller operation than the big news networks, her content will be taken down with a copyright notice from another player, right? So if Amy Goodman is recorded talking about something, then somebody else will then impose that copyright because they're controlling the big database. And she's actually had like live streams taken down because of this and other incidents. And a classic example that we often cite is Bach. Right? So Bach lived and died in a period where, you know, American copyright didn't really exist. Did America exist? Probably, more or less. The country before you guys turned up. So what happens now is that someone will record Bach for fun and share it with their friends on the internet, and then that will get taken down because Warner Brothers or Records or some other service also actually provides Bach as a service, right? They have like orchestras and they play violin concertos or what have you. And so they're in there first. They control Bach and they can take down your content, and this repeatedly happens, right? And this is because filters can't tell the difference between fair use and copyright infringement. And that's particularly serious because so much of the expression that we see online is fair use. It uses the building blocks of the culture that we have around us to build new and more exciting and innovative things, right? That's how we create. It's how we've always created. We haven't sat there paying a license to letters of the alphabet, to the original Phoenicians that came up with that particular shape. And now the letters of the alphabet for us are the content that we see around us, right? We're swimming in a world of material that we use to build a new and hopefully better world, or at least to discuss and describe what we see around us. So that's substantially part of the problem. The other part of the problem, though, is the one that we also described in Article 11, right? So if you enforce copyright filters on every sharing service, that's obviously got to cost some money, right? You have to pay for the service to make these artificial intelligence, machine learning filters. You have to, if you don't do it, you have to pay for the sort of liability. If you don't produce one of these filters, the proposal will strip you of any liability protection. So you would have to pay for the sort of insurance and the dangers of that. You would have to sort of effectively pay for the mistakes, right? Because no filter is going to be perfect. So you're going to have a bunch of angry users who have their content removed. And you're going to also have to pay when your filters fail and keep them updated. You're also going to have to sort of deal with the fact that you can't really provide any variety or change. I mean, take Twitch, for example. I think there would be a few people who would have said as the rise of YouTube came into existence that it would be very hard to compete in the video world, right? And then Twitch came along. And Twitch, for those of you who don't know, is a streaming service that lets you play video games and people come in and chat. And that's something that YouTube wasn't able quite to do. You could kind of do it, but it was clunky, and Twitch gave you the ability to do that. Everything on Twitch is not an infringement, but an infringement according to the blind eyes of a filtering algorithm. Because what you're doing when you're playing a video game is moving copyrighted items around on a screen, right? That is all copyrighted. And sure, most of the video game companies that understand their market accept and allow this kind of thing, and I think you would make some really strong and powerful arguments at the EFF that this is actually fair use, in the same way as people made arguments that finally made video recorders in the 1970s not a bannable item, but actually the basis of the next generation of income and revenue for the Hollywood industries that attempted to have them destroyed and removed off the market. But the truth is that those sort of calculations can't really play out when you have just an algorithm deciding these things. Twitch would have to and be required to, under Europe's Article 13, assemble a copyright filter that would spend all its time going, yes, this is copyright infringement. Yes, this is copyright infringement. Even though that fair use of copyright is what everybody involved in the Twitch ecosystem, from the players, from the viewers, from the people that produce those games, it wants to build a better and more connected and more remunerative gaming environment. So you sort of extinguish the Twitches of the world. You actually kind of affect things like Reddit even, or even Twitter, because those companies sort of upload as part of their process of providing service for their users. And once again, you enter into this really weird situation where everything has to look like YouTube, and the best way of looking like YouTube and paying the kind of costs of guiding all of this stuff is by being YouTube. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the reason why the European politicians seized upon creating a copyright filter as a solution to all of these problems is because they had a proof of existence. Because about 5, maybe 10 years ago, YouTube, which was facing lawsuits over this sort of infringing content, because at the time Universal Pictures and the music industry was saying the only thing that YouTube existed for was copyright infringement. They made an agreement by which they would build one of these copyright filters. And that's the reason why content repeatedly gets taken down on YouTube, is because they have the copyright filter that the European Union now wants to impose on everybody else. This is a Google recommended solution. And of course, the point of these things, Article 11 and Article 13, they're not really attempts to reform copyright. They're not necessarily attempts to fix the business models of either the music industry or the movie industry or the news media industry. I think that, you know, those things are always going to be in demand, and they will have ways of surviving. It's a way of trying to exact and fix a political imbalance. And that political imbalance is because there are a bunch of actually genuinely concerning quasi-monopolistic powers forming in the tech world at this point, these big companies, and they need to have their powers addressed, particularly if you look from the perspective of Europe, because Europe looks around and it doesn't have any alternatives to these companies from looking from Brussels. And it doesn't have any control over those companies because they're all based in the United States, a country that already prompts some concern. So those are the attempted solutions. And these are the reasons why EFF thinks they're wrong, and over almost 1 million people across Europe wrote in and said that they're wrong. We had a tight victory in the European Parliament in July, and then we had a very tight loss in the European Parliament in September. The process now goes to something called the Trilogue, which I think actually there should be more conspiracy theories about. It's got an excellent name for conspiracy theories, and it's actually kind of sinister in that what happens now is members of the European Parliament, members of the European Council, who I believe don't wear giant hoodies, but are actually just representatives of the member states of Europe, and the European Commission, which is the executive of the European Union, attempt to strike a deal. This will be a deal that will be decided in the smoky back rooms of Brussels. And if you've ever been to Brussels, people do tend to smoke a lot. So no, I can't really criticize them right now, can I? So that's going on right now. The huge groundswell of opposition to this from people who understand how the internet works has really sort of shifted the debate. And we've already just seen that one of the countries that was in favor of these proposals, Italy, has now shifted ground. And we're increasingly seeing other representatives of countries seeing this democratic push. But it's a democratic push that the European politicians really don't know what to make of. The biggest thing we're struggling right now with is that if we talk to not really most MEPs, not really most European politicians, but the European politicians who want to double down on their support for Article 11 and Article 13, what they will do is say that 600,000 or more people didn't write signed permissions, didn't write and contact and call and meet with their MEPs, but those were all bots. They were all Google bots that was fake news. That there was this burst of democracy across the European Union. I tell you that like that, I mean, I have to deal with those people asking me what to do next, and like, you know, is this really as bad as it seems? And this seems to be an absolute nightmare. And those people aren't bots, right? This is not. It's almost a strange conflation of the idea that people who care about the internet and use the internet to communicate must in some way be an instrument of the sinister powers that lie behind the scenes that control the internet. And I think this is something that we have to worry about, that the more we argue for the importance and the sanctity of the internet as a place where you live and communicate and work and play, the more that politicians and big business who see the internet either as a place to economically exploit between one industry and another, or see their job as sort of essentially acting as referees between companies and corporations and industries industries that sort of want to enclose what we believe is a public commons here, but they see as a source to be exploited and chopped and charged and divided up into different forms of intellectual property. When that tension is made explicit, it's easier to fall back on this idea that the people who are speaking up and the people who are democratically trying to challenge your view of the world are actually just artifacts of the sinister zaibatsus that are really controlling things. I think that's a huge shame. I think that it means that we're in a new stage of the copy fight. It's not that different from the old stages. There was always an air where people would turn to us at EFF and events like this and go, why do you care so much, right? Why do you care about copyright? And the reason is, as I explained to that person from Reddit who was asking about why does copyright break the internet? Copyright breaks the internet because copyright hasn't yet been reformed and hasn't yet shifted into the shape that that best fits where we live and where we work today. And in that transitional time, there are going to be two different models. One is where you use copyright law to try and change the world around you to better fit the nature of that model of society and that model of creative endeavor, where everything is homesteaded and everything is cut down and controlled in that way and enclosed. Or you try and look at this alternative possibility, where what we're trying to do is to protect and defend a commons that is our common heritage. That this isn't something that can be seen and boiled down to a debate between businesses, but an issue of the public good and a distributed public good as well, where you can fit Google and Hollywood and the German press into one room with a bunch of MEPs to debate the future, or you can try and accommodate 600,000 people, all of whom will benefit from having articles like this removed and destroyed, who can only express themselves either by collective action, not either, by collective action, and the best way in the common world that we live in to conduct collective action is through the internet. And that's kind of why we built it that way. We didn't build it as a copyright engine. We didn't build it as a way of undermining copyright. We built it as a public commons. And the solution to going forward is to try and come up with laws and principles and business models that protect that commons rather than enclose it. Okay, so I think that's my compressed version of that. We still managed to wander a little bit, so I'm willing to answer questions on any part of that foraging that we did. If you'd like to know more about Article 11 and 13, I would encourage you to go to Julia Rader, who is the Pirate Party MEP, who has been tracking all of this. That's JuliaReda.eu. And you can also follow either Cory Doctorow, who's been writing about this a lot on Boing Boing, or EFF's Deep Links, where I will be writing about the inner workings of the trilogues. So, do we have any questions? Good questions, excellent. I presume I'm not just supposed to like throw you a microphone, so you have another one. Okay, go off with your microphone.
Thanks a lot for the talk. And
oh, thank you.
As a German,
it's not finished yet, so
yeah,
it'll be all right.
As a German, I found it very interesting to hear about the implications of the laws.
Oh, right. Well, you're probably the one person in this room that can really directly do something right now. So don't do it right now. Give that man a microphone and then go home and write to your MP.
There are other reasons why people want to censor the internet.
Yeah.
Besides copyright, for slander or criticizing government officials or child pornography or whatever. And the problem is, it seems like the regulations for copyright may interfere with the regulations for other kinds of publishing infringement. And I wonder if there's trying to unify these mechanisms to a more appropriate place than at the by the time the website has come up would seem to be appropriate. But I haven't heard any talk of that.
So I think one of the other alternative answers to that argument, like why is copyright the thing that breaks the internet, is just because copyright got there first. And like one of the things one of the reasons why we ended up opposing these very broad and intrusive laws was because they could be misused by almost anything else. So one of the patterns that we see in the United States and other countries too is that if you want something removed from the internet, you will use copyright to do that, because the DMCA allows a takedown process which is much faster than just taking things through the courts. And that's true of any law that gives you a fast track to censorship. And so what that really means is you kind of have to make sure that all of them have really meaty protections for free expression and meaty protections against misuse, which distinctly, this is one of the things that we're currently lobbying for with Article 13, that at the very least, it shouldn't be used as a censorship engine. Like, you should just be able to say, I copyrighted this thing, therefore you have to take it down universally from every content sharing website. And I mean, to be honest, that's something that actually, it doesn't matter whether the law itself is well thought out or not. You really run that risk if you try and create a better system or faster system for removing content. We're worried about that with the new terrorism directive in the European Union, which allows certain groups to take down content within hours. We think that will be misused. And also, we worry actually about a regulation that is in many ways incredibly positive for a lot of things that concern us, the GDPR. The GDPR has provisions for removing content that don't have very good balances of freedom of expression, which is what we've just seen actually in Romania, where the government there used the GDPR to target journalists. The GDPR has an exception for journalistic endeavors, but it doesn't have the right sort of degree of balance of powers and concerns, just as the EU's copyright directive, just as the DMCA in the United States doesn't. I have questions.
Thank you so much for the work that EFF does. I'm Tim, by the way. I work with Creative Commons and also with Comuni Association in Europe.
Yeah.
We've been focusing a lot on these issues as well.
Right.
And I really appreciate you bringing up the fact that I think not only has the sort of evidence-based approach been totally discarded around a lot of these issues, especially 11 and 13. Like I recall, even the Parliament commissioned research about the possible impacts of at least Article 11, which basically said what you've been talking about. It would be very detrimental for access to information, and it wouldn't get the newspapers paid. But on the other hand, of course, I think they're dismissing a lot of the activism that the groups like EFF are doing, that we're doing, calling it fake news or saying those aren't real people. Or so it's almost like a problem with democracy. They don't want to listen to these new types of people that are bringing up these issues. And sort of related to that, I wanted to get your thoughts about you mentioned MEPs like Julia Reda, who have been extremely helpful and understand these issues very well. Of course, people like her, she's decided not to run for election again. There are other advocates that are going to be going away. So going into the elections that are coming up next year, I'm wondering if you had thoughts about how we can mobilize new MEPs, how we can kind of work together. You talked about collective action to highlight new types of advocates that care about the public interest and these sort of issues.
So I talked very briefly at the very beginning of this about sort of generational shifts, and I think that I think this is a lesson that we have to, in the sort of digital rights digital commons community, have to think about too. And you can see it sort of tainting my discussion of this as much as anyone else. That the traditional battle has been between people who understand the internet and people who don't. And that's often sort of sometimes it's expressed as an age thing, but I think I prefer to think of it more as a career choice thing. In the 20 years ago, politicians would not have spent some time encountering the internet either in their professional work life or in their busy time as a politician. That's going away now. Like, when I talk to people from the music industry or the movie industry, of course they understand the internet. I mean, that's not the issue here. Similarly, when I talk to people who do understand the internet, they have interests that pull in lots of different directions. I now have many disagreements with big tech companies about how they do these things. So now we're getting to the point where the new generation of politicians coming in probably or certainly might well have some knowledge or interest in the internet. The challenge is to get them to represent the public interest, right? The challenge is that the values that we all sort of try and defend here are extremely and deliberately thinly and widely distributed across the world, right? And this is sort of like having a political party that has, 100 people in every town, right? Like, actually, that would be like, a huge number of people around the world, but it's never going to win any elections. There are two possible solutions to this. One is the pirate party model, right, which is where you actually create a group that in proportional representation or just general representation represents those values. And Julia's an excellent, I always mispronounce the name, excellent example of that. The alternative, or actually, it's not really an alternative, it's something you can do in tandem, is to use the fact that we've built a distributed system to communicate and build things together, like Creative Commons, like Wikipedia, like the archive. And I think that we're just in this transitional moment where we have to learn to talk to politicians again about things that, not that we have to explain, that we have to make them understand the pros and cons, and we have to use what used to be our biggest advantage, which is the distributed collective actions that we do, to talk to people in a world where there are many, many other groups, both positive and extremely negative, who are using those tools at the same time. So not great answers, but maybe a couple of directions.
So, as a European citizen, I'm a little bit embarrassed what's going on there.
Well, I'm a European citizen too, up until probably March. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out.
One thing that you mentioned is fair use. That is actually a great way to help remix whatever content and go from there. One problem is actually in the European Union, there's actually not such a strong fair use concept as it is here, which makes it even more dangerous because it could actually mean that it totally can shut down at will any use of any snippet of a little bit of content.
Right.
And I think that is one of the even more dangerous things of these discussions that happen there.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on that for people who didn't hear, the point that was being made is that we have in the United States this fair use exception, which sort of limits the extent of, if you would try to ban infringing content, there would be a lot of stuff that you could at least kind of defend as non-infringing content. Whereas in the European Union, as in many countries, there isn't something squishy like fair use. What there is something that's like basically an exhaustive list of exemptions. And right now in the European Union, some countries have some exemptions and some countries don't. Classically, one of the ones I'm dealing with is that I believe it's Hungary, Bulgaria doesn't have an exemption for parody. So if you were to parody or poke fun at a politician in a video, well, the video would be locked out anyway, because you might use an image of the politician and that would trigger a copyright problem, but you couldn't even argue that that was a legitimate use. And that's one of those problems. I think that I'm always a great believer in many different kind of experiments with copyright. But at the same time, I do think that there are a basic set of like acceptable, understood exemptions that are probably worth implementing universally. There was one lady there.
Hi, I saw hi.
I've just learned to put it right up to my mouth, so.
Like this.
Oh.
Check, check, check. Oh,
There you go.
turn it up or something.
If you.
Hello?
There you go. That's good. If you just put it right up to your mouth like me, then.
At the Internet Archive, they showed a couple slides a couple years ago at the open house of Amazon and the Internet Archive's holdings of digitized books from 1920, timeline. At 1923, they both had the same identical hold.
Right.
So you're looking at, Amazon and Internet Archive, they both have the same hole. It's a big hole of lose-lose. Does anyone have any ideas about win-win? Because nobody's winning in that big hole. Is there such an idea as beneficial fair use or some way for these people to talk to each other, to use content that's kind of just getting lost? Thank you.
I would cede that to my time to Brewster. Did you hear the question? The question was sort of about like, what can we do for the fact that like there's fair use content all across the internet?
I think you're asking about the missing century of books, right? Is this working all?
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh?
Try to get.
What? So I think it's the 1923 were doing pretty well, and then they were missing basically the rest of the 20th century, right? So Google tried to do that, and then they got sued, and the Authors Guild argued them into this completely contorted, weird thing, and that got thrown out of court, and they went back to court, and they ended up with snippets. What we've been doing is we've been digitizing and lending, and that's been working, and that's a way to get through and bring the 20th century online. What is required now is to do a whole lot more work towards getting that digitized and to get libraries on board so that we have more than one copy of these materials, because one copy is often not enough. It's often enough because there's just nobody that wants to read those books, but there's a lot of materials that if we had 100 or a couple hundred or 1,000 from libraries that were being lent at the same time, we'd be able to make it through. This is from the argument of lawyers have looked at this in the United States and said this is all hunky-dory. What I think we need is more lawyers in other countries. Canada is looking kind of promising, not sure about Europe. And from my sort of to twist this back around to Danny is, who are the EFFs of these other areas that would carry some of these torches forward? Because the United States fair use is actually pretty great, but we need more help other places. So. Try and contact those copyright holders is trench warfare and doesn't work. I can't tell you how many millions of dollars and decades have been trying to like, oh, let's go negotiate out of print rights. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, I think just to sort of pick up on something on this, that if there's an opportunity here, it's the lesson that we've learned that centralized systems work very well, but maybe decentralized systems also work well in this way. In that if you can get like people to be in a situation where they can share what they have, and you don't have to centralize it. You don't have to have big players like Google controlling that whole thing. I think that sort of calms down right holders in some ways, and it gives everybody an opportunity to share what they have. That's a little vague, but I can talk to you a bit more afterwards. I have some plans.
Okay. All right, great. So I think, Frank, is this a question or a comment?
You look a little
Ah,
guilty there.
he's
Okay, all right.
busted.
Well,
Okay, is there,
if you,
is there any questions?
anybody who wants to make
Because
comments
we're gonna
or
go-
questions are happy to talk to me after this.
We're going to go right into Barrett after this, then we'll be back on schedule. So any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to say thank you very much, Danny O'Brien.
Thank you.
All right, just a moment here as we approach the stage. Barrett, it's time. So this is, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, come on up there. You guys take your seats, and I'll give a little introduction. Oh, yeah, definitely. Whatever would be better for you. Okay, great. So I'm going to give you this guy.
Thank you very much.
You have that guy, which you need to turn on when you want to talk. Okay, that's kind of good to turn it off. And okay, so I'm very happy this year because we have Barrett Brown in person, it's really interesting to talk to Barrett about there's so many different subjects, but we're going to start off today getting a little clarification on his past experiences and where he ended up and why, sort of a little bit, just to clarify some things that I was really wondering about. And I had a chance to meet him last April and clear that stuff up. And then I want to talk a little bit about his book that's coming out, because he has a new book coming out. And then we're going to talk about pursuance, and we're going to take some calls, take some questions from you guys, and also some questions from ThoughtWorks Melbourne and Brisbane. So, so Barrett, just starting out.
Yes.
Yes. So just to sort of catch people up on what I was talking about. So my main question to you when we got together was, what exactly did you go to prison for, and why?
There's a couple ways to answer that. So I was arrested. Sorry, let's go back before that. I was initially investigated.
No, wait. We finally got it narrowed down to the thing that you actually got arrested for, and then I'm happy to let you tell your story. Okay? So the point was offering to redact.
Yes. So I was arrested on a criminal complaint in September of 2012. I had created a video outlining what I've been doing the last year and what had been happening to myself and my family as a result of the things I've been doing. I explained, some of the stuff we'll go into later over the course of several rambling videos. I was I'm usually really good with this word. What is it? Coming down off Suboxone. I was trying to get off of a powerful opiate synthetic that I was taking those days as a substitute for heroin, which I used to be addicted to. But in addition to that, I was very upset over certain things that had happened vis-a-vis me and the FBI during the course of this investigation that we'll get into later. So I made a video explaining what some of these companies we've been investigating had been caught doing, some of the things they've been planning to target activists and journalists with. And I noted that, despite these things having been picked up and exposed, that none of these people were being punished. Or on the other hand, myself and a number of other people in the anonymous movement and surrounding that movement had indeed been punished to some extent or another. Many people had already gone to prison by this point. We'd had 40 raids of anonymous participants or suspected anonymous participants in January 2010 alone. And so I said, I'm going to do these same things that appear to be legal when these intelligence contracting companies do them to activists and journalists. I'm going to do these same things to the FBI agent who is threatening to indict my mother and to indict me. And so this was sort of a last-ditch effort on my part to try to bring attention to an issue that had been affecting not just me, but a great number of activists for the prior year. And it didn't go very well, because I think a few hours after I put up the last of these 3 videos, a SWAT team arrived at my house, and I was taken to a local jail and held on a criminal complaint for threatening a federal agent, in this case, the FBI agent Robert Smith. Now, the formal charges on that thing came a few weeks later, And thereafter, I received a total of 17 charges, covering a variety of conduct that we'll get into, and totaling about 105 years worth of exposure in federal prison. So it gets more complicated because a lot of those charges were dropped. Some of them I eventually pled to. Some of them were particularly silly. Some of them had wider implications across not just the internet and sort of information freedom movements, but things that applied really to everyone who used the internet. So it became a major deal after a while, and that was good because it helped me to bring attention once again to the things that we had not quite managed to get the press to care about previously.
Okay, well, when we spoke, I was talking specifically about when you made the offer. So you're saying there was a number of charges besides the stuff that we talked about in that conversation?
There were 17 counts.
17 counts. I was talking, the thing I was trying to explain to people
was
the
the Stratfor
specific thing about,
right.
yes.
Okay, so the investigation of me by the FBI began in February or March 2011. This was shortly after some associates of mine, anonymous hackers, had acquired from a firm called H.B. Gary Federal and a number of their sort of partner firms, including Palantir, which is now thankfully much more well-known than it was back then, acquired a series of documents showing they were engaged in an indefensible and demonstrably criminal conspiracy against journalists, against activists, against specifically Glenn Greenwald, against WikiLeaks, against the donors of WikiLeaks. And we had brought that to public attention. And shortly afterwards, although I'm not a hacker, have no computer experience, as my fellow people in pursuance will be happy to tell you, rather incompetent when it comes to actual applications of technology. My background is in journalism and history and that sort of, so on and so forth. So they were investigating me from that point on, and there's a number of secret search warrants that I found out about later, in which they listed things like H.B. Gary Federal, the company I was writing about, Palantir, another company I was writing about, Endgame Systems, another company I was writing about, Echelon2.org, the website on which we compiled information about these companies and the various criminal things that we had exposed. I was actually charged after all this, year and a half of close scrutiny, a series of secret search warrants. I was finally charged, the centerpiece of these charges, with copying and pasting a link. What had happened was, about 8 months after this original incident, the H.B. Gary hack, in which we exposed the Team Themis, Palantir, all these things I hope we'll get into later, another hack occurred. This time it was a couple of other hackers involved. I was informed of it as it was going on. Another journalist, Quinn Norton of Wired, was also informed of it as it was going on. And it went on for about a month. They were in the servers of this firm, Stratfor, for that time. They extracted 5 million emails, and I was expecting, as was my group, Project PM, to receive those emails and to go through them as we had with such interesting results previously with the previous hack. At some point in December of 2011, one of the hackers involved, Jeremy Hammond, posted a link in one of the anonymous internet relay chat servers. I copied that link and pasted it into my Project PM IRC chat server, which is filled with volunteers, journalists, researchers who help us engage in this crowdsourced investigation we were doing into this industry, into the surveillance apparatus of the world, and into some of these sort of information black ops programs we were interested in. Rather than being a link to the emails that I was expecting, the link was to a series of customer credit card numbers that Jeremy Hammond had also acquired from Stratfor and was using sort of on his own initiative to make donations to the Red Cross. That had been something I had been opposed to. I had actually written a press release after he'd done it that WikiLeaks actually soon retweeted, saying that that was probably not the best use of our focus, that it might distract from the important contents of the emails that Jeremy Hammond was also, of course, risking himself to bring to us. Nonetheless, and even though the transcript of the IRC would later show that I didn't know that the link contained credit card numbers when I pasted them, and even though the government's own forensics team would later show that I never opened the file and certainly never made any credit card donations or that sort, I was charged for copying and pasting that link with 11 counts of aggravated identity theft, carrying a total of 22 years minimum in prison. on top of all the other charges. So when that happened, when those charges came down, my case, which had previously been somewhat confusing, somewhat sordid, involving some apparently crazy guy making a threat against an FBI agent on YouTube, suddenly it suddenly became clear what this was about. And it became gradually more clear as journalists started to go back and look at what had led up to this. And it soon became, it was so clear that even relatively conservative, kind of slow on the uptake outlets like the New York Times, eventually, in their op-ed pages, ran a number of columns about how this was clearly retaliation against me for my work exposing state-adjacent intelligence contracting programs. So that was nice. And so those charges, those linking charges, were obviously very frightening to a lot of people. Groups like the EFF and the FPF, who are with us today, got involved eventually, writing an amicus brief in my case, explaining why this was a dangerous precedent to charge someone for the contents at the end of a link that they paste. The prosecution, in their indictments and in their testimony during my sentencing, tried to compare this to, stealing a car the second time, as in someone steals the car and moves it, and by linking, this is somehow analogous to you taking that car again and stealing it again. Well, there's a number of problems with that metaphor, not the least of which is that I didn't mean to steal a car, had no interest in cars, had contrarily, quite famously, been interested solely in emails and exposing the contents of those emails and writing them up in The Guardian and other outlets that I wrote for. So it was an absurd charge for a number of reasons, and those charges were eventually dropped. For one thing, the statute, the aggravated identity theft charge, applies only to government-issued IDs. It applies to stealing someone's identity, hence identity theft. These were, of course, credit cards, and credit cards are not quite yet, they have not quite risen to state-issued IDs. That might happen in the next 10, 20 years or so as things deteriorate, but right now they are merely credit cards. So they dropped the charges about 3 days after we filed our huge 50-page motion explaining all of these things, how it didn't violate the statute, how it was dangerous and really irresponsible charge to make in the first place, how it was inappropriate in my case, given it was so clear that I was not intending, nor did I even have the effect of hurting anyone, causing anyone fraud, and also given the fact that I had opposed it. I had opposed it both in private conversations that they had access to and it came up in the trial, and in public statements. So, but the great thing again about that was it not just brought attention to the dangerous precedents that are being set with things like the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which has gotten a great deal of press in the last several years as it's been, again, applied in increasingly arbitrary and dangerous and irresponsible ways, but also brought attention to the intelligence contracting industry. And it also brought attention chiefly to how far they will go to come up against those of us who aggressively research these kinds of illegal programs and these illegal companies and bring them to the public eye. And so it was great. I mean, the whole thing worked out very well. I only did 4 years in prison. I eventually pled to a few penny ante charges involving, threatening the FBI agent, which I did, and frankly, not according to the statute. I didn't make a violent threat, but whatever. I pled to accessory after the fact on the Stratfor hack for having called the company, the executives, after the hack took place, when I had been told by Jeremy Hammond and the other person involved, Hector Monsegur, also known as Sabu, who, as it turns out, was an FBI informant by that point and presided over the entire hack. I had called them and asked them if there was any sensitive information in those emails that might need to be redacted, something that could get an informant in an authoritarian nation, domestic or foreign, hurt. And if so, that they could tell them, let me know, and I would make sure those things did not get out when they dumped these emails. Now, as it turned out, they ended up giving the emails to WikiLeaks anyway, which was probably the best choice in that situation. So that was all moot. But the fact is that phone call is what I pled to, and on the basis of making that phone call with the intent of protecting people, the government hung on me the entire cost of the Stratfor hack, $900,000. They also enhanced my sentencing and all that, and took what really would have been a pretty minor charge, time served thing, and tried to make it into, even after we made a plea deal, 11-year charge, and then that went down to 4 years, and so here I am.
Okay, and the odd thing, and the part I was getting at, just so you're clear, it was that I thought it was very interesting that when he called them, and was it Stratford that you
Yeah,
called?
it was executives at Stratford. I talked to one of their engineers, and then I left a message for Fred Burton, and then he did call me back, but I didn't notice because I'm lazy and don't really check my phone very well.
Oh, okay.
But just to anticipate what you're going to say, it's very telling, because when the people, the national security people, say that, oh, we're only worried about these leaks and classification because people might get hurt, you can essentially spit in their faces, because they're not. Had that been our chief concern, first of all, a great deal of stuff that happens with our military intelligence, the mistakes they make, would not happen because they'd be more careful about them. And second of all, they would not have used that as a cudgel against me.
Okay. So yeah, it was interesting to me that when someone tried to redact it, and of course it just made it look like you were kind of in on it or something by doing that, that it led to that. And the interesting thing that Steve told me is that you actually sort of enjoyed being in prison in the sense that it allowed you to gather evidence, or not gather evidence, but to gather information firsthand about different phenomena that you had heard about and things like that, and then you wrote some really great pieces when you were in there, and in fact won your National Magazine Award from one of the pieces that you wrote in prison. So I just wondered if you'd comment a little bit on that.
Certainly, yeah. I've said over and over again that this whole experience, this whole incident was great, not just for me, but for, I think, the public, because it did give us the press. First of all, the case I've been trying to make prior to going to prison was that these companies are dangerous, that these agencies are dangerous, that they're doing things that even when we happen to catch them at it, and even when we have them dead to rights, and even when we can show that they are conspiring against democracy itself, there are no consequences for them. The consequences are only for us, not just the hackers, but anyone like me who is not just a journalist, but also an activist who does identify with those hackers, as I clearly did. That was important. And of course, the contents, things like persona management, the use of false, but hard to trace, hard to differentiate online personas deployed by, among other things, CENTCOM, but also private companies to engage in disinformation, infiltration, manufacturing events, all of these things. Those were things that had come out, had gotten a little bit of play in the press. Atlantic wrote a little bit about our research on that. They were things that were discovered mostly by crowdsourced research, not by the professional reporters who are paid to do these things. But it was a proof of concept that crowdsourced research in a curated way can work. It can yield results in ways that the institutional press often can't. Having said that, there were a number of outlets like Bloomberg, for instance, that actually did a very good job taking our tips and running with them and exposing firms like Endgame Systems and what they were doing, selling apparently huge arrays of 0 days in airports in France to unknown customers. But the takeaway from that last year of trying to bring us to attention was that the press will look at something that they sometimes they'll if you do their job for them, they will run with it a little bit. But ultimately, it goes away. It fades. The story, in their eyes, is a temporary thing. It's a chronological thing, and it ends in their eyes, in the eyes of editors and producers. Well, of course, the problem is still there, regardless of whether or not editors or producers think it's already been played out. It doesn't go away just because they have. And so the DOJ, by coming after me in this way, first of all, made my case much better than I ever could, that these things were important, they were concerned about them, and that they were concerned about these kind of initiatives, these aggressive, we call enhanced civil disobedience that we were engaging in. And it provided a lot of opportunities for publications like The Nation and The New York Times, Rolling Stone, to more or less accurately go over our research that had, thus since then really kind of not really had much of an impact. And it wasn't enough, of course, because even though we exposed a lot of the actual same companies like Archimedes Global and Palantir, and sort of thoroughly showed what they're doing and why it was dangerous, 2016 election comes along. Archimedes Global and Palantir worked with Cambridge Analytica to help put out this information in a coordinated way with the Trump campaign, and everyone was surprised. There was congressional hearings. Everyone was like, what are these bots we're talking about? What is this Cambridge Analytica? Hopefully the last election, hopefully the things that have come out around the election, that effort, I think maybe this time hopefully are enough that the press will finally get it, that these things are dangerous and they have consequences. They have very outsized consequences. Software that strikes at information, strikes at everything, regardless of what your issue is, climate change, personal privacy, prison reform. To the extent that you're effective, you will be targeted. with these increasingly sophisticated and very little understood technologies that are untraceable for the most part. And again, as I said, even when they are traced, don't really seem to have any negative consequences for those using them. So all of these issues kind of came together in my case, and that's, to me, that's wonderful. And obviously, personally, I got a lot done in prison. I wrote some of my best work, wrote a column starting for my local D magazine in Dallas, and then it got picked up at The Intercept, and I won the National Magazine Award for commentary and columns. That sounds very impressive until you remember that I'm up against people like Joe Stein or Joe Klein at Time Magazine, you know, as opposed to like, you know, people who really have it together. But no, it worked out very well for me, and you know, the end. And I hasten to point that out because one of the purposes of the draconian ways in which activists and whistleblowers are pursued by the government is to strike fear into other potential whistleblowers and leakers. And so I would say to the youth of America, you know, get out there and get ready to, you know, engage in enhanced civil disobedience, and you might end up with a book deal like me, you know. Sometimes you got to roll the dice for your country and for yourself.
What do you mean exactly, enhance in civil disputes?
Well, what do they mean when they say enhanced interrogation? You know.
They said what? I think I can't hear you. What did you say?
Right. Enhanced civil disobedience is a term I started using years ago.
Okay, cool. Yes.
You know, it basically means the kind of things we were doing. Now, I also hasten to add that the things that prompted a great deal of aggressive police, law enforcement attention around the world, those things aren't always necessary. I mean, there are ways in which people can, without putting themselves at great risk like we did, you know, there are ways they can be effective, and we'll go into that later when we talk about pursuance. But for those who are wondering, you know, is it worth the risk to aggressively file, you know, FOIAs, even when we know the FBI has been targeting people who do that? Is it worth the risk to leak something? And that's a question that someone has to answer themselves, obviously, based on all these factors. But
I'll answer it no.
Well, it depends on your personality, I
suppose. It can be
suppose.
very, very not worth it.
Well, I mean, it's a larger question. Is it ever worth risking yourself for civilization? You know, is there anything important enough that we can sort of abandon our, you know, post-World War II, like, you know, comfort and self-absorption, and knowingly sort of jump into the machine? And we've seen it happen over and over again for some very extraordinary people. Some of them have lost their lives over it. You know, we're here today, you know, because Aaron Swartz
was targeted. Yeah.
Yeah. He saw something needed to be done, and he was involved in a number of movements and activities that the government didn't like, and so he was targeted for it. And they killed one of our best of our generation, one of our best minds. And they'll do it again, and they'll do, you know, lesser things. They'll commit lesser crimes against us. But, you know, the alternative is to sit here and just hope this thing all works out. Just hope that institutional democracy and the citizenry just gets things together someday. I don't think that's a responsible position to take.
No, and I guess my only point is just that sometimes the information that you have that you put your life on the line for at the time may be something that was going to come out anyway or something else, and it's really good to like really think about it for a long time and cover all your bases and think about what's at stake.
Absolutely, and that's one of the places where groups like the FPF and EFF come in. Because
Yes.
I know at least the FPF has information on their website, just as the Intercept does, just like other groups do, about, you know, what steps you should take and what you should avoid doing if you are considering leaking. And that's important that we have those resources. Some of the things that we hope to do with pursuance, we'll talk about later, involve helping to ensure that things that happen to us don't have to happen to others. And that's important not just to protect the people who are doing the leaking. It's important for society because these leaks have to occur. We would not know about COINTELPRO, the FBI's extensive and vastly illegal, vastly immoral assault on democracy, had it not been for a group of anti-war activists who broke into one of the field offices and stole that information and gave it to Congress and gave it to the press. They were engaging in enhanced civil disobedience. They were fighting crime they were fighting an amoral criminal infrastructure with moral criminal activity.
Okay, so I just wanted to take advantage of Barrett being here in person so we could sort of hear about all that in his own words.
I'm sorry, I've got a request to make real quick.
Sure.
I'm very, very thirsty from all this,
Oh, I got you water.
all this
5
haranguing
seconds.
and all this self-promotion. Could somebody bring me a cup of water? Thank you.
Yeah, I have a, no, actually I have one very quickly and I'll just go grab it because it's an upstairs
Wonderful,
room,
wonderful.
okay? So I think this is a good time to actually let Claire tell us a little bit about Pursuance, and Claire is the Director of Strategy for Pursuance, and I'm gonna let her give you an idea. Barrett was talking before about being an activist and civil disobedience, and one of the biggest problems that we have is communicating securely and being able to coordinate with each other in a world where if you're not actively using Signal or using something to protect yourself, it's pretty much a free-for-all. All of the messages that are very easy to read, and then you could be compromised. They could plant someone in your, they being the feds or something, or the DEA or one of these organizations that has decided for some reason that your group is doing something wrong, and often they don't know what's going on, and that's why they stick someone in there to harass you. And these people aren't benign when they enter these organizations. They actually will try to get people revved up to do acts and activities that they might not otherwise do, and it's a problem. And COINTELPRO is a perfect example of that kind of thing when they infiltrated the activist groups in the 60s and the 70s. So history is repeating itself, you guys, and we could do well by reading up on it a little bit. And so Pursuance, is one of these tools that may provide a platform, a secret platform for communicating to get things done. And I'm going to go get Barrett some water and let Claire take it away.
I would also like some water, by the way. Yep, great. Yeah, so Pursuance is a platform for collective action. We want to allow citizen-led organizations to be able to work together more effectively, essentially. This means enabling them to find each other more easily and figure out where they can work together. This also means being able to work together securely inside of a group. We don't want this to be a tool used solely by activists. We want this to be something that can be used by everybody. But for that to happen, it needs to be strong enough for activists to use in the first place. So we're taking special precautions to focus on the security models of activists as we design the platform.
This is something that a lot of when Pursuance is launched, when the framework that we're building is launched, a lot of the things that will come out of it most prominently will be some of this more dramatic, though not necessarily sort of outlawish or dangerous kinds of activism. There'll be a lot of activists sort of using this to put their ideas into practice and using it to recruit people and organize the kind of things like Occupy Wall Street, marches, the kind of thing that activists have done for a long time, including a lot of the boring stuff. But for the most part, we think that a lot of people who use this, a lot of it will be institutions, nonprofits, NGOs, organizations that are out there that that right now are not able to take full advantage of their constituencies. There are groups out there like the ACLU, and right now they're kind of confined to asking their supporters for some money or sign a petition or spread this thing, and that's very important stuff that needs to be done. But they're not able to really, sort out this huge constituency out there and harness them and put them into self-organizing, efficient, safe, secure networks that can grow and scale and be refined and be customized to do more important kinds of work. And that applies to not just the ACLU, it applies to your neighborhood organization, that your local city civic organization that's trying to engage in local reform. It applies to everyone out there who supports the open society, and we'll go into it's a curated non-consensual system later, but everyone who supports the open society and ascribes to these general principles will be able to come in here and do things on a larger scale and do things in new ways. And individuals who, like myself, were not real keen on institutions, who dropped out of college and can't join the Peace Corps, for instance, People who don't want to just have to climb the ladder at a nonprofit to get their ideas in airing. They can come in here just like we used to be able to do with things like Telecomics and Project PM and Anonymous and say, hey, here's an idea, here's something that might work, who's interested? And do that very quickly on a large scale. So that's what this is about, and Claire, of course, is about to become our executive director in official title. Her responsibility is to ensure that this broad vision is applied in a realistic way, because I'm not really good with the realistic parts, but she is.
Yeah. So the features that the platform is going to have in order to help people to scale action more effectively, it consists of, firstly, people being able to come together in a group which has sort of project management tools like task management, you know, personal communication, that sort of thing, and then, you know, to be able to, and then, you know, beyond that group, they will be able to look for other individuals and groups that have similar interests. So it's sort of a combination of, you know, project management and social networking. One of the ways that we're planning to make this easier for people to, you know, find who matters to them is to have a visualized space in which different organizations can see who they're connected to in various ways. So it's easier to work with friends of friends. If you know that an organization already works with an organization that you are somehow affiliated with, you're probably going to get along better or share sort of common traits. So we're going to have a sort of network visualization that helps people to better understand where they are in this, you know, in this sort of civic ecosystem.
One of the sort of concepts we like to bring up on this aspect is that, you know, if you see other people picking up litter in your city, you're more likely to do it as well. Contrarily, if you feel like you're sort of laboring away to no end and you're not part of a larger movement of people doing the same thing, you kind of feel the tendency is to consider it to be futile. On the other hand, if you see in this instance, within Pursuance, this huge software-based frame, this ecosystem, and you see all of these specially customized sort of living organizational charts, these little almost biological organisms have grown and refined themselves and expanded to pursue different kinds of activism and civic engagement and nonprofit work and philanthropy, you get a sense that, yes, there are people out there around the world. There is a natural international constituency for open societies, for evidence-based thinking, for the things that, you know, have become less in evidence in American life in the last few years, perhaps. And that these people do exist, and that you don't have, and that your only outlet is not just the institutions that we've been handed down, the institutional democracy we've inherited. We can have something called process democracy. We can have a setting in which all individuals come in. They all have this basic philosophical agreements, even if they don't necessarily ascribe to the same views on economics, capitalism, the role of the state. You know, there can be any number of deviations between these groups, but as long as they have this overlapping sense that a society, that a civilization, that a republic requires civic duty, requires civic engagement, they have a lot to talk about. And so they'll be able to identify each other and look at a glance for the most part and see, okay, this group is set up this way. They're, you know, in the philanthropy sector, they're doing Bikes for Africa, they're taking refurbished bikes. Here's how they set it up visually in terms of how they do that. Here's how they handle the logistics. Here's how they handle the volunteers. Here's how they sort of process these things. They have these things in place. We're doing something kind of similar that sort of dovetails with that. We can very quickly engage them and say, hey, we have an area of congruence here. Let's share information, let's share logistics, let's do this thing more efficiently. And that's something that obviously you can do now. Any organization, if you've got a director that's sitting up all night thinking, are we doing the best damn job we can do? Any organization can look around for other groups, go to conferences, try to figure out in this haphazard way that we've inherited how to best ally with other entities. But this breaks down those barriers quite a bit. So two organizations on a San Francisco city block, a few spaces away from each other, may not know very much about what each other are doing. Now they can solve that. They can have lunch and they can go through all these things. But wouldn't it be better if, at a glance, you as a nonprofit head, or you as a citizen, or you as anything else, could just look at this visualized ecosystem and search by keyword, and just see where these possibilities are and act upon them?
Okay, so just to pick up where Barrett left off here, in terms of taking advantage of the possibilities and acting on them, how does Pursuance fit into that, and just generally, I always say Pursuance is the tool that we didn't know we needed. So maybe you can help us understand why I say that.
Sorry, could you elaborate on the question a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. The point is, as we've discussed in the past, I always say Pursuance is the tool we didn't know we needed in terms of being able to collaborate securely and stuff like that. And Barrett was talking about taking advantage of the possibilities, and I thought maybe that was a good segue into what Pursuance plans to do.
Let's see. So, one of the things that it helps you do is for example, search for volunteers, and find people who. Sorry.
Hold the mic closer.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can hear you. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, one of the ways that Pursuance can help you do what you're already doing is by helping you search for volunteers and engage them effectively in what you're doing. If you have a certain amount of openness to your organization, if you show sorry.
No problem.
Bit nervous.
No problem at all. So you were talking about searching and being able to find volunteers, which is a big thing. I know I got kind of lucky this year. I had a lot of wonderful volunteers that found me. I put up a blog post, but you can't always just put up a blog post. And also you're you're trying to find people that are already thinking about things that you're thinking about, kind of thing. So I guess I always, I'm just wondering sort of where you see Pursuance fitting into, what your plans are in, in creating. Now I'm freezing. No. I just want to know what just tell us more about Pursuance, Claire. That's fine. Just tell us more about Pursuance.
Sorry, fit into what our plans
are. Tell us more about Pursuance. Yeah, what you're planning to do, what the tool does, and why it's the tool we didn't know we needed, and.
I haven't really gone yet into exactly what the process is. So I mean, I've talked about broad stuff, but we haven't really gotten into you'll download this, you'll be picked. Here's how we expand, that kind of thing. Just give her a general rundown on all of that stuff. It's kind of a broad question, so I mean,
I didn't mean to make it a broad question. I was just talking about the different ways that you envision people being able, I've got it. Different ways that you envision people being able to use Pursuance. Some examples of how people could use it to help them. Like you were talking about finding volunteers as one example. And I was just looking for other examples, really. I guess I didn't mean to make it so broad. Sorry.
Yeah. So one of the use cases we're most excited about is finding ways for existing groups to find each other and collaborate more effectively. We figure that and this depends a lot on how much information you want to make available about your group at any given point. But if you have the option of making your process more visible to people who aren't inside of your group, then you have the opportunity to share information about what you're doing and to find places where you can work together on issues of similar interest, for example.
Okay, great. and it's really wouldn't matter if you were looking for other folks to engage in civil disobedience, as Barrett was suggesting, or whether you were a teacher looking for other professors that teach the same subject because there's this interesting thing that you think is important, but you can't find anybody else that realizes it's as important as you, or all these different groups of people that might use it.
Which of our specific groups can we talk about? The ones that we're all involved with?
Well, so the other use case is just project management for groups that are that are relatively high risk. We've talked to nonprofit organizations that work with activists in countries with authoritarian regimes, and they're not comfortable using project management software that is pretty good, like Basecamp. People can't turn to that because at some point in time, a government may petition this organization to hand over information about a given user. And Basecamp is a good company, and they try to protect their users whenever possible. But if they are required to hand over data about their user, and they're also required to adhere to a gag order, there's nothing they can really do about that. What we're trying to do here is make project management software that can take out that option, that can allow activists to not have to worry about their information somehow being treated as in the public sphere, despite the fact that they really don't want anybody else to see it.
And so the other model, like going back to what you said about recruiting volunteers, there's two different real problems faced by groups that are looking for volunteers. One is you're a totally legal NGO, nonprofit. You're in a relatively safe, relatively rule of law according nation, which you never actually have the entirety of the rule of law. It's always kind of variable, but you have a certain kind of problem ahead of you when you're looking for volunteers. Now, among the activists we've spoken to, who again would not be comfortable using Basecamp, for instance, or anything that's like sort of semi-secure, they also have the volunteer problem that remains for them, and so they still use things like Facebook in some cases. I'm talking about Arab activists, in authoritarian countries, such as when the Arab Spring began. 2011, end of 2010, early 2011, you have Tunisians first and the Egyptians using a number of ways to get the message out, to organize these protests that in the case of Tunisia brought about an unprecedentedly successful democratic revolution. And in the process of doing that, they had to use Facebook. I mean, they could use whatever existed back then, whatever other measures existed, they could have used something more secure than Facebook, but they wouldn't be able to reach people. They can only reach people they're already involved with. So they have to make these calculations of how much am I going to risk myself in order to get my message out on Facebook, which can be monitored, infiltrated, phished, the PH variety of phished, as happened quite a bit back then, with the help, I hasten to add, of French, American, and German and Italian companies that help these authoritarian regimes track down, find, and torture and execute these activists. So they have this horrible, they're confronted with this decision every day in terms of what can we afford to do? How fast can we afford to grow? And that's a decision they shouldn't have to make. And it's not something that we're going to be able to completely solve, of course, but what we can do with Pursuance is in the same way that NGOs can use it to better take advantage of, first of all, find people that can work for them in some capacity, and moreover, let them self-organize into increasingly refined networks, serving as sort of a extension of those organizations. In this case, they will be able to securely, using end-to-end encrypted formats, a medium, better coordinate with groups that already exist, some that may exist in their countries, some that may specifically provide services to them, like Telecomics did quite famously in Egypt when the internet was shut down. And so they can do these things. They still have the problem of being able to, needing to reach huge numbers of people. They still have to use some method of doing that. And there's been improved models since 2011 of how you go about doing that when you're running a revolt against a dictatorship. But this does solve a number of problems for them, not the least of which is it gives them an actual secure thing for the sort of more prominent, more active participants to use to collaborate amongst themselves and to collaborate with other organizations abroad that want to help them. And so we're solving we're approaching the volunteer problem in several different ways for several different, very different constituencies who have very different risks and very different aspirations. And it's still the same system. It's all being done in the same ecosystem, such that groups, NGOs, or Egyptian dissenters might find, being in the same ecosystem, that they too might have some areas of congruence. They too might have some services or assistance or alliances they make with each other. That's the important aspect of this. It's one of the several important aspects, which makes it so hard to sort of talk about sometimes, because we always risk going into nuanced and narrow case examples, and then sort of at the expense of the broadness of it, the universality of this. We're giving them tinker toys. We're giving people who support open societies tinker toys to build whatever they want, whatever works for them, in secure ways that will allow them to approach these problems with less blood on the ground.
Okay, and we have some questions now, and we can be taking some questions from the audience too, from our audience here in San Francisco, and these questions are from Brisbane. These are all from Brisbane. So the first one is something I was actually wondering about. What inspired you, what inspired both of you to work on this project? This is from Monique in Brisbane.
So I was trying to build a very primitive version of this back in 2010. Even before I got involved with Anonymous, I sort of started from scratch. I used my columns that I was writing for Huffington Post and Skeptical Inquirer, much to the horror of my editors, to recruit for this very broad project that was originally intended to create a sort of blogger cartel, to better disseminate information, better coordinate the more erudite, responsible bloggers, and sort of force issues into public attention via these mechanisms I had noticed. Quickly evolved into more of a civic emphasis, whereby we were getting volunteers and people who were interested who weren't journalists, and they wanted to use the internet in new ways to do necessary things. And so that was something that was a sort of obsession I had begun to develop years ago, just based on what I'd seen, mostly in the press, mostly the frictions, the inefficiencies, the failures of the press. I was wondering, is it possible now that anyone in the world can now collaborate with anyone else? And taking into account what that really means, how profound that is historically. Have we quite yet figured out all of the ways we can use this? And the answer is obviously no. There's always a lag, there's always a trailing, whatever you call it, between the time a technology is invented and the time at which we really figure out the best way to use it. And so, based on those sort of dictums, those sort of axioms that I kind of decided were the case, I went about trying to build the system. And so the reason we didn't get it done back then, aside from my own, just absolute incompetence as a manager, was that I got involved in Anonymous. The Tunisian Revolution was going on. That seemed like a better vector right now for this same kind of thing right then. So, and a lot of our existing original participants were not enthusiastic about getting involved in an international shadowy outlaw group. Go figure. And so I got involved in that, and this idea remains. And obviously, my time watching Anonymous, working with some of the activities, operations within Anonymous, I learned a lot more about not just the broad issues and the broad sort of themes, lessons, but the specific, like mundane, day-to-day, boring details of what works and what doesn't when you're bringing people together in these new kinds of ways, and they have no existing relationships, and then figure out how things are going to work. So informed by that, and then spending 4 years in prison and learning about prison gangs and how they operate. The great thing about prisons is that they're under surveillance all the time. They've been dealing with this for quite a while. So prisoners, inmates, particularly in this country, they're in a sort of pressure cooker, whereby they are developing ideas and concepts about how to deal with a very omnipotent state, in which they live. They literally live inside the state. That I found to be useful in some cases. So anyway, so all these things now having been learned, now that I actually knew things about things I was talking about, which is always wonderful. When I got out of prison, I was able to kind of refine the original system and make it into this, and then with the help of you know, a number of people, including Steve Phillips, who's giving a talk tomorrow on his task management software, and some of our volunteers we've brought on very recently, turn this into something that will actually work, that is better thought out and is informed by people who know much more than I do about you know, what exists already, how institutions work, what their needs are. And so now we have something that I think, you know, after all these years, you know, 9 years of thinking through these things, that really does address and really does draw upon this very new discipline and kind of lets people take it and run with it.
Yeah, so for my part, I was really interested in organization theory and the intersection of tech and politics for a while. You know, moving to, like, you see a lot of examples of weird organization patterns in internet governance areas, especially. Like, I don't know how many people here are familiar with the way that internet standards actually get made, but it's, you know, it's mostly through organizations where anybody can become a member and, you know, just start talking about internet protocols. So I thought that was really interesting. I got interested in internet governance issues, and when I moved to the Bay Area, I saw all of these examples of emergent organizing in action, like especially in hacker spaces around here. So it's a combination of that, and you know, there's something that Chelsea Manning actually brought up during one of the first talks I saw her give. The fact that people need to think really carefully about the kind of technology that they make. And the question that I had at the time was, well, you know, how is that going to happen, you know, when the rate of technological innovation is happening so quickly that nobody seems to have time to think about what they're making in the first place? You know, how is that going to happen at Google, for God's sake? You know, you have stakeholders to please. You know, why are you going to, like, how much time can you afford to take? So it kind of falls on us to make technology that's carefully thought out. Nobody else is going to do that for us. So making something like Pursuance, I think, is the most important thing that I could be doing right now.
And a good portion of our time in development in the last 2 years or so has been looking at the risks, like how this can go wrong and how to address them. And so we've had a lot of input on this. Like, some of us have direct experience, you know, Claire's experiences in institutions for the most part, but also the emergent groups on the ground here in California. In Texas, we don't really have any activist groups for the most part. I'm exaggerating a bit, but you know, so my lessons are gleaned more from this procedural, these emergent, you know, somewhat bizarre cyberpunk kind of groups. But you know, collectively, we're able to anticipate, you know, what happens if alt-right neo-Nazis start using this? How do you protect against that? This goes back to one of the original ideas I had that sort of led me to Pursuance, which was I was thinking about Reddit, and I was thinking, this is back in 2008, 2009. And so when Reddit or something like that starts, almost by definition, you have early adapters using it. And early adapters, you know, tend to be quirky and eccentric, you know, and perhaps, you know, to someone like me, kind of irritating. But altogether, they tend to be very erudite. They tend to draw, you know, they tend to be relative to the general population. They have information. They have knowledge. They have skills and all that. And when they're all together in something like Reddit early on, in 2006, 2007, you know, not everyone's a great genius there. Not everyone's a breathtaking, you know, orator. But for the most part, compared to anywhere else you could go on the internet at that point, you have interesting submissions of news articles and articles about different things. And you also have people in there who are collectively able to sort of process and kind of analyze these things and point out the errors, point out the or other lines of thought that derive from it. And so you look on Reddit real quick, and the top comments back then, I don't want to overstate it, but for the most part, or oftentimes, you would find a great deal of insight that you were not going to find from CNN or any outlet whatsoever. If journalists, as they are still relying on the editor-writer model, which was developed in essentially 16th century London and has not changed fundamentally since, then you're not going to have access to all the information that you really need. You're going to sources, that's great. Some of your sources are lying to you, some of them are wrong, and you don't really have an efficient way to sort those things out. Anyway, so that's kind of a tangent, but Reddit, so thinking about Reddit, I was thinking, how could something grow? Oh, and sorry, I should also add that, of course, as Reddit grows, as something like this becomes useful, as it becomes popular and valuable, more people find out about it, more people are attracted to it. And the barrier for entry, the barrier for knowing about Reddit and using it, obviously diminishes. And now you have this other population. The same thing happened with the internet in general. And although by no means were the later users of Reddit any necessarily on an individual basis lesser people than these early adapters, I'm sure a lot of them had better hygiene, for one thing. But on the whole, you're going to find a population that is more in accordance with the population in general, which is to say, not that erudite, not that careful. And so the signal-to-noise ratio changes. So the question was, how can we build something that we can set in place and allow it to grow exponentially while still maintaining that same relative level, or at least having important parts of it that maintain that level, and set it in motion and let it go, and know that in 5-10 years it's not going to fall victim to the same trends that a lot of these other phenomenons, entities have fallen victim to. And so there's a lot of specifics here, a lot of details that we can't really, that are not useful to go into without diagrams, but we have come to a certain kind of compromise between the ability to expand and the ability to refine, the ability to maintain a level of usership and maintain, a sort of philosophy such that even to the extent that down the line some alt-right people get in, or some just lunatics or deranged, dangerous people get in, they will find very little to do there. Even when you're in the system, even when you're in pursuance, the main instance we're running, that doesn't necessarily give you anything. You still have to either create a pursuance or join one, and you're going to find very few people, if you are deranged or alt-right or whatever, who are going to work with you. And so the advantage of pursuance being collaboration, we can step back after we populate the initial pursuance we're going to oversee. Obviously, this is open source software, so anyone can take this and build their own pursuance, but the one we'll oversee will be subject to these sort of measures. And we'll populate with about say 1,800 of the 2,400 people that have applied so far, the institutions and individuals, and allow them each to bring on new people over time, and allow them, so on and so forth. And we can still be confident that compared to everything else, compared to every other technology, we're going to have some fail-safes in place that do keep it on track, and do keep it mostly, by far, a force for good, rather than just yet one more dangerous phenomenon to emerge from a very hyperactive information age.
Okay, and we have a question from the San Francisco audience.
Hi, Barrett. My name is Kimberly, and as a former Air Force veteran, I'm frequently thanked for my service, but nothing I did in uniform matches the service that you've given to your country. So I wanted to thank you. I'm here to ask about what pursuance can offer for the targeted individual community. And if you're not familiar with that term, it's a group of people who are systemically harassed in public. Basically, their lives are ruined. It makes it difficult for them to maintain employment, and eventually a lot of them end up unemployed, homeless. You talked about also some technology that involved, I think, direct energy weapons. And people are trying to learn a little bit more about this. And so my question is, will the Pursuance Project be able to enable these project managers to fill their knowledge gaps so that they can get the volunteers that they need?
Given how universal the system is.
Let's unpack that first, because there's some good questions in there, but there's a bunch of them. So
okay,
the first one is helping targeted communities, which is a great question.
Starting with the second question, but Richard, so I'm not familiar with physical weaponry. It's not something I'm an expert in. My focus has generally been on information warfare, persona management being the most, I think, potentially dangerous one. Persona management involves, as I mentioned earlier, the creation and use. And in fact, the U.S. Air Force, under CENTCOM, was one of the ones that we caught asking H.B. Gary and other firms to provide this kind of software to them. We also came across some patents later on in our investigation between IBM and the U.S. military showing what this is. And so broadly what this is the creation of, and the sort of software, AI-assisted deployments of all these fake online people under the use. In the case of the Air Force, it was a single operator. This was run out of McGill Air Force Base and Bagram Air Force Base, and they later admitted to it, who could run 15 fake online people and have the software help to tie up all those loose ends. Now, we all know about sock puppets, of course, but maintaining, a huge number of sock puppets and having them be believable and having them be effective as a weapon to manufacture events, harass someone, discredit a journalist, whatever, which we've seen a little bit of. That obviously, having good software that can sort of do a lot of that automatically is obviously a huge advantage for the kind of people who use this. And it's a universally, these things are used only for disinformation. They're never used, there's no use whatsoever for those kind of things. There's no end goal in which you help people figure things out with this. The information flow is always damaged by it. Anyway, so those kind of things, they make us all, they subject us all to more risk, particularly those of us who are involved in certain kinds of research and journalism, bringing out little known technologies and procedures and phenomenon. It's increasingly easy for bad actors, corporate and state alike, to target those people and ensure that they will not be effective in their important work. And so those are the kind of things that, for that reason, when I'm not talking about pursuance or these broad idea of the information age and what we can do with it, I'm generally talking about these same technologies and apparatus like Romascoin, persona management, all the things we were investigating back then, all the things that the FBI and other agencies were so concerned about us discussing. Your first question is, how can pursuance be used among, in this case, the target individual community? I don't know a great deal about specifics of that. Obviously, the broader trend, of course, the broader question of how can people who are being targeted in some way, as I was, as a lot of our anonymous participants were, as Glenn Greenwald was, as this one good example, very mainstream example, a writer at USA Today was writing about Leone Industries, which was an Afghani or a contractor for the U.S. and Afghanistan. And he'd written some sort of scathing article about how what they were providing was not worth the huge amount of money they were getting. And he suddenly found that he was being mentioned in these in message boards in very bizarre, negative ways, that someone had bought a website about and made it about him and put up all this nonsense. And luckily for him, he worked for a major institution, USA Today, that saw very clearly what was happening. And also luckily for him, the person doing this, the president of Leone Industries, was kind of incompetent about it. And so they caught her. And it was a big story for a couple of days that she'd done this. She was targeting this journalist. For the most part, we're not going to be that lucky. For the most part, when you're a journalist or researcher or anything else, and you're particularly when you're going up against new kinds of things, new phenomena that are not well understood, you are going to be in a position where you have to start telling people, hey, I'm being targeted by these mysterious technologies and these mysterious individuals. And that's a huge deficit to have. That's a huge handicap, because it's never strategic. It's never helpful. It always takes away from you to have to say, I'm being attacked. I'm being subject to this. No one likes, it prevents you from being able to focus on your original work, and it makes you, seem dramatic to certain kinds of journalists and editors who don't know about, really about the world we live in. Most journalists and editors are not going to be targeted by anything that interesting because they're not doing that much important work. That will change gradually as these technologies become easier to obtain, cheaper, as the U.S. and other governments continue to encourage firms to develop disinformation technologies, and as the press, largely ignores or fails to internalize all the things that people like us have gone to prison or risked ourselves to bring to the public eye. So pursuance itself can be used, just like anything else. It can be used for those who are part of a community or who face a common problem or have a common purpose, and who agree to the conditions of the open society, which we'll go into another time, because I should briefly note that we have sort of a broad series of sort of values you must sort of ascribe to, at least on paper, to come into pursuance. That doesn't prevent people who don't subscribe to those philosophies from getting in, but it does kind of set the tone and show this is a content-neutral system. We're not trying to empower everyone. We're not trying to empower neo-Nazis. We're not trying to empower, we're trying to empower people who believe in this broad, the open society. But so to the extent that they fall into that category, to the extent that they pass that measure, or at least get an invitation from someone else down the line, they can come into the Pursuance ecosystem and they can find others who have these similar interests, and they can create their own pursuances, run in certain kinds of ways, and experiment and apply old methods, in broader ways, in more efficient ways, in more secure ways, but also have a space in which new ideas can be easily and quickly adapted and sort of take on a life of their own. So the answer in that sense is that you will be able to do the kind of things that you're already probably trying to do in terms of finding out what this is, identifying it, and letting others know. You'll be able to do all these things more efficiently as a Pursuance participant.
Okay, and we have another question from Brenda in Brisbane, since you were talking about journalism. She says, given the decline in print media, what do you see as the future of journalism?
I think there's two diverging currents. One is what we've been seeing, is the sort of irresponsible, very haphazard, inertia-based sort of frameworks of journalism that have made CNN much worse in the last few years. They were taken over a few years ago by somebody who's very much into the entertainment aspect, wants to follow the Fox News formula to some extent, put in human interest stories over policy. That's CNN. I'm just using as an example. It's not by any means the worst offender in that regard, but you're going to see more and more sort of fighting for the ability to at least reach people. You're going to see more and more giving in to sordid stories, stories that attract attention, crashes, something horrible happens to a white girl, that kind of thing, because they've shown that it works. But you're also going to see more and more spaces and opportunities for experimental, like crowdsourced investigations, for outlets. There's one called the Correspondent that I'm actually Barry Eisler here is involved in trying to help bring off the ground. There's going to be a lot of both somewhat traditional but better run outlets, and there's going to be more experimental, kind of very cyberpunky, futuristic, hard to contemplate models for journalism and for getting information out there. And we will have increasing divisions. We will have more and more people who know where to go to sort through and get the best possible analysis of things. We're going to have a more sophisticated a grouping there. And then, unfortunately, in the large, I think you're going to continue to have a haphazard, broken media structure that serves as the central nervous system of an increasingly and unprecedentedly powerful and complex military intelligence apparatus, the United States, and that will continue to be our central nervous system. And the result will be just as if you were a human being with a distorted central nervous system and you were walking on a tightrope. So the question is, can these new models, can we quickly and efficiently enough at least shame some outlets into following our lead, or take on enough, expand quickly enough to bring on a number of people who can collectively make a difference in their civic, the everyday civic life? And I can't answer that question, but we always try to pray for peace and prepare for war. In this case, we should pray for a more moral, more ethical media that actually cares about what it's doing, the effects it's having, and meanwhile prepare to replace it to the extent that we can.
Yes, and it's all about evidence-based journalism in terms of if there's a fact that's really important, and it's really important that people understand that it's a real thing. It shouldn't be hard to back it up with whatever gave that journalist that impression.
On a totally unrelated note, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay,
I've been drinking coffee all afternoon. I really need to go to the bathroom. So perhaps you guys could, if you have some more questions, you can talk, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Very well.
All right. Yes, and that's down the hallway and to the left on the top floor where you are, and it's perfect. So we'll have a question now for Claire, and this is Steve Phillips, who will be speaking tomorrow about making humanity more effective with secure software, and he's got a question for Claire at the San Francisco hackathon.
Great. So a question for Claire, and then I'll ask Barrett one when he's back if there's time. Claire, so a lot of us thought about, or a few of us thought about, what pursuance can be and the exciting possibilities for a while. One of my favorite insights comes from you, where you were talking about, instead of thinking of sort of organizations, these kind of long-lived things necessarily that maybe become entrenched, you had an insight that maybe if you think of these projects as more sort of initiatives and the interesting repercussions that could have for the world if you could kind of rapidly recruit, I'm wondering if you would share that with us.
Yeah, so this is an idea that actually came from a professor of mine at the University of Bristol. He was, sorry, one moment. He was interested in having a project that ran only to the extent that it was actually necessary to continue to run it. So he didn't want to set up an organization around a given issue. He wanted to have very specific goals in mind, and if the organization ever ceased to pursue those in a helpful way, then it would dissolve. It seemed like maybe kind of a simple idea, or why is this why would this be an interesting thing? The thing that's interesting about it is that the initiative that he made called Somali First. It's one of the it's one of the most effective human security consulting groups, working in Somalia and Somaliland right now. They're consulting both governments simultaneously, which is very tricky to do if you understand the kind of political tensions between the two. Both of them know that they're getting this kind of consulting help, and everybody is fine with it. There's a sort of purity of vision there that I think is helpful, and that I want to see more of in the world. And I've seen sort of similar initiatives take off in hackerspaces around here. Yeah.
I didn't hear the question. I just want to add just real quick that one of the concerns that a lot of people might have when they hear about the project in the main is that is this going to be something that's only effectively accessible by people who are already pretty secure, already well off, already living in the Western world in relative, freedom and security. And luckily, we have a team here, both with our board of directors and our core team, of which Claire is now the lead, people who have already existing active, ongoing ties with groups around the world that are engaged in some of these things. And so we are well positioned to make sure that pursuance will be very much available to, for instance, the Eritrean exile community. That we have a great deal of in Dallas, actually, who are working to help get people out of there, make sure they're not retaliated against when they return, that kind of thing. There's all these groups. After we launch, after we get a lot of these foundations built, the basics taken care of, one of the main things we'll be doing after that is localization, making sure we've had some requests specifically about certain East African languages that are sort of somewhat hard to render apparently in traditional computing or software or whatever. So we're going to make sure the people who really need this most have access to it to the extent that the broad version is not enough. We're going to ensure that over time more and more groups out there will be able to sort of come up sort of out of the sort of lonely situation of being an oppressed group in an authoritarian nation, and have the ability to better and more safely organize their work and better reach out to groups in the Western world, for instance, that are trying to help them and have the resources to help them.
All right, my same question for Barrett. Let's see, Barrett, when we first met, I asked you what is the most important thing that you could possibly imagine pursuance being used for. I was trying to ask, direct, very important questions, and you had a very interesting and compelling answer related to holding the media accountable. So number one, if you could comment on that, and then secondly, as Lisa said, tomorrow I'm giving a talk, and I'm doing a demo of some software that shows off some of the functionality that we've heard from the Pursuance people today. It's a friendly fork of the Pursuance code base that I made while I was there. But yes, Barrett, please.
So yeah, obviously the media has always been something, information flow in general, and the very specific aspects of the media have always been very important to me. And I always take pains to note that, you know, a lot of people who have not both worked within the media in different aspects and also been covered by it don't know the extent and the nature of a lot of the problems that ail it most. You know, you have a lot of people who, they look at the press and they see you know, they see intentionality in failures. They see, oh, this is ideology, this is interference by intelligence agencies, this is profit motive, this is, and all those things exist, and we have great documented examples of them existing to various extents throughout American history, for instance, when the CIA, of course, in the 60s and 70s, I think had probably their peak of infiltration of the press, Time Magazine, Reuters, AP. That's probably declined a great deal since then. But my emphasis is always on, not on these intentional control, which is always important, but really on the way in which something this haphazard that is composed of these individual people with their own ambitions and failures, how we should not expect it to act as if it was designed by some philosopher king. We should not be surprised when it fails. And the ways in which it fails tend to be very mundane. So that's unfortunate. I prefer that it be some central control organization somewhere that's causing all these failures, because then you could target that and solve the problem. But in reality, the media's failures are our failures. It's the same kind of thing. It's the same failures you see in civic life, increasing in the West. It's the same failure to reward competence, to self-analyze, look at one's own failures and correct them. So the good news is there's a great deal we can do, not just to make better models, but to encourage the existing press institutions that are going to be around for a long time, no matter what, to follow those models. We've talked a bunch about the NGOs, activists, you know, organizations, the way they can use this. We haven't talked much yet about how the press can use it. The first thing I emphasize when talking to other journalists about this is that this is going to make your life easier. It's not just going to make it easier for you to turn out better, more accurate, more compelling, important stories. It's going to make your life easier through every aspect. That's very important to tell journalists, because journalists, even if they are idealists and really committed to their craft, they are pressed for time. They are working under conditions that are just not you know, well equipped to really produce output of the sort that we need right now. So crowdsourced journalism, we have some models for. We have some very haphazard models of the sort that I used to run with my group Project PM when it became a crowdsourced investigation in these intelligence contracting agencies and surveillance and propaganda and all that. We were very successful in many cases in filling in the gaps, sometimes creating the lead, exposing some of the things that the press would then write about. And when they failed, you know, again, making sure that these things were still in the air, that they weren't forgotten. We can never do enough of that, but we do have a model in place. And the fact that I was running this while a notorious drug addict and just lazy person all around, and the fact that we still managed to attract a lot of great people who could do this and compile this information into a workable resource for other journalists and all that, that shows how viable it is. So we can take this same crowdsourced journalism principle and within pursuance, make it easier and less risky and less time intensive. We make it so that it is the industry standard for journalists. We can make it so that journalists at Reuters or at Rolling Stone or at your local newspaper want to use it. Because with this model, you can take the advantages of crowdsourced research, but use it through a more rigorous filter and reduce a lot of the perils of it. The fact of the matter is that journalists already engage in crowdsourced research when they go on Twitter and they say, hey, does anyone know about this subject? And then they have to sort through the answers. They might get lots of emails. You know, Glenn Greenwald, when he was first contacted by Edward Snowden, he didn't sort of brush him off because he was too lazy to install an encryption thing, as Edward Snowden asked him. He kind of brushed him off because people like Glenn Greenwald get lots and lots of communications, and very few of them pan out. And so journalists using pursuance, you know, journalists in less dramatic situations than Greenwald is in, can use pursuance to filter, to create a human filter, to create a self-organized human network that doesn't have to be entirely high quality. It can involve a lot of weak links, but still work around that and ultimately bring the journalist this information that is always out there. Someone always knows the answer. Who committed this murder? Who's getting payoffs in this county? You know, who's running the county jail and selling food? someone always knows something. It's a matter of getting it to the press, getting it to the journalists who actually care, and allowing them to work the story in a way that's going to work with their editors. And so there's a lot of that we can automatize with Pursuant, with self-organizing crowdsourced research. And there's some information that we'll put out really on the specifics of that later on. I've done a couple of video presentations that are available that sort of, I've got a little dry erase board I pull out sometimes and draw little diagrams of how this would work. But the principle is it's very similar to everything else about Pursuant. It's very much about building non-intuitive sometimes, non-traditional, but very viable connections to refine the things we're already doing that are important enough to do right.
All right. So is there anyone here that has a question here in San Francisco before we wrap it up? I just wanted to give you guys one last chance. No? Okay. Okay. Then, oh, thanks. I left my phone behind, for God's sakes, tell me. I love it. I get separation anxiety between my cell phone's on for too long. So, thank you very much for coming tonight, Barrett. I really appreciate it. And the last thing I wanted to talk about before we ended it is your new book. And give us the title again, because I really want to hear you say the title yourself. It's a great title.
The title of my upcoming book is My Glorious Defeats. And it goes into all of the anonymous stuff, the early the aughts, the internet trends that I was observing and thinking about, that other people were thinking about as well. What was going on with these, what lessons we can learn from what 4chan produced. 4chan produced two very different but somewhat similar forces in American political life and geopolitics. And the first one was Anonymous, which was a somewhat left libertarian kind of entity, although it was never chartered that way or chartered at all, but it had that character for the most part up until years later. Now it's some kind of hodgepodge of Facebook pages, but back then it was a very cohesive and very agile, formidable force that came out of nowhere as far as the intelligence community was concerned. And then you had the alt-right years later, which itself has essentially helped to place the U.S. under an authoritarian regime very quickly, using their collective understanding of the internet. And so 4chan, this image board, this wacky image board, produced these two forces, as if it was like Central Asia in the 11th century, and you occasionally had these great migrations coming out of it. It's that important. And the fact that this 4chan, the fact that this message board, this silly thing, could produce these things, that could have such an outsized and immediate and sustained effect on institutions that were otherwise very intractable, very entrenched, that tells us something very important. And that's kind of what the book is about. It's also about press failures, it's about prison, it's about my case with the DOJ, it's about our research into these intelligence contracting things, a lot of the stuff that didn't really make it into the public consciousness that we know about and can document. They'll be in the book. It goes into pursuance, it goes into this idea of process democracy, which is really my big theme now, and it's what Pursuance is driven on. It's the idea that institutional democracy has been around for a long time. We can now update it very effectively. We can give individuals the rights to build via freedom of association, via procedural, well-thought-out, rigorous tools. They can build entities that are not just cohesive, but that can expand very rapidly. That can take the same energy and strength that we saw with Anonymous, for instance, in its best days, when it was at its highest and best, when it was helping the Tunisian Revolution take off, when it was exposing things that normal journalistic institutions could not expose, when it was bringing attention to bad legislation and forcing it back. We can take that same strength, that same elemental phenomenon, and we can direct it, and we can make it rigorous, and we can make it such that it will expand and expand and expand over the next few decades, even as it refines itself, and ultimately push back against the institutions that a lot of people have given up on fighting. So that's what the book is about, and it also has lots of jokes, because I am a humor writer by trade.
It always has jokes. It's got to have those jokes. So, all right, thank you very much. I really appreciate coming. Claire, thank you for coming and telling us.
Thank you for having us. Special trip.
All right. So we are going to take a break for about an hour. What do we have? About an hour. And there's some food coming, and you guys can talk for a while. And we are going to reunite back here at 8 o'clock. Where we have a lot of really interesting speakers. And just so the people on the webcast know, there will be a new URL for the evening event show, which we will be distributing pretty shortly. Or sorry, we'll be distributing right before 8 o'clock. And that will be on the webpage on that little index that I have on the first page of Aaron Swartz Day, where it explains who all the speakers are. And if you haven't taken a look at that yet, go look at that page. It's going to tell you he's talking all day tomorrow. And so we hope that you're going to come back at 8 o'clock for tonight. We have a lot of great people coming by. And then we're going to have a lot of speakers tomorrow. So thank you very much for being here today. And we'll see you very soon at 8 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, and did you cut it yet? Is it cut? No? So I wanted to let you know tonight, too, also a special thing that happened. We are already going to have Project Seahorse, who's performing at the end of the night, but also a DJ from last night that played at the opening night party last night, The Spirit, is going to show up and play with him. So we have a full-on sort of dance party thing that's going to be going on at the end of our evening event tonight. So I hope you guys all stick around for it. Thanks a lot.